Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first major of the Wild Rift North American Series powered by Riot Games and Wisdom Gaming. I'm your host, Daniel Degon Gonzalez. Joining me is Kangas and Alk Battery, and we have gathered here together at Alk's Kitchen to celebrate Wild Rift Esports here in North America, Kangas.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alk, for fitting us all in your kitchen. I'm surprised we don't have a lot of elbow space right now, so we might be bumping into each other. But it's rather spacious in here. I'm surprised.
Yeah, usually there's not enough room to fit not only my own ego, but I'm glad that we can fit all three of us in here.
Yeah, I'm glad, and you can go ahead and check out all of the different things that we have on our fridges throughout the day. Let's take a look at why we're here today. We've got a major event coming up here in the first major of the WNS with a total of $150,000 on the line as a total prize pool.
That's a lot of money.
First major of 3 majors here in the WNS, with $6,000 going to first place, $4,000 to second, third and fourth collecting a nice little chunk of change as well, with $15,000 total per each major, as we'll have 3 that will make up the WNS circuit. We also have side prizes.
Exactly.
Here.
That's a big thing. So this is what I'm most excited about, the Egon, because last year you only get money if you win. This is fantastic for the ecosystem because there's actually prizes even if you're one of the bottom performing teams in this initial major. You can still walk away with a prize pool. So I think that's a fantastic change, honestly.
I mean, imagine being not only MVP, but then also getting most improved player. You're getting a ton of money in your pocket there just for playing. So not only is there incentive to obviously win, but also, hey, the guys on the bottom, they can collect some money too, which is obviously fantastic.
Yeah, and to get to this point, we had 2 qualifiers to get us the top 8 teams in North American Wild Rift as we take a look at today's bracket, the double elimination bracket, where again, these teams all qualified, but they have multiple different ways to get on through, and you can see right there, Immortals standing on top of all the teams as our top qualifier here, Kangas.
Absolutely. Immortals taking first place in the first qualifier 1. Beating Sentinels in the finals. Tribe and Cloud9 also qualified through there. So that's essentially like what we expect to be the top 4 teams, and that is based on seeding. But then Enemy also making it through. They're my dark horse looking at this bracket. I actually am pretty hot on Enemy after their performance in the qualifiers number 2. So a lot of good teams, though, in this event.
Alk?
I really am kind of looking at some of our lower seeded teams coming in from qualifier 2, just because it took us so long in the last Summoner series to see a couple of upsets throughout against higher seeded teams. So everybody from 16-bit, Genesis, and Reflection, even Family, I'm looking for them to kind of get that upset against some of these higher seeded teams.
It's always the team with no logo that surprises us
basically.
Most. So that's Fam right now. You're the only one, so eyes on you.
Well, the other team looking for upsets here is our first match of the day. We'll look at Enemy versus Cloud9, and let's take a look at that roster from No More Ego with Alui, Tybe, Truth, Jackie, and Yikes, who recently made the move to support here, Alk Battery.
Yeah, this guy was one of our top performing junglers over on Immortals. He then obviously they wanted to get Lebmont back, so now we see him in the support position, and he's been tearing it up down there alongside Jackie, another long-standing member of this organization coming from Cloud9. These two have been really, really awesome performers so far for Enemy.
The lane swap, or the role swap, was so shocking to me because I've only known Yikes as a jungler, and I haven't had a chance to cast him as a support, but I got a chance to watch some of the games from the second qualifier. Very different playstyle than we see a lot of other supports doing, and I don't think that's a big surprise given that there was a recent role swap here, so very excited to watch Yikes.
Well, their opponent in today's matchup is the team that knocked them out of the first qualifier in Cloud9. We take a look at this roster here with Zelo, Tarzan, Meals, Old School, and Selma. Just a quick note here on Selma. Selma was, everyone always wondering where they get their name. Selma was like, oh, this was my girlfriend's name she came up with, and I just stuck with it throughout my gaming career. So Selma getting some help on his naming convention here. Alk, what do we know about this Cloud9 roster?
Cloud9, they make it to majors and they change up their bot lane. That's as consistent as they can be for a lot of their performances.
They are weirdly consistent about that.
Yeah, but so far, coming into the first qualifier, we were like, okay, Cloud9 looks pretty good. Tarzan is performing well, and Old School is still rocking down in the bot lane. He has been, again, another AD carry that I'm super excited to see here in the WNS.
It also just looked like Meals and Tarzan were like, all right, let's do the arms cross, and Selma
Yes.
was like, all right, I'll get in there too. His arms were like 90% of the screen. That was insane. He got the angle.
Yeah, well, one of the key matchups will be the man crossing his arms there with Meals in the mid lane up against Truth as we take a look at our head-to-head graphic here between the players that can impact the game the most. And so, Kangas, let's start with you. What are you expecting out of these two mid laners?
I am expecting some violence here, Degon. Truth is not a player to play passively. This is a player that we know to be very aggressive, likes to play assassins, but has a decent champ pool all around. You see the KDA that he's rocking right now. One of the higher ones that we have based on the first couple of qualifiers. Meals, though, no slouch, so I do still expect this to be pretty close, but I am leaning Truth's side when I just look at the isolated head-to-head.
If we're just talking straight up mechanics, I think that both of these players are obviously incredibly competent, but you have to look at what roles they play on their teams, right? We're looking at Meals. He's Tarzan's butt buddy. He's coming in. He's like, okay, Tarzan, I'm waving the flag, running to battle.
Connected at
he's
the
sitting
hip.
there with
They're
the Lulu. Exactly.
Yeah, they got like the shared pants that are like connected at the belt buckle. You know, they got to run
exactly.
together.
He is helping out his jungler to be a primary carry for his team, whereas Truth, I mean, he's playing AP Recon mid. What else do I have to really say? This guy's going for flashy engages. He's doing it all by himself.
And winning on it, Alec. That's
True.
the thing. It's insane.
Yeah. Well, the last series when they played in the qualifier, single elimination qualifier, 2-1 in the way of Cloud9. So let's get your predictions now up on the screen. Who do we got taking the victory here in the first round? And, oh, it's Kangas going a little bit with the upset here. Go ahead, Kangas, explain yourself.
So, you call it an upset, Degon.
Yes!
I'm going to remind you the
seed.
name. I'm going to remind you the name of one of the players. This ain't an upset. It's the truth, baby. I look across lane by lane. I actually do favor enemy in most of these matchups, and I do think that Yikes needed an extra qualifier to get comfortable with this team. And now, after that second qualifier, Yikes is going to show up and teach everybody how to actually play support, which is don't play support, just play top lane. That's basically what Yikes has been doing. They have two top laners on the roster now.
Yeah,
even though he's a
Speak
jungler.
some sense into him. Speak some sense in him, Alk.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but you're going to be playing up against Zello. You're going to have Tarzan enemy team. You want to go in camp mid? Well, guess what? Meals is used to it. He's not even in mid lane half the time. He's sitting there with his jungler. He's connecting up with other members, and they're just running over the map. I know I was looking for upsets for some of the lower seeded teams, but I think Cloud9 is just that step ahead.
There's going to be a lot of empty lanes. A lot of empty lanes with everybody. Just like,
Yeah.
Meals is out of there. Yikes is out of there. Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait for all of the action to unfold here and to get us kicked off with our first match of the WNS Major. Let's toss it on over to the draft between Cloud9 and No More Ego. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, D-God. Alec, it's just us now. I have so much more space. We have one less person in the kitchen. This is great. This is fantastic.
This is awesome, especially for someone like me who likes to cook. I don't like anybody in the kitchen at the same time as me, so I like as much space as possible.
I do agree with that. It is very frustrating when you're bumping elbows with folks. But let's catch up on what these teams have been focusing on so far, going into game number 1 of this best of 3. Again, double elim, so not everything on the line here, but it feels good to start off the day, start off the major with a victory. And so far, enemy focusing on the Olaf brand Varus bans, Cloud9 with Thresh, Morgana, and Ziggs.
Yeah, I want to see what the team's priorities are because we are about 4 days deep into a new patch, right? We're on 3.8. We've got some nerfs to Camille, so we'll see how she's doing throughout the day. Yumi, this is actually a Yumi-enabled event, so we might be able to see the cat book potentially later, but Cloud9 already starting up. I love Nami into Lee Sin, and with how Cloud9 typically like to play as a front-to-back support, I think she does a fantastic job.
It can enable the Grazer, well, speed him up, give him some extra damage too. But here we go. We talked about the Rakan. Now, not necessarily guaranteed to be a support Rakan for Yikes. This could actually be truth. And I think it would be wise for enemy to just hold off on locking in a mid laner until the last possible second. So they go with the Renekton.
Okay, and Cloud9, they say, hey, look, you show us the Renekton, we're going to match you with another beefy bruiser. Now, both of these teams are lacking a little bit of engage, more so on the Cloud9 side, and their damage is quite low. If you look at their DPS, it's going to take a really long time for fights to kick off, so look for strong AD carries like the Kaisa, and potentially start to look for stuff like the Orianna to really start to get into.
Yeah, Cloud9 can have two different options. Either they try and grab some engage, or they commit to this more peel back style. Let enemy come into you, because Rakan is still fairly squishy. If he looks for an engage and you have a good kite back composition, you can just blow him up initially. But enemy, they're looking at assassins. They're banning away the Fizz.
Interesting. So they're trying to protect their backline. I wonder what carry they're trying to set up for, because Varus is already banned. We see Ziggs is gone as well. So they're potentially going for, I don't know, maybe an Ashe here is another assassin. We still have Zed on the table, and definitely something that I don't know if we can see Meals pick it up.
I almost wonder if Jackie goes for maybe an AP carry instead, but even then the brand's taken off the table too. So yeah, the pool is very pinched right now. They're waiting till the very end, and we don't actually see a ban locked in from enemy, so I'm not sure if they missed a ban or if it just hasn't locked in yet. Looks like no ban. All right, back to the same tricks, everybody. It is the majors, but we still don't need a ban 5 champion.
It's not necessary. Look, if they win this game, they're setting it up. And there we go. There is the Ashe I was looking for. So for enemy, what is their lock-in? Orianna is still on the table. I would really like that as a pair-up with not only Ty, but also a Louis. But it seems like they're going to have the Corki here, which is still a flex. And there's the assassin that I was looking for. If you're able to kill the Ashe, you get rid of a lot of the damage on the side of Cloud9.
I like that a lot. I was saying at this point, do not go for the mid Rakan. There's too many counters that Cloud9 can lock in. So it will be support Rakan with that Corki. Zed going into the mid lane for Truth, a champion he's very well known for, and still decent split between AD and AP damage based on how Corki works. For Cloud9, they go for the global. They lock in TF.
Okay. Cloud9 picking up some, still sticking on the TF. Twisted Fate has definitely fallen off of priority thanks to a couple of nerfs and just the mid lane champion pool as a whole. I'm a little afraid here for Cloud9. I think you still have some beefy champions. I think the Graves in particular is really, really sick against enemy who have almost all physical damage, but this is not really a champion that can kind of stand toe-to-toe up against Lee Sin and Zed, who will just bypass them and go straight for this bot lane.
So we see Meals actually has the exhaust in case they go in on him instead. Jackie heavily bursted down early on. Level 1's getting aggressive between these two, and Cloud9, they might be overextending types here. That's flash out of Selma and Old School.
Yeah, that was just them dipping a little too far deep.
Here?
Old School, he just wants to try and cancel recalls. They didn't have a ward in that brush, but over the wall they can see them. Surprisingly enough, everybody kind of doubts her, but Ashe can be a level 1 champion. If you put some points into a Ranger's focus, she will just immediately take you down, and the slow is obviously super detrimental.
But I think they overextended a little bit there. Blowing flashes makes it not as worth. They will still have initial XP and gold advantage in lane because Jackie and Yikes are only just getting back now, but they have their flashes up. They could get aggressive as we do see some skirmishing bot side again. Level 1, Yikes, I don't think you win these trades. As Old School does have a level over Jackie.
Usually when you're there, you get to engage on the enemy AD, and you're waiting for the Corki to try and lay out damage, but Cloud9, this is just a fist fight bot lane. And honestly, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Because Jackie, an ex-Cloud9 member, when we were talking to him about the fight nights a couple weeks ago, he's like, I just want to beat Cloud9. I want to show them why they shouldn't have dropped me, and I want to prove it to them. Stick it
Good
to them.
motivator. The fantastic motivator. And they might actually have a chance to against Cloud9's jungler. Tarzan here onto the Scuttle. Engage comes through. Tarzan trying to get out. They have damage over the wall. Look at the bubble, and Old School picks up first blood. Nicely done from Cloud9 bot lane. Collapsing on top of that. Now gold card over the wall. Truth blows flash to survive, but that bubble from Selma was beautiful.
Look at this bot lane. Cloud9, Meals comes down. He's like, pick a card, any card, gold card for you. You get a death. I'll take a first blood for myself. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see from Cloud9. And enemy still kind of reeling from early bot lane dominance on the side of Cloud9. I mean, this right here, no summoners available, so they kind of just get walked down here. And Nami Ashe is a proven combo.
They chained the CC. It was actually gold card that set up the bubble, so Tybe just was not able to move for a fortnight right there. And now back onto the map here. Goes back to the farming game, but that first blood onto the Ashe, they weren't punished for not having their flashes up, and now those are about to be up. So Cloud9 not only winning out on that initial skirmish, but they should have a much stronger bottom half of the map because of it.
And you know what's funny here, Kangas? We're talking about Twisted Fate, we're talking about the Zed matchup at certain lengths here. We think of Twisted Fate as the more roam-heavy champion, right? He has a whole ultimate that lets him get out of jail. He's just like, okay, I'm leaving the lane, I'm not dealing with you. But he got the first roam off at level 4, and Zed's sitting over here like, guys, Guys, I didn't, we can't kill him. What do I do?
I don't have an item yet. I don't have my ultimate. I'm not sure what to do here. The thing is, now at this point of the game, I do like the wave clear of a Zed, so theoretically, Truth should be able to handle this much better. And we actually have a lane swap, because Truth just walks right into the bot lane and dies, trying to farm up that wave. Cloud9 ready for him.
I want to return. I want to go straight back to customer service and be like, I would like to go back to my mid lane now. This is the terrible trade deal. I want to go back
Whoever
home.
called this, it was a bad call. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not happy. Selma, probably not happy either. Flash some time, engage! But Selma gets to safety. Old school now trying to run away. Holding the flash for as long as possible and doesn't even use it. Very well played by Cloud9's bot lane.
Great patience coming out from Old School saying, I don't need to blow the flash. I'm literally right next to my turret. I think we're going to be fine here. Enemy, I think, are falling a little bit of prey here to some early aggression, recognizing that we may be a little bit on a timer, especially since Truth is now getting solo killed. We'll have Dragon and Rift Herald spawning. We're also on a patch, Kangas, where lethality items did take a little bit of a hit. They're weaker earlier until you complete the items, so Truth and Tybe right now are suffering. They're not getting what we wanted done.
Oh, Yikes just keeps looking for these engages, but always flashed away. But you're right, the Zed pick is not actually pulling off the early game incredibly well. We know that Zed is a champion that can still scale decently into the late game, though, especially against squishy champions like an Ashe, like that Nami, even the Graves to an extent. So it's not doom and gloom entirely for Enemy, but not an ideal start. And my prediction's not looking too confident either right now, Alec, as Cloud9 do have this lead. I will say, part of my predictions was that I did not expect support champions, or at least like these level of support champions from Yikes. I was expecting more of the return to the set, the return to the Garen that they were finding success with earlier on.
Yeah, we may see them return later on in the series, but for now, Selma or Yikes really need to kind of step it up, needs to find that engage, and hopefully with the Proto Bell, we'll see all those fancy engage. You know what's funny here for Enemy? They have two players who can play Rakan, and we don't know exactly who's the better player on it. It may be Truth.
It honestly could be, just because I have not seen Yikes on the Rakan yet, and I have seen Truth win games on Rakan. So results-based analysis on my end, I already have opinions. But let's see if Yikes can change my opinion as of right now. Objectives are on the map. Neither team has committed hard to either one, but it looks like Cloud9 could be posturing for this Dragon.
Enemy starting up. I love that we haven't really got to talk about the top lane matchup just because it's got a Resident Sleeper up there. Let's not lie. Louis is taking this Rift Herald, and while Cloud9, they're kind of waiting to start this up. It is all eyes on Truth and Yikes. If they can find Ashe, this is a fantastic start for Enemy to win this.
This is awkward. Enemy, though, they are actually having a Louis coming back down. Now, no package on the Corki. They go for the engage. A massive knockup from Yikes. Absolutely huge from Enemy. And they, with that engage, just win the fight. They sweep Cloud9 aside like crumbs on the kitchen floor. Dragon now in their pocket. Can Meals do anything? No. Flash engage. And Aloy picks up another kill. This Dragon belongs to Enemy.
It's a straight up 6 minutes in Enemy. They said, who needs an early game? We've got the Truth. We've got Yikes. And while he sacrifices himself for it, we were waiting for that team fight. Immediately blow up the squishy members of Cloud9. Without a lot of tanks to stand in front and kind of mitigate that damage, Cloud9, they just kind of fall over like dominoes.
All right, I've never seen Truth do that before, so Yikes is now officially the better Rakan on the team. I'm just going to say it. My opinion's already been made.
That's not fair. Okay, in fairness to Truth, he's playing AP Rakan. Usually when he uses his combo, someone instantly dies, and he's like, okay, guys, I got to wait a few seconds. Whereas Yikes, he had to sacrifice himself. He's a little selfless.
Well, now they, because of that sacrifice, get the Dragon and also the Herald, Alex. So they're getting the best of both worlds here.
They get everything. And Cloud9, they can't really answer. They didn't have enough priority. We're still waiting for Meals to use that first Destiny Gate. And maybe it might be used in bot lane to protect them as trying to encroach, get these last couple of plates before the turret falls.
Right now, Cloud9, they have multiple members on the bottom half of the map. There's no objective to grab. They're just seeding this top turret. And Enemy have committed 3 to this push. They haven't even dropped the Herald yet. They just got first brick without using the Herald objective. They could just drop it now. Yeah, they're going for a second and a dive. All right, Cloud9 are falling apart. Enemy are getting a heavy push top lane.
What did Zello do to you guys? Like, he was just straight chilling this game. He didn't have anything to do this game. He's like, I'm playing Darius. I'm just waiting for all the melee members to walk into me. And now I get both of my turrets taken. I get a Rift Herald. I get killed by 3 people. All the while, Jackie's sitting bot lane like, well, the wave's coming to me, guys. I'll just wait for it. We see the ultimate come through.
And all the while, Cloud9 do make a pick in the mid lane. Successful death on Alui. That's a nice one for Cloud9 to pick up. Tarzan deterred from the rest of his push right now. Okay, time. Let's play it a little more casual there. I like it, though. Style points. And Cloud9 finding something on the map.
Yeah, they get a kill, but all in all right now, they're just trying to play cleanup against enemy. They're just picking up the table scraps that we mentioned earlier. They're trying to pick up a bot wave against the Corki here. They kind of clean up a kill because, hey, let's say it, Alui was staying a little too far under the turret. But as is right now, enemy are in the driver's seat, and as we get to another objective, they're going to have to play a little safer and maybe get a little creative with how they're going to protect Old School, because he's going to have his Zonia's enchant, but I don't think that's going to be enough when you have both Lee Sin and, again, Yikes with Truth.
It's tough because we've already identified that there's not many engage options from Cloud9, but when I look at this composition, it almost feels like they need to be the aggressors. They need to be using this Twisted Fate offensively, get rotations around the map, and we've yet to really see Meals make a pick in a side lane. Now Truth could give him an opportunity as he's all-inning Zello, but he just got the damage! That was dirty! Yikes cleans it up, but Truth did all the work.
I'm glad that Yikes came on through. He didn't even use the Ignite, he just auto-attacked him. He's like, hey, Truth, let me show you how this kill is going to be taken. Takes it to the turret, they get one. And what I want to see from Cloud9 in their setup around objectives from now on is make a pick on the side lane. We're talking about activating the Twisted Fate and utilizing the Ashe ultimate that, again, is just straight up global. You can aim it wherever you want. It's got its own twisty turns, and, I mean, Type, you just walk out, freeform dash.
He's fine, yeah.
I love Lee Sin and Wild.
Cloud9 need a collapse. They need to actually find collapses right now. Twisted Fate flank with the gold card, Ashe arrow to layer on top, get Nami in range to bubble, make picks on members of enemy, because if you keep letting enemy split push, like at this point, Zello's 0-3. He's not gonna stop Truth in the side lane push, so you need to get more creative if you're Cloud9.
Again, this is what we were talking about in draft, right? Cloud9, they don't have a lot of burst damage. Yes, they have the gold card. We've been talking about the Ashe Arrow combo with that, but it takes a long time for Ashe to put out damage. I've been playing way too much Ashe in solo queue, and you have to sit there and wail away, especially early on when you have only 2 items. You're sitting there, Rangers focus, you're pumping out deeps, but it's going to take a while.
They got Tarzan for the damage. I think the damage is still all right when you look at everybody on the rip. They just need the setup right now, and it
just dogpile one person, make them feel bad.
Exactly. And right now, Cloud9 are actually contesting at this dragon. We could just have a full-on fight right now because we got 5 members from both teams. There's the gold card onto Jackie. Does have package available. An enemy actually right now have the inside track of Dragon.
A game changer here. Last fight, Jackie did not have the package, and this time we'll see how he utilizes this. As it is just the standoff. We're just looking at each other.
They're past the choke point. They're into the river. Enemy have not held them off at the point, but there's the package from Jackie. Already Yikes is down, though. We're off of the dragon. We're into the fight.
Oh!
Enemy have committed to it! And the kick from Time sets up everybody. And like dominoes, Cloud9 fall. That is an ace enemy.
Oh my god, Tybe! Okay, everybody that was in the in-house server, go ahead and take notes. It's Tybe playing Lee Sin. It's Lemont in Immortals. We've got some great players here in North America, and that was a sick kick. Knocking up 4 members, just instantly knocked down the team fight.
The setup, the engage, the CC from enemy has been nothing short of impressive in game 1 of our first majors here, Alec. Enemy are finding their groove right now, and they are running away with this. It was a slower start. It was a ramp up into this in this game so far, but now, I mean, enemy, they're up 6,000 gold. They got 2 dragons to their name. They got the 2nd Herald at the same time. Like, they are primed to win this.
Exactly. Enemy usually kind of seen as the hands team, where if they're gonna beat you, they're gonna beat you through mechanics. And we're seeing it here. Each member is having their own individual outplay.
Yeah.
Jackie with the package just straight up lighting up all of Cloud9. And we're just seeing them go right on in. They didn't even need Yikes for that fight. He's just watching in grayscale.
It's so sad for Jackie because, like, the package is usually the coolest thing you can do in a fight. And yes, 5-0-5, absolutely popping up. But, like, when Tybe and Yikes are fighting these engages, it's like, even though you're the one doing all the damage, they're the ones stealing the show right now. But yeah, you're right, Alec. Everybody at enemy showing up right now.
It's the classic support dilemma. I know this is why you're probably bringing it up as a fellow support Pantheon player. You're like, I want to have the highlight moments. But everybody has their spotlight. You got to share it a little bit.
See, when you're support Pantheon, you can take all the kills and then be like,
Exactly.
"Oh, this is the plan. This is how the champion works. I am the carry now."
Yes.
I do play more top lane though. I'm a Baron main.
That's
Baron
what I
laner
like
main.
to hear. As
Yeah.
Tybe is trying to make all Baron laners very sad. Zello sets it up.
Ash arrow. Nami ultimate as well. Enemy trying to get away from it. Tybe with the
good.
disengaging ultimate. Everyone needs to retreat from enemy. Tybe, can he get away though? Tarzan chasing him down, had the ghost, and that's one kill picked up from Cloud9. But look at the top side of their base. Enemies say, okay, we're just distracting you. We'll take an inhibitor turret for this.
Tarzan, just recall, guys. I don't know about this. Maybe this is a global
losing two.
taunt. There's a
They just lost
Rammus in the
two.
game, apparently.
This is absolutely insane. The efficiency
Jackie?
of enemy. Jackie! No! 1v3 triple kill! And the rest of enemy will ace on the bottom side. That's game one. That is enemy with a dominant performance for game one of our first major.
They didn't need the Rammus. They don't need the Galio. Cloud9 get taunted into a fight they didn't need to take there, as they're just juggling Nexus turrets here. Kangas, enemy have taken game one.
That was something disgusting, Alk. Jackie at the end, 1v3 holding the line, and nobody could walk up on him. Cloud9 so heavily indexed into that bait. They saw 3 members of enemy and they hard chased them bot lane, but they were losing their top and mid inhibitor turrets at the same time, and then they couldn't get back. They couldn't defend the base.
I guess there may have been like a miscall as to how much damage enemy had done, because I can imagine the comms in that situation. Zello and Tarzan saying, look, we can kill these guys. And the rest of his team saying, we might be able to hold. We've got Ashe, we've got the Nami, we can potentially hold some of our Nexuses here. But the Rift Herald as well was crashing in mid lane, and I think that was just a simple misread from Cloud9 where enemy immediately punished, as we saw.
Oh, wow. Truth actually outputting the most damage on the team. That is pretty impressive as the
That's a
Zed
gamer.
right there. Jackie was getting all the kills and the assists, but yeah, Truth doing some gaming out there on Wild Rift. Egon, what a game number one. Wow.
Yeah, you know, after all that little footsie there at the level 1 where they're going back and forth blowing summoners,
Yeah.
and then Cloud9 take that early lead, the gold chart basically told the story of the game where before the first dragon fight, Cloud9 seemed to have control. You had the idea on how they wanted to play with the Twisted Fate. And then Tybe said, no, we're just going to outfight you multiple times with our composition. And I felt like Cloud9 opted into that a little bit too much there, Alk.
Yeah, that was what I was worried about. Again, when you have the Ashe, you just want to protect her. The Nami does a great job at that. When you have the Zed running at her, awesome. This is fantastic. But when you're looking across there, the Twisted Fate doesn't provide enough tankiness. And I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at Jackie. I know we saw Truth with the most damage, but Jackie in every single one of these fights, I think, as a key player for this game, fantastic.
I think Jackie was the big difference maker overall because the engage, the setups, they're fantastic. Those are big highlight plays, but you need that consistent DPS. And then also the 1v3 at the end of the game. Like, that just kind of steals the show at the end, you know, once all things are said and done. A lot of that game just came down to team fighting and the fact that enemy were better at the dragon. They were able to get the fights won and then pick up multiple objectives across the map after those fights. So it wasn't just the gold from the kills. It was then getting the extra gold that was standing on the map and the extra stats that were available to them. Cloud9 could not make use of their pick kind of single target DPS comp. They don't have a lot of spread AoE damage for team fights. It was mostly find a pick, find CC onto one person, and do that.
And with Zalo on the top side of the map, you saw the damage charts. I think he barely crest 3,000. I think it was like 3,600 damage.
Yeah.
He was pretty much a passenger in most this one. As gotta ask, star player. Like I'm very interested to see like how this one rolls up here. Who is the star player of this one? You have multiple different candidates on this one, Kangas.
I'm still on Jackie. I think that there's 3 main arguments. There's Tybe, there's Jackie, there's Yikes. But the engages are cool. They're awesome to see. It's what got the lead, but the Corki's what closed out the game. So I'm gonna lean slightly into the AD carry department there.
I think if you would have showed me the first 4 to 5 minutes of the game, I would have said yikes. Potentially, if you showed me that only play from Type of 4-man kick. But, I mean, look at this. Like, we're talking about amazing AD carries here in North America, and while Old School, I think, had a really excellent performance on the Ashe, there's only so much you can do, whereas Jackie wants to show it to his old org, And game one, that's exactly how you do it.
He just did that to his old team, baby. I mean, what a revenge story for Jackie.
I will say, Alui stepping up huge in that second dragon fight when Yikes died immediately. Did not get to participate in that one. A lot of chat going off saying, oh, Rakan MVP in that second dragon fight. But Alui went on in, got a massive bunch of damage down before he died. That allowed Tybe to get in and set up the rest of the squad to pick up the kills for No More Ego. All right, so just a little shout out to the rest of the team for No More Ego. I want to get this now move into our game number 2 because this could be our upset of the day. Unless you're Kangas, who knew that this was going
Yeah, I guess.
Yes, it's an upset. I'm very much a show me kind of guy, right? Yes, Cloud9 got pushed during the first qualifier of the major, but they were still able to pull it out. And I think you want to see the killer instinct. You want to see a team like No More Ego that wants to take the next step against these professional orgs to close out the series and get the monkey off the back, right? And not just falter here.
I'm gonna let Kangas. You need to sell me on this enemy upset because
I'm
I'm getting a little bit. I'm getting some hopium. The hopamine is being delivered to my kitchen as we speak, but I'm not sold, especially after the level 1 that we saw from Cloud9.
So I did still say it'd be a 2-1 in my official prediction. So I did imagine this going the full distance. But when I expected the wins from enemy, I expected Yikes to be on these less traditional supports, more of the bruiser fighters, the Garens sets that haven't been as popular in the North American region. That's what he was playing a lot of in the second qualifiers. But now that I also see his Rakan, a completely different style. In the second qualifiers, he was just roaming top lane, trying to get Aloy ahead, going into areas of the map that the enemy wasn't expecting, and then just kind of shock value set stats checks you. But this time, it was a very different style, and it shows that Yikes is a more versatile support than I initially gave him credit for. So I'm changing 2-0. I'm calling it right now. I think enemy actually go all the way now.
What? I mean,
did that sell you?
Sure,
was that my mission? I forgot what the prompt was.
Yeah, okay. It's fine. So yeah, I would probably agree that the support pool is looking a little wider for Yikes, which is obviously going to give enemy a lot more to play with in the future. For Cloud9, I think that they kind of played, yet again, a similar style to what happened in the first qualifier, where they have 2 different carries on the team. You have this Graves who wants to farm up and get a few items, and you also have Old School playing this Ashe who wants a few items and wants to be able to scale up and have a beefy frontline for her to deal damage. And this is going to continue to bite Cloud9 in the back until they either change it up or they just keep finding wins with it, right? Like, obviously something is happening behind the scenes where they are finding this is the dominant strategy.
I think Meals has to be a greater facilitator if he's going to play that Twisted Fate. If that's what you want to do, get your guy that's supposed to help out the team to do exactly that. Meals didn't quite have the game that he wanted, but he has another opportunity right now as game number 2 is ready. The draft is ready. Let's hop on into it. Will No More Ego kick off the tournament with an upset, or can Cloud9 battle back? Let's find out.
Thank you, D-Gon. I agree so much. Meals, I didn't see a single Destiny used proactively to get around the map, make those flank plays, make those cross-map plays in tandem with the Asher, like we've been saying. We set up what Cloud9 needed to do. They just were not able to put those puzzle pieces together. So I expect a pivot for Cloud9 in the draft. I don't think the Cloud9 are going to go for a similar style. And based on the bans, at least they'll still have the same option. It's the same bans across the board, but enemy locking in the Rakan much earlier this time around.
Yeah, instead of first picking the Lee Sin, they're going to go for the Rakan. So we'll have to see, Kangas. Cloud9, they got side selection, and they were like, we're going to pick the red side again. Early picking the Riven, so maybe we have some more brawlers. Maybe Kangas gets a few more play-by-play shot calls on this one. I'm feeling it.
I like this. I can get behind this. I think Riven's a very fun champion to witness at professional play. I don't like having them on my team in my own solo queue, but I do like watching people that are good at the champion pilot it. But Lee Sin just swapped with the Rakan in order for enemy here. So they're still going for essentially the same setup. We saw this is how they started fights. It was either tied with the Lee Sin kicks or Yikes going in with those Rakan engages. And they're even running back the Renekton, so enemy feel very comfortable with the tools that they used last game.
Are we going to get some variant of like a salty run back? It's not a full 100% salty run back, so like it's maybe like a slightly singed kind of comeback, but okay, this is Riven jungle then, right?
Yeah.
Unless this is Meals Riven, which I'd be surprised.
No, I would hard imagine that this is Tarzan piloting the Riven. Not something that I think would be out of his champ pool by any means. I even believe I've seen him pilot this before. But the Zed is banned away, so Truth will not get that same assassin pick, which even though at the end of the day, got killed in the bottom lane in a pretty, sloppy roam or rotation, and also didn't have the most kills, did the most damage. So I still think that this is a good ban for Cloud9.
Now, Nano, the coach for Cloud9, did tell me as a note for the broadcast, do not flame drafts today. So let's see. I'm waiting for Cloud9 to show me something surprising, because I know they got a lot of flack on social media when we were doing, the Vayne jungle, and then we had like the Kai'Sa jungle come out on the same day.
Okay.
That was a lot to deal with. But Cloud9, I think they're going for something a little bit interesting. Are they going to shake it up, or are they going to show us a little bit of something that we've been seeing consistently? Orianna's still available, so still something in their wheelhouse, I think.
That's the most coach thing I've ever heard somebody say to a broadcast.
Please
don't
no
flame my draft.
drafts.
Please don't flame my draft. Okay, back to the Ashe, back to the Enchanting Crystal Arrow. It is as close to the Salty run back as it could be. I will say Riven is a little bit better facilitating than the Graves, though. Can actually sometimes find these flank engages, actually get onto a backline and threaten that backline much better than a Graves can. So maybe they're identifying that was the big issue and that they do just still want to skirmish again. But they left up to Xayah, so that's actually the lock-in for enemy this time.
Yeah, and what is the assassin pick here for Truth? Because I'm assuming they're going to want to go with a similar flavor. Akali is pick of the day. I don't know how... Actually, I know exactly how I feel. I really don't like Akali in this matchup. Every one of these Cloud9 champions just make Akali the saddest assassin.
Yeah, it does seem a little confusing to me to lock this in. I think the Riven actually has a really good interaction with Akali. You go into the smoke, and if you have just a general idea of where she is, Riven can just keep knocking you up even if you're invisible.
Yeah.
Ashe with the volleys can spot where you are. Darius still has AoE damage in that smoke, so the best tool of the Akali. Okay, what is going on, Elk?
Oh my God, we're not even talking. Wild Rift. It's the exciting younger brother of League of Legends PC. We're getting Church 9. I love it here. We're gonna Soraka mid, boys. Please say it's Soraka mid. Say it ain't so. This is a fantastic matchup against Akali. Okay,
it's either Soraka mid or it was a miss lock-in, and we're gonna get a redraft. Cause
I'm gonna be so disappointed if this is a redraft. I don't want to hear it from if production tells me it's a redraft. Degon's gonna take my spot. Actually, don't do that. That's a bad idea.
So I guess the plan here, if this is the actual champions locked in, the full lineup, just more heals, more supports, more kite back. Because again, this is not a go forward composition. This is not an engage style composition. The only engage they have is again Ashe, Arrow, Darius with Riven, which is more strong at kiting back. Which to be fair, there's a lot of champions from the side of enemy that will want to go in. Interesting strategy from Cloud9 as we're on the Rift, and that is absolutely a Soraka mid lane locked in for Meals. Cloud9 down 0-1. Let's see if they can bring it back.
Okay, so in theory, if Cloud9 can survive the initial upfront burst of enemy, so if Truth goes in, if Tybe goes in, Soraka is going to have to basically have the most important Equinox silence of this champion's career. That silence against basically 5 melee champions. I'm going to exclude Jackie from playing this game. Soraka's silence is going to be pivotal for how enemy or Cloud9 are going to find success in team fights. If they can stop Tybe from flash kicking someone, they can stop a Louis from having a stun. Same thing with Truth.
Yeah, I'm looking at Truth in particular, because if an Akali goes in and then is silenced, cannot use the Shroud, you're dead. You're way too squishy to survive at that point. So
it's perfect.
It is an interesting style. Less proactive, more reactive and defensive, which means that Cloud9 also need to get first say at these objectives. They can't necessarily walk forward at the Dragon, walk forward at the Baron. They want to set up earlier, so that's what I'm going to be paying attention to. How quickly do they start setting up these objectives once they spawn?
Thankfully for Cloud9, especially with Soraka, you have a lot of ways of just checking Fog of War, right? You can just do a Starfall, boom, you can check for a brush. You have Ashe as well. Nami is another one of those. So they do have ways of entering into the river blind if they have to come in second onto an objective. So I do want to see how we activate Tarzan, because this is somewhat of a new pick, right? We've seen him on stuff like the Xin Zhao. We've seen the Graves, obviously. But I do want to see what this looks like with the Riven, because there's a lot of agency for him as the early flash here from Old School.
A lot of respect given, but now getting aggressive, walking up on Jackie, trading with those autos. The Nami making you do so much more damage with the first ability. So again, action early in the bottom lane here. We see Tybe actually invading top jungle. No, I was going to say, do they go for a dive? But Aloy just backed, so should just be a steal of game.
I mean, if Tybe wants to go for that, I would make it more exciting for sure. But
True.
I would not recommend it. Doctor's note here. Double knock up.
Oh, the bobble! Selma, that was clean,
What?
but Old School just walks way too far up. Still has the barrier, and now
Tarzan!
Tarzan with the double kill from behind. What a flank!
There's the wind slash coming in. Tarzan, they set it up with low HP bars. He hit level 5 and just ran down. You see the flash come out as well. He's like, I'm just going to get the kill. There's not even a level 5 there for Jackie, so can't use the Feather Storm either. Fantastic setup. Now Tybe, can they get something on the opposite side?
Zello just hit level 5. They were trying to go for the dive before he reached it, but now they have to hard commit here. Zello has ultimate. Tarzan's joined in. Time's low. Here's Yikes. Double knockup, but has to flash away. Failed dive from enemy.
Again, now we get to see 2 different instances there where, I mean, Soraka just is pulling double duty here. That's the ultimate there from the Soraka, the Wish, saves Zello, and as long as they can survive the first punch from an enemy, it's so difficult to pull off.
Red team first blood.
Yep.
Red team double kill. Blue team
Ooh.
champion slain.
And so, yeah, there we go. So Kangas is currently kind of trying to figure out how Soraka mids works. He's actually getting a free lesson from the church. So while we're waiting for him to get blessed up for mass, I'll be taking over. Cloud9, they are still in position here. We're watching for enemy as to how they can open up the map. Early skirmishing here. Kangas, do I have you back, bud?
I believe I'm back. Sorry for that little hiccup there, but yeah, set up on the check. Enemy actually do have the first say at the dragon. They get that scuttle.
Yeah, and we'll see how recalls are coming in. It is a Cloud Drake. Movement speed is great and all, but it seems like neither team are really interested in going for this. They want to get a couple of their resets in, finish some of their items, and then start to chalk up those battle lines. So as we're waiting for that, Kangas... Oh man, Soraka's about to finish her first item. Let's see it. Rod of Ages.
Yeah,
It's time, boys. We're scaling.
Old School also has the first item. So does Tarzan. Look at the item completions from Cloud9. They're ready to fight with 1 item spikes on 3 members. Enemy, at this point, I'd say go for a trade of objectives. I don't think that you win the straight up 5v5 if you want to contest at a dragon. So let's see what their decision is and what they think of the matter. Right now, Tybe is on the top half of the map.
Ooh, this is so dangerous, Kangas, right now, because enemy, I'm sure they're feeling it. They're on a timer, right? We were talking earlier about how enemy are typically the mechanical team to try and outplay you, and this is your time now. They're coming into the dragon pit. Sin is not here. Louis is as well, so need to take their time. Play it slow, get mid priority, try to focus them out of the pit.
Very surprising to see enemy do that. They were already on the Rift Herald, and then they peel off
Ash
the
ult?
Herald. Ash ult used, and Zello get in here. The pullback.
Silence.
In trouble. Nice knock up from Yikes. Might just turn the whole play. Nami
That's
ultimate
one.
used, but Truth with the flank. Aloy in the front line. Truth under the turret.
What?
Gets 2 kills picked up. Old School Tarzan trying their best right now to turn this one around. It's 1 kill traded, but it's 1 for 4 as Old School the only surviving member under turret.
Kangas, how did they do it? It's the biggest
don't
heist.
know.
What?
I have no idea what just happened. Somehow enemy won that fight.
The silence was perfect. I loved the idea of that fight. They got rid of the spell shield that was on Tybe, so the Ash ult is able to land. I want to watch exactly what happens here because Jackie's pumping out damage. Again, the silence is perfect. But they weren't able to kill the Lee Sin, so he's able to get back into the base.
Ash wasn't there.
Yeah,
Old
I mean,
School was
Truth,
doing no damage the entire time.
Truth is doing damage, and like you just said, 80 carry difference in this one, right? My marksman is hitting, yours is not.
The initial Ash arrow looked great, but when you don't have DPS, if you can't kill Tybe off of that CC, well, he gets out, and now you're all clumped up for Tybe's CC, Yikes' CC, now another engage
Look
in
at
the mid
Jackie.
lane here. It's Jackie trying to get away, Yikes has to flash. Jackie's in some trouble, actually completely routed off from the rest of his team, but
Run,
Herald's picked
brother.
up. Jackie's job is just buy time, don't give the kill to Tarzan, and he failed at that. So Tarzan gets another kill, but enemy still get an objective for his distraction.
In his defense, That is a really hard assignment to succeed in.
Fair enough.
You're in between two turrets. It's like rocking a hard place. Can't do much there. Dragon being started here for Cloud9. Can Tide make the steal? Goes in. Silence is baited out.
down.
There's a solo kill.
A solo kill. Okay. Tarzan now running down towards that bottom side. Truth is low on health after
He's
picking
gone.
up the kill into Old School. And he will be picked up himself. Cloud9 equalizing that. Aloy and Zello now 1v1ing. That's ultimate popped by Aloy.
Okay, but Kangas, all we're doing is skirmishing. We're just fighting constantly. I mean, gold is nice, but they're stopping Cloud9 from getting objectives. They start at the Dragon. Our AD carry actually just ended up dying. A good punish there. They're summoning the Rift to try to break this turret. They didn't even get that, Kangas. So we're 2,000 gold, and we're just fighting.
Jackie, no flash, no ultimate, no heal.
Good.
Just used. Gets away. Okay, so those are pretty big cooldowns. Dragon still on the table. Time!
No!
Looking aggressive right now. Under the turret. Doesn't get the kill. Yeah, a little too aggressive. We see that every now and then.
That was a mistime. I saw it. Sonic Wave came through. He flashed before it landed, so there's just a lot of things going on my screen right there. That's a misinput.
Yeah, we've seen Rafa do that a couple times, let's be
Oh,
honest.
he's not
Dragon
even
now
here.
started up by Cloud9, and that's the best time to roast somebody when they can't defend themselves, Alec. You'll learn. You'll learn a few things if you stick with
Okay.
me. Dragon should be secured here by Cloud9. But again, enemy are actually contesting. Truth gets onto Old School. That's Ash down.
What?
That's 2 down. How do they do it? Enemy in the 3v4 still win the fight.
Soraka, I mean, she's playing Battle Mage, but the healing is not enough. They're still waiting for her to kind of come online, put out some more damage, put out some more healing, more like it. I don't know what to say. Cloud9, they're just falling apart. Old School is consistently getting caught. I do want to get a replay of this fight because I want to watch how Old School is positioning in this. And I think Meals has a perfect silence.
Watch the engage. Watch the engage from Yikes.
Truth is
Boom.
nuts, man.
It was perfect. It was Yikes knocks up Old School. Truth just deletes Old School,
Yeah.
and then Meals is still alive for the end of this one. But of course, it's Selma that dies in that fight. 2 Enchanter supports, man. It makes things a little confusing.
Yeah,
But
two
you said it
Enchanters
earlier,
is
Alec.
great. Yeah.
Hand checking. That's what enemy's doing right now.
Truth is 100% playing on 2 different monitors at this point, or 2 different phones, right? He's got both. He's got 2 Oppo phones in each hand.
Got
This
2
guy
phones.
is nuts.
Got the tablet up and running in the background too. As the keyboard attachment. I don't even know what's happening.
I think
at
that
this
might be
point.
illegal. I don't want to give players the wrong
Yeah, can we get a
idea.
ref? Can we get a ref over
Get
to
a
Truth's
ref as
house
to what
check in?
attachments they're allowed to have. Maybe Meals is doing some fun stuff. But either way, Truth is providing the damage, and again, no tanks here to prevent Old School from getting caught. 2 Enchanters can only do so much. So Old School's gonna have to be really on his A game if he wants to try and survive. As
The arrow lands. Tarzan can get the knockups. Truth under turret. Tarzan committing. Here's Yikes with a re-engage, but Truth is
Zed too.
down, and Yikes might have gotten baited in because of that. Tarzan chasing under the turret. Jackie's here. Yikes just trying to provide CC, but now they turn onto Jackie. Tarzan's doing it! This is what you can do with the Enchanters behind you. Pops the victory stasis just for flavor, but now Tide 1v1 in Meals under the turret. Can't get past the minions. Very close game of chicken there, but Tide does get out.
imagine we almost live in a timeline where Soraka solo kills Lee Sin. This is perfect. This is exactly what kind of Wild Rift I want to play. It's wacky, it's fun, it's fast as well. Cloud9, really great job, like you're saying, double enchanters there to try, or an enchanter there to help out Tarzan, but that is exactly the kind of position that Cloud9 want to be in, where they're chasing enemy away.
This game is literally, can Tarzan win this by himself with
Kind of.
enchanters behind him and Ash slowing people? Gonna be tough when you're all alone right now, but nice. CC, Selma
Might.
trying to keep Tarzan alive as well, but he just can't get away. Meals flashing
Heals.
for the heals. The turns! Tarzan dominating! Double kill for Riven, and now the comp is coming together. You love it when the plan comes together. Enemy, they still have 3. Do they look to contest?
They might be able to. Watch for Yikes'
No.
engage. He has the ultimate. He doesn't have flash. And Old School, he's just dissuading them from coming into the pit. Cloud9, a fantastic fight. There may have been some mistakes there made. You saw that Tarzan was running away. I know I've played a few Soraka solo lanes, and I'm like, stop running away from me. I need to heal you. My whole
I need to
passive
get
lets
closer
me get
to you.
Please.
All right, I'll flash. Fine, just stay alive.
And then the silence comes in and stops a Louis from doing damage as well. Just some mechanical plays that you don't really expect from a Soraka, but man, it must feel really good when you're just like, game-saving play, silence, that's it.
So this is what we expected when we looked at this composition. Is, okay, Riven go forward, Riven do the things,
Oh,
Jackie get hit by
no!
arrow, chain the CC. Yep, it's all according to plan. This is what Cloud9 need to do. Find these little skirmishes and just let Tarzan do Tarzan things. 10-1 on the Riven right now. Herald dropped mid, Cloud9 looking for a push.
That's the turret going down immediately, and
Truth
watch
and
how
away.
both solo lanes
We
are
got
here.
flanks. Tarzan goes forward. He's away from the rest of the enchanters, but he's so fed right now. We don't even need him. Truth eyes in the cloud. Tarzan under tier 2 turret with the stasis allowed. Has the shields, has the heals, gets out free.
You are going to be purified. All Sinner drafts, please exit stage left.
Ridiculous.
Cloud9, they've taken scaling to a whole other meaning here in a pick that we haven't seen since the beginning of Summoner Series last year. I remember watching Meals playing Lulu, and we were like, okay, this is fun. They end up winning that game, but this is completely different in its flavor. I'm loving this for Cloud9. 13 minutes Dragon is a bit late on my clock, but at this point, they're playing to the beat of their own drum.
Exactly. They're playing to the beat of Tarzan's drum, everybody. He's leading the charge. He's got Meals and Selma on either side with little trumpets going, doo-doo-doo, here's the Riven, have fun. Because that's basically what the last couple of fights have been, despite enemy finding those earlier engages where they kill Old School early, they kill Selma early. If they can't kill Tarzan, probably ain't winning these fights.
And you see Tarzan obviously has a massive gold lead, 6,000. Almost, I mean, right now it's a 4,000 gold lead for Cloud9. He is more than that for his own team if you look across from his counterpart in type. So, I mean, all eggs in the Tarzan basket, and honestly, it's exactly what you want to see if you've been a Cloud9 fan. You've been waiting for one of these members, and as the longest standing member alongside his solo lanes, it's really good look for Cloud9. Finally, that style that we were preaching about in between the games, it's coming to life.
And quick note, I need everybody in Twitch chat, everybody to put your hands together.
Agreed.
Grab a glass, if it's water, if it's whatever beverage you have, pour one out for Zello. 0, 1, and 0 right now.
Preferably
He's doing
not
his
on the
job,
keyboard.
okay? He's
Yeah.
doing his job. Now Cloud9 in the jungle of enemy on the top side right now. They caught Jackie. Has to pop the ultimate. Tarzan forward, rooted up. This chain CC. Can they kill him? He's got the shields. He's got
out.
the heals. He's going back in with the GA, but where's the rest of the team? Enemy move past Tarzan. They're trying to get onto the back line, but they have not killed him fast enough. Type can't do it. Jackie can't do it. Enemy cannot do it. Double kill to Zello. You don't need to pour it out no more because he's on the board. And Cloud9 get the sweep and the ace in the fight.
It looked a little scary there for Cloud9 as Meals gets blown up by Truth, but one enchanter is traded for another. Selma is able to stay with his team. Old School, you might not be able to do this, Baron. I think you're about to get soloed by the big purple worm on the rift. Enemy,
Here.
they can't do anything. Louis is full health, but you're Renekton. What are you going to do? There's some low HP bars. He could go for a steal.
No ults. Does he actually go for this? It's down pretty low. Okay, and
dead.
did the classic.
I'm
walk
looking away.
forward, walk back, walk forward, walk back. Don't go in. They got the objective, and now I'm dead. Yeah,
So-
we've all been there.
Kangas, I close my eyes and I have my back turned. Did Louis
Okay.
live? I'm assuming he walked away.
Oh, Alui is
Why
let's
is
put
he?
it
Why
this
does he have
way.
30 seconds on his name?
He's in timeout for that
Oh,
play. That's what we
okay.
call that one.
I'm so sad. I'm sure he is as well. That's a hard one to do. I like the play. Obviously, you have to go for those Hail Marys. Just go for something. But timing was a little bit off, and now enemy in the last death throes here as Cloud9. Again, this Enchanter comp is looking sick. You're dropping gold. We saw it in the head-to-head matchup that he has 2,000 less gold than Truth. He has a little bit lower in the KDA department, but like, we're playing Enchanters in this meta, and I'm loving it. Nano said no flame draft. I'm not gonna flame it. This is working. This is working right now.
It is working right now, and look at the gold differential in the jungle.
This is
Yeah.
solo queue level
Yeah.
numbers right here.
This was my solo queue experience this morning, right here. Tarzan's just literally 1v3 under turret.
Oh.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at that man on your screen right now. He cannot die. He will not leave. And he is just a thorn in the side of enemy while the rest
Old
of the team
school.
picks up some kills. Enemy do get one, but Tarzan's just too big right now. Double kill to Old School. The AD carry putting in work right now. Zello getting picked off in the top lane. He should go down. No, he's got the heals. He's got the kill. The reset and the ace for Cloud9 striking back in game 2. They will not be swept away 0-2. They will give us a series in spectacular fashion.
Man, oh man, Kangas. You said you had enemy winning this. You said it was going to be a 2-1 in their favor. You swapped over. You
I
did a little
did.
bit of bandwagoning.
I
Just
did.
gonna call it out. But Cloud9, I mean, it was going back and forth, but even in the moments where enemy were winning earlier on into the game, Cloud9 still had that, effectiveness of, we just can go late. We could wait for Soraka to heal, and yet again, Meals with those silences are pivotal for his team to win that game.
The silences, the heals from both him and Selma.
Yeah.
Tarzan just reached this critical mass point. And I was making the joke earlier, Zello was 0-1-0 until probably the last 5 minutes, and they picked up 3 kills, 3 assists. But the damage charts kind of tell the story of the game. Old School also outputting a lot there, so definitely a better showing on the Ashe this time around.
Yep, didn't need to really play from behind. As Cloud9, I mean, a fantastic win. Degon, you got to experience some Church 9 gameplay. How was that?
Woo!
Well, I mean, it was what I asked for right before we threw to the draft, which is if Meals is going to be the facilitator, have him facilitate. And what better way to do that than on the Soraka? Johnny on the spot multiple times, and it did look dicey. But just to throw this out there for context, it was 7-7 when enemy won that 3v4 battle at Drake. The game finished 24-8. They got 1 kill after that big upset fight
Wow.
at Dragon. Yeah, it almost felt like you're like, oh, you feel all this go in here for enemy, but you pick a comp that scales and you got the Riven to snowball, got Ashe a little bit further ahead, and Tybe this time not able to find the kicks to snowball his composition that falls off later. A great draft adaptation and better execution specifically from the man Meals that allows the superstar performance in the jungle by Tarzan. That is my 2 cents there, Kangas. What else do you want to dive into?
So the big difference between games 1 and 2, outside of just the mid lane pick, which the mid lane pick, of course, did influence this, was the decision-making from Cloud9 and the decision-making from enemy. Enemy found a couple of avenues where they could find these wombo combos and get in there, but like this start here, watch Tarzan in his positioning. You'll see him on this side of the map often. He's just walking forward with an enchanter behind him and the Ashe arrow going in too, and then enemy can't necessarily respond if he is the true frontline.
They understand, Cloud9, that right now Zello, the role that he plays in this team is the great neutralizer. We have facilitation going down in mid lane. Well, we've been talking about the low damage numbers from Zello. Well, he's also not dying all that much unless there's 3 people being sent to him. So he is just there to neutralize top lane, make sure that nothing is going on. And honestly, it's working for them. It's going well, and especially when we see it in this kind of game, they don't need to focus down in top lane, or up in top lane. They can just go straight to the Dragon lane, let Old School and Tarzan take the reins on this. And even through Ashe stun, even through all of this, this is my favorite Soraka play of the whole
This
game
is
right
so
here. Just
funny.
flashing away. Tarzan is my key player, just because I think
Of
even with all
course.
these supports, someone needs to be, carrying the gold and winning, and he did a damn good job with that one.
The big difference between that last play that we saw at that second Herald was that look at all the cooldowns and attacks and movement used on Tarzan. Everyone was going for the Riven. The Soraka and the Nami were untouched. So then the fight looks way different. All the earlier fights where enemy was winning, it's because they picked off either the Soraka or the Nami very early on in the skirmish. Once Cloud9 got their positioning figured out and realized, all right, stand behind the big Riven with the sword, let him go forward, then things started working out for him.
Yeah, and I think if you're going to be the star player, you need to have a star play. Tarzan had multiple of those. If your star play is flash heal from Meals, I don't think we can give it to Meals. I think it has to go to Tarzan as we pull up star
close.
player in just a second. I'm very excited to see who that ends up being. And yeah, of course,
Oh,
it's
look.
Tarzan with a
even picked
21
my-
KDA.
They even picked
Holy.
a good picture where he's kind of like pushing his pecs together. He's got his biceps kind of popping a little bit, looking jacked like he was on the Rift today.
Dude, I mean,
That's
wait,
looking
you must be
freaky
freaking
also.
out too. His forearms are looking great. I know he's been working out recently on the gram,
Hey,
so
all right.
he's putting in work in and off the Rift.
Yeah, I think Tarzan, that's one of those performances that we kind of summed this player up for, and it's almost to an unfair extent we expect out of Tarzan for Cloud9, because when Cloud9 look the best is when there's this kind of performance,
Yeah.
which can sometimes put them in a box of how Cloud9 plays the game. So I'm happy when Cloud9 tries different things, but then it's always good when it's time to win that they can go back to these kinds of styles.
Well, let's talk about it now because we're here, 1-1. You know, Enemy got their win.
Close.
They felt pretty good about it. Cloud9 got their win. They felt pretty good about that. So now we've and what I love about that game too is we didn't necessarily change how each team played. Yes, we had the Soraka come in mid, but it was still the same role for Meals, facilitate for your two carries in Old School and in Tarzan to get things going. And then on the Lee Sin Tybe, just not able to make the same impact as he was before. So what do you do now? Do you change the gameplay style if you're No More Ego? Do you try to invest more resources into Jackie? Do you try to go with a double carry composition? Or do you just try to execute better? And Kangas, as our No More Ego man, what would
Take it
you want
away.
to see them do?
So the thing that No More Ego had to change for game number 2 that was different from game number 1 is that, except for the early stages of the game, it wasn't Cloud9 starting on objectives and engaging onto them. Oftentimes it was Cloud9 that was just invading. They were looking for kills before the objectives. They weren't focused on the Dragon. They weren't focused on the Herald. Instead, they were focused on the skirmish and the fight and setting up for that. I think Enemy need to be a little faster on the play. If they can push their ways, they can get vision in these rivers and force Cloud9 to stay in their choke points and not allow them to approach, especially something like a Riven with 2 enchanters behind them. That is, I think, Enemy's best avenue into a victory here in Game 3, is just be a little quicker to the play. If they were there in some of the setups,
I think the only thing that I'll add to that is Enemy have really have had really great early games so far, and Cloud9 historically, early game has not been their setup. They have kind of stumbled a little bit when we get to the first 3 minutes of the game, so I'm looking for how Enemy will continue to exploit that here 2 games in a row, and then snowball it into a lead. I thought Kangas had a really great point there with going about finding kills before objectives, so yeah.
And the person that has to set that up is the guy that we were commending so much from game number 1. That's Yikes on the Rakan.
Mm-hmm.
Not so influential in this last game. Will he be in game number 3? Let's find out. Our first best of 3, going all 3 here. Who will win? Let's see together. Draft time. No More Ego, Cloud9. Who moves on? Find out.
thank you, Degon. We're in game 3. Series 1 not disappointing already for the first major, day number 1. Enemy still on the blue side, Cloud9 still on the red side, and I echo his sentiment. Yikes. I like the Rakan, buddy. It's looking clean, but give me the Garen. Give me the set. Get out of that lane and get in Cloud9's face. I think that that's another avenue that Enemy can look to explore here.
Yeah, well, this time Rakan is banned. Varus has made it through the table, so expect for Cloud9 to pick that up. And Corki this time around, it seems like Enemy, they're picking 3 different champions for first pick. It was Lee Sin, it was Rakan, and now it's the Corki. So Cloud9, I think correctly so, taking probably the best AD carry in competitive right now. When you look across the sea over to Korea and China, they are heavily prioritizing Varus, and I want to see how they build a composition around Old School, getting the Riven there for Tarzan again.
I mean, the Corki is the got Jackie star player for game number 1. Riven got Tarzan star player for game number 2. So both of them back on their champions that they were popping off on. And even though you were mentioning at the top of the day, new patch, Camille not necessarily as high on the priority list for some players, still locked in pretty early for Enemy.
Yeah, I'm assuming that this is just going to be Tybe's Camille. He made a name for this champion, not only on his social media accounts, but also on the solo queue ladder and in Summoner Series last year, so wouldn't be super surprised to see her there, but she has been getting systematically nerfed time and time again just because of how highly valuable she is for the game, especially just having an amazing ultimate and being a really great duelist.
We're back! We're
back.
back to the Soraka. It's
Oh
not
my
gonna
god.
Get the Cloud9. So, okay, what does this mean for Enemy? Do they ban away the Nami and the Lulu? Do they need to take away those other enchanters?
I think right now what you actually need to do is start getting rid of some other tanky champions from enemy, right? We're talking about Renekton, Darius, maybe hit up on Zelo's champion pool. He might reach for a Gragas later on into the draft, but as of right now, this is a really squishy composition. Now, again, Soraka against Camille and Diana, picture perfect. And right there, we're seeing the Yuumi band.
So I want enemy to pivot now their playstyle. We saw what happened with the silences against the mostly melee composition in the last game. Pick more range. I think that they could actually opt for something completely different here. If that is Tybe on the Camille, maybe go for a Jace if you can get a good matchup in that Baron lane. At least lock in your final pick right here. I feel like Nami's the big one for me if you've already taken Yuumi off the table, just because otherwise I don't see a world where Cloud9 doesn't run that back. Okay, they leave up the Nami, but they do ban the Lulu.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jace did receive a few number of nerfs this patch as well, so I was wondering how exactly teams are going to take that, just because he did just lose 6 AD, which is a lot, and also losing just a ton of numbers off of almost every single one of his abilities, so kind of rough, and especially with how some teams are. They see, I know for some people in my solo queue games, they see champion on the patch notes. Alright, champion's useless, dog, I'm not playing this anymore. Throw it out.
But in theory, the range advantage that it can provide might still be worth it, even with those nerfs coming through. But we'll see if enemy has the same opinion, because they also have to match something into the Darius now. Cloud9 are showing their Baron lane pick. Will be Tarzan on the Rivet jungle, and then is Soraka flexible. They're holding that to the very end.
Okay, I like this. Just get engaged. Kind of disrupt how Soraka wants to play it. Just get right on top of her and kill her. Yes, the silence is going to hurt, but as long as Corki's given a front line to deal damage, I think this is a more than worthwhile try to go for here for enemy. So, last pick, and also we're still waiting for what the last champion for Cloud9 is.
Garen
I don't know.
Setting?
Oh
okay.
no!
They're running it back.
Mm.
So they're gonna put Yikes on the more aggressive supports that can get around the map. Yeah, pretty low econ, but still high impact. And hey, I mean, it was working for them in the second qualifiers. I almost would like the Garen support more with this specific composition, because if Tarzan goes in, just silence him and then try and blow him up as quickly as you can. Maybe you don't have enough damage to burst through that, but Set ideally can work.
I really don't like Set. And Janna comes in for Cloud9. I love... Okay, Janna, as a champion, statistically speaking, not great. Just is not a fantastic champion, not as an enchanter, and she doesn't do as much as maybe some other champions will. We saw a lot of her actually towards the end of Summoner Series last year, if you remember. Towards the last couple of finals, we were just watching Janna just spike in priority. This champion came out of nowhere, and it was people like on Immortals, like Selma and Charm, who were just pulling out this champion from thin air. So hopefully we get to see something like that, but I think Set and support here, not only versus Janna, but also against Soraka, is going to have a really tough matchup.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at that lane matchup, Janna can just hard poke him out of lane. It's very tough for him to get on top of her, because she can just tornado you as soon as you start running. It's very telegraphed when you're actually going to go in for those engages. So I like it in isolation. I like it when you look at the recency of how Yikes has been performing on it, and especially when you see that he doesn't play this for lane necessarily. He plays this so that he can go for a 2-minute 40-second roam top lane, dive the turret, and pick up some kills. I feel like that should be the game plan of enemy right now. But 1-1 series, Alk, it can go either way, and a win means that you continue in the upper bracket. A loss means that you move into the lower bracket. You still have another life in this tournament, and it will all come down to this.
I'm excited, Kangas, because right now, you know, you were talking about the roaming support availability for Yikes. Well, Janna Varus, you know, they do have a little bit of a poke lane, but it's not as deadly as maybe an engage support could potentially be. So there's still some room for Yikes to leave this lane. They're just going to have to set Jackie up to, you know, not have to get harassed all too much by Old School and Selma. So we'll have to track how Selma plays this, or how Yikes plays this. Is that a solo kill? What?
No, you can't do that. You cannot do that.
What?
Niels, we gotta get a replay.
I need
How
a replay.
did he take that much damage?
There's no way he turret dove, because the wave was just not in position there. And they're even setting up to protect mid here, as you have to see they move Yikes. So here it is. Is it literally just
It's
Soraka
just
auto attacks? You just got auto down by
What is
Soraka.
happening?
Okay, man.
What is happening right here? That is not okay.
I gotta go.
Yeah, can we get Pastry and TJ in here? I know they're coming in at the second half of the day, but I think I might be done after that one. Flash from Yikes, engage the stun. And that's a kill onto Old School, who does not have summoner spells. He used them a little late. That's a kill over to... Actually, Tybe's the one that picks that up.
Good punish. I like this punish coming out as more supports, 1v1ing enemy champions. Is he going to burn to ignite? Is he going to be able to walk it out? Selma doing his best on the Janna, on the Zephyr champion herself. But Meals, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, we were talking about it earlier. We had all the players fill out a questionnaire. I'll hold that as I think Tarzan's in a little bit of trouble.
Level 4 right now. Has the flash available. Does he need to use it? Tybe going forward. Doesn't land the stun, so...
He just walks it out. So, we had all the players fill out some questionnaires. Some of them didn't fill it out. If you want to flame them, go ahead. Meals, however, did, and he said the player that he was most excited to 1v1 was Truth. And now, doing it on Soraka, probably not what he was expecting, and especially for us, definitely not, but do it anyway.
Do it anyway. That's the motto right now. Does get the worst of wear for that last trade. Once Truth has level 5 and can go in with the ultimate, might be able to burst Meals down, but exhaust flash available will be tough. Still getting some damage here. So I think Truth, I don't know. It's so tough to tell. Like, maybe he's just not used to this matchup, but as of right now, it seems like it's been recovering.
I can promise you there's very few mid laners who have any relevant competitive practice against Soraka mid.
Fair enough.
Especially in high elo, probably not very popular. Closest is probably Seraphine mid when it was popular, but like Seraphine does damage and Soraka.
Or the
Soraka
mid,
does.
Kind of, but Soraka's just so much more annoying in my opinion. Instant casts, third ability that just silences and does some damage too. Impressive area as well. But going for back now, Meals has that first item completed. The scaling is underway.
Yeah, I was going to say, the important thing here for Cloud9 is the solo kill in the grand scheme of things probably means very little, but the fact that Soraka is now staying even with Diana in gold was something that we saw in the last game, where Truth on Akali was actually really far ahead in gold pretty early into the game. So staying up and kind of keeping tempo with the gold, I think is very key for Cloud9, so they can kind of avoid a disastrous early game that we've seen 2 games in a row now.
Soraka behind in gold still can help the team. Soraka ahead in gold feels really good. So, yeah, Cloud9, can they get the setups that I was talking about before, though? Or rather, can enemy get the setups against Cloud9? Get to these objectives early on. Yikes. Leaving that lane, level 5 now, looking for roams. Did not go for the earlier top roam that I've been noticing he likes to do based on that second qualifier. So, enemy playing a much slower game right now.
And look how they're just trying to take pole position of the river here. Jackie is set up with the package, but neither team really wants to pull. They want to go for 1 kill. Whether that means onto Old School, get his flash out is good. If they can get another kill, maybe onto Selma, that'd be even better. But as a numbers advantage as it is, enemy are looking to try and take this dragon now.
Cloud9 have to approach. It's difficult with the Soraka Janna, and now the engage comes through onto Meals. Tarzan knocked out. Silent sound, Meals over the wall. Man. Tarzan doing damage. Yikes pulls him away, but into the waiting arms of Zello. Tarzan's alive. Finally goes down. Enemy yet to have a member die. Truth bleeding down. Zello with the DPS. Does he fall? That's a kill traded 1 for 1.
Oh, and so close. Look at the piercing arrows coming out from Old School, just from long range, trying to snipe out certain members of enemy. But a worthwhile trade there. Yes, the jungler in the mid end up going down, but it stops enemy from taking the dragon. And Cloud9, they live for so long. We get to see another fight where it is Silence doing the most. It is Selma's ultimate over the wall. Incredibly pivotal there. And I think with a little bit better communication, Cloud9 could potentially turn that as not really fighting under Janus Tempest.
So much healing to get through, and no Grievous Wounds picked up as of that moment, other than Aloy having some, but now Jackie actually got some early on. The dragon wasn't secured, so theoretically we can get a run back of that fight, but now with Grievous Wounds inflicted on all members because of the spread from Corki, could be a very different look.
We're just getting 2 supports now sitting in mid lane. This is so disturbing. If
this
you're
is
like
Wild Rift, everybody.
If you haven't been watching Wild Rift and you just tune into competitive for North America and you just see Janna Soraka holding down the mid wave, you're like, what is happening? why is this happening? I don't want to have to play with Smite Enchanters in another game. Please.
Why is Truth not able to kill Old School in the 1v1 bot lane? Old School did actually have to blow the ultimate because I believe Truth did attempt to go in. So Old School will not have Chain of Corruption for this dragon fight. And because of that, I think Cloud9 are backing off. Yeah, they're just going to give this.
They don't have a lot of engage, right? We're talking about last game where maybe with the Nami bubble they can go forward, utilizing the ultimate as well. But Janna is incredibly good at peeling, not necessarily engaging. Their only form of proactive engage is the Varus ultimate. Zello having to blow flash, whereas enemy, they can go right in onto you. They can just jump straight into the fray and start knocking you down.
And that's what they're going to have to do, but on members without the supports behind them. Tarzan actually getting aggressive onto Yikes right there with Selma and Meals behind. And also the top lane, Zello, having a much more impactful early game this time around. The camera just cut down bot, but looked like Tybe was going for an engage onto Meals. Doesn't find it. But anyway, back to that point, Zello has almost claimed the top turret by himself. If he can crack that, that's actually a lot of gold in his pocket.
But what does this gain you? Because now enemy have gotten the first Drek, which again was just a Cloud Drake, but now they've also gotten the Rift Herald, which they can use at any moment to break open this mid. There's a little bit of hesitancy here from Cloud9. They don't have the same engage tools as they did in the last game without the Nami, so I think it's hurting them a little bit, and now they're going to try and make a cross-map trade and try to pick up some gold.
Probably drop the Herald top lane because it's a turret race, but Cloud9 are ahead on it. Tarzan and Old School will pick up that bottom turret. Traded for a top turret, and Herald's still in the pocket right now of Tybe, so enemy can look to make another play. I wonder if Zello gets dove right now. Yeah, Zello's getting engaged on in the Baron lane. 1v3 situation, but he gets back under turret. The dive from Truth. The Moonfall. The dot again. Truth this time has enough health bar, though, and will survive. Tarzan, meanwhile, under the mid turret, goes for the engage. Yikes, trying to survive as long as possible, but not meant to be.
He's silenced, so he can't use the Haymaker. It's immediately good punish there from Cloud9.
Up.
But another situation, like you're pointing out, Top is just dead now. There's a the Rift Herald's gonna crash into the Nexus right now. Cloud9
8 minutes.
making, oh my god, Cloud9. I'm getting deja vu from game 1. They get the Rift Herald, they take top tier 1. They kill Zello, they take top tier 2, and then they almost crash and get it ready for an inhibitor. Enemy just got a massive amount of gold in their back pocket, and now this is an extended lane. They never really have to come back to this lane. Look at what a Louis is going for. He's going for a massively, very tanky kind of Jarvan build. The utility is there. You don't need to come back to this lane. And now a Super Minion is going to be pouring into that lane. Watch how Cloud9 plays around side lanes. It's going to be very pivotal against them.
Maybe this was the plan. They didn't get a double kill onto Tarzan in the first 4 minutes this time. So they're like, all right, how do we get gold on this guy? Let's give him top in him. And then, Tarzan can just farm the Super Minis pushing in, right? All according to plan.
Yeah, perfect. We'll give him the boot enchant teleport, so he can always be anywhere we need him to be. This is genius. Just freeze the wave. It's very Church 9.
Very much so right now. But another turret could be falling here as Tybe for forward. Hasn't actually knocked it down yet. And now Chain CC'd over the wall. Alive for now. Okay, well, this is another way to feed Tarzan. Just give him kills directly. Aloy completely botches the engage. Went forward to maybe try and help out the jungler. And just a lot of time wasted from enemy. They don't get the turret, and they give over a kill.
And a lot of really key things used there. Specifically, the flash from Tybe prevents him from either escaping or looking for flash engages. And we have Dragon spawning in the next 30 seconds. So for Cloud9, this gives them a lot of openings. It gives them some breathing room to play with, especially, again, we were talking about the top lane being such a large now lane for them to play against. Enemy, without that flash, we'll have to see if Cloud9 can punish it or if they're going to continue to hold their horses, wait to scale. Giving up a Cloud Drake versus this team is not exactly the best. You don't exactly have a ton of damage, and so a pretty big shield for the Mountain Drake is kind of important.
And not only do they not have the flash for this fight, they don't have the package either. Jackie does not have that. And Yikes just walks forward into Fog of War. Can't be doing that, man. Not when the team's not behind you. Cloud9 had the early rotation to the river, and this is really what Cloud9 need to do with his comp. They can't walk into these objectives if enemy are there first. But if Cloud9's there first, they can blow you up. And now the engage coming from Truth. That's a flash out of Selma. Uses the ultimate Monsoon to try and buy time, buy space. And Tybe actually steals the dragon in the pit.
What?
Gets the objective. Now Cloud9 looking for more here in the mid lane. as they lose Old School under the mid turret, but the hero play from Tybe actually makes that a good play for enemy.
No flash, no problem. They get the dragon like you were saying, and that double kill is huge for them, finding their backline so that Cloud9 really doesn't have any DPS to kind of match up against them. Super pivotal. Playing a Fog of War, I've liked this from Yikes. Truth is here.
Just trying to bait Meals in. False sense of security. Yikes over the wall. Meals under turret now, trying to survive. Tarzan going forward, has the enchanters behind him, feeling ready, but look at this!
He's dead.
Under the turret. Truth just dives in, but now Zella's joined in. Now Old School's here as well. Enemy have overextended. They've put their hand in the cookie jar, and they were found out. Cloud9 chasing them down. Flashes out from all members of enemy. As now Tybe has joined in as well. And at this point, I think the rest of the team was ready to back up a second Moonfall. But is it enough? Enemy are still alive. How are they doing this? Alui goes in. But the engages were not layered. And Cloud9 walk away with the team fight win.
In Cloud9, that might have just been the death nail there against enemy, as they had so much time for 2 Moonfalls to come in through one single play. The heals from Meals, I wish that we were able to track that stat, because not only are you having shielding coming in from Selma, we're going to be able to watch this again. I just love Meals' positioning throughout this fight, putting out so much healing. And while Yikes is trying, there's not enough damage to follow up. Tybe had already fallen. And look at Old School, full HP. Tarzan, he's sweating. He's a little battered and bruised, but still standing. So the gold is not so much exploded as it did last time, but we're starting to see that transition of power away from enemy and the power budget available for Cloud9 grow.
But now imagine that same play from enemy where they weren't chased down, they weren't poked out, and Cloud9 weren't topped off on health bars. If we had even health bars for that engage, if Jackie had package for that engage, I think enemy actually win that. Like, they have the tools to go for these wombo combos, but they need to go in at the right time, and they know when to pull the trigger. They need to know when to retreat. And that was one of those moments where I think everyone should have been calling, hey, get out. We're not turning the play. Let the supers put pressure topside. We can reset on the map, and they have done so now. So, pretty even game state. Currently, gold about even. Dragon spawning here the next minute and a half.
And right now, Old School is probably going to be at the most powerful that he's going to be for the entire game. He has 3 items, already finished the Sorelda's Grudge, so the power budget set for Varus is incredibly high. From here on out, it's going to be kind of luxury items, and if we get any more team fights from here on out, if we get more items for him, sure, it'll be nice, but this is the strongest Cloud9's damage is going to be for him. And for Tarzan, he's finished a couple items for himself as well. So right here is where I want to see Cloud9 kind of take it to enemy and force them to step into their side of the river. We already see that enemy have set up a lot of vision towards the Baron, whereas Cloud9, all of their vision is placed around this dragon. It is the Infernal, the most important dragon to play around, so very, very key as we watch the next few minutes how Cloud9 set up.
Cloud9 are opting into the dragon fight as well. I actually would have liked to see them go for the Baron instead. It would be a cheeky play, but in that moment, Jackie, he's timing his package around this dragon. Now he backs and picks up the package because they're ready to go for the pick before the objective spawns. So Cloud9 will now have to play into that package, into every engage tool available for enemy, every flash up for enemy. Across the board for both teams, yes. I mean, they're ready to duke it out. This is going to be brutal.
The best scaling dragon in the game versus the buff that's going to help you push out waves. Enemy, they could very likely, if they want, trade for this Baron, go for the Baron, pick it up, and then use Baron to push out the top wave, the Baron lane wave, and make it really difficult for Cloud9. But Tarzan
can just go in by himself right now. They're locked in the choke point, though.
No
The rest of
silence.
Cloud9 aren't there. Zello has to flash forward. Tarzan's going in. Enemy diving past the front line of Cloud9 onto these support enchanters, and they're doing it with style right now. Jackie untouched. Jackie flashing forward. The double kill. It's just Zello left alive, and enemy have done it. The team fight that they needed. Run past Riven, run past Darius. All you need are these enchanters.
Enemy have gone for the upset. Kangas, you might have been right. Me and Digon may have egg on our face after this series, as it takes one critical misplay. No silence available for Meals. C9 have lost.
Yeah, 15 seconds. That's not enough time. The health bars are low, but the spirits are high for enemy, as they will claim victory in this best of 3 against Cloud9. Jackie, congratulations. You've taken revenge. And enemy will move forward in the upper bracket.
last time around, it took us almost until Major 3 for there to be a lower seed winning in Summoner Series against a higher seeded team. And this year, 2022, our first match in the Major immediately brings us a victory like that. Cloud9, hard fought. It is back and forth. It is not as explosive as some of our other games so far. But damn, it was one mistake from Cloud9 and immediately enemy punish and are able to find this win.
I mean, you can say it was one mistake. We'll get into it a little bit later with Degon. I saw a second key mistake that allowed enemy to win that. But for now, let's talk about enemy and how strong they looked in that game. Aloy on the J4 had some really slick engages when paired with the Diana ultimate, the set, the Camille. This dive forward composition into the Soraka actually looked pretty good.
If you just go right on top of her, Soraka typically can't deal with it. She can't walk away.
If she can't get the silence down in time, or if you're able to get out of the silence,
when it comes to this game, I mean, Cloud9 finally getting punished for poor macro, just losing the top inhibitor so early on.
That was it.
What? How does that happen at like 8 minutes and now you're just playing down the whole time?
Enemy do not end that game from that position if there's not an open inhibitor or an open lane top lane with supers pushing in. Like, there's just no way with those health bars, but it's because of that earlier play. You're right, Egon. Cloud9 got a little sloppy with their macro.
Yeah, and I love taking a look at this one more time here. Just remember this happened? Diana losing a 1v1 versus Soraka. This game was just so crazy.
And it's been a set play for them, right? Where they go for the Rift Herald and immediately set up to knock down all of the top laners. We'd set up Zello to be the great neutralizer. Well, in this time around, they completely took him out of the game yet again. And for enemy, we gotta start looking at some of these star players who really kind of had that amazing pop-off moment. I'm still kind of leaning towards Jackie. Now, again, I'm a marksman player, so I'm always like, man, marksmans are doing really sick stuff. But I think you could make an argument that maybe Yikes had some really pivotal engages in this game.
I'm not going to lie. I think when you look at the series as a whole and everything coming together, I am actually leaning towards Yikes too. I think that overall consistency from the support, especially when you consider that this is a role swap coming in, I think that Yikes is turning a lot of heads, mine especially, in terms of his play and his decision-making in these team fights. So yeah, I'm leaning towards support.
Yo. Did we forget that Yikes walked into all of Cloud9 before that?
I was thinking about that.
I was thinking about it. Tybe had to go in and steal that away. You guys are crazy.
Yeah.
It's Tybe, because Tybe continually kept going on in with the Camille, his favorite champion, and saying, yes, this doesn't look good, but we can outfight you. And outfight they did, specifically in that last one. Finally, they went through the front line, got to the back line, killed the enchanters. It has to be Tybe, guys. Come on.
I forgot about the blinds check at the dragon. I did, blank that one out of the old memory banks. So I can get behind Tybe too. There's a lot of strong arguments for most of the players on the side of enemy.
Yeah.
We can all agree that Truth does not deserve it after getting killed by Soraka in a 1v1. I think that's the only one we can agree on.
Probably, yeah.
I think you're pretty lock and key there on that one. But again, just no more ego, bringing the upset, getting over the qualifier match that they lost in qualifier number 1. And we go with Yikes. All right. 1, 2, 3. 36. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yikes, your star player.
That's what I like to see.
It's probably because I said it first and loudest. That's probably why production ran with this one. But I still think that Yikes had a very strong performance across the entire series. So even though like this game in particular, the stats might not look the most exciting, if you compare that to how he's consistently finding these engages, the story changes a little.
It's not his fault that he also got a counter matchup. The Soraka just existed. We'll let it go across. I'm okay with that. Yikes, again, like we were saying, role swapped, and not only that, just had really big influence. I could think all 3 games, even in their loss against Cloud9, I was really kind of impressed with what he was able to do in the game. So, enemy, man, me and Dagon were like, it's not possible. Cloud9 can't lose this game. They can't lose the series. It's fine.
The only egg on my face is that I changed my prediction and said 2-0. But overall, I'm feeling pretty good.
All right, well, we can quickly say goodbye so that we have a chance to go talk with our star player of this series. It's Yikes joining us here on an interview. Yikes, welcome, congratulations. You got the big win
Thank
over.
you. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. We've been working towards this matchup for a while now. It's been almost a week or two, so it's exciting beating them. Yeah, second game caught us off guard a little bit, but we were able to bounce back and win the last game and secure the win.
When they went with the same draft, again, having the Soraka there as a centerpiece, were you worried about it? What adjustments did you make when you saw the Soraka for the second time?
To be honest, we weren't too worried about the Soraka because our mid said that he's gonna match him this time. We just fed the Riven the second game that we played. We kind of misplayed the bot lane. And then the last game, we were able to kind of eliminate those feedings or ints. And then I did go on set. We were able to get a few good ults, like pull the Riven away from the team fight. So even though it wasn't our mission to like pick Seth, actually, we were supposed to pick Garen, but I kind of zoned out. I picked Seth last second. I couldn't find anything. It still worked out. But yeah, our goal was to get the Soraka or the Riven out of team fights. We did that, and we were able to get a clean team fight at the last time and just win the game.
Yeah, well, you had that big victory, or you had the strategy and the goals for that specific game, and now you beat a pro org. You beat Cloud9. How do you feel, knowing that you're advancing on into the tournament?
I mean, obviously it feels great knowing that, we are equal as the teams that are being paid, that are putting the time in and stuff like that. So obviously we cannot put in as much as time we want because, we have other stuff to do. It's not a job right now. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, we are doing pretty good. We're going to try to take it to the very end and see what happens.
Knowing that there's now a North American scene, how excited are you knowing that, hey, I can turn my dreams into reality and do this full time?
I mean, I've always been into pro MOBA scene. I enjoy the games, like all the MOBAs, and Warif obviously is the biggest one that came out recently. I mean, I'm super excited. This year, I think NA is gonna put in a show, even for Worlds when we're gonna get 3 or 2 spots. I'm not too sure yet, but once we get there, we're gonna show everybody NA has it.
All right, Yikes from No More Ego, getting the victory 2-1 over Cloud9. Congratulations and best of luck in the rest of the major.
Thank you.
All right, and there it is. You heard it from the man himself. I had to go back into the interview room. I'll come back in the kitchen in a little bit. But surprise pick set there at the last second.
Yeah.
You didn't ask him about the 1v1. He said Truth was like, "Oh, I got this. I could equalize the Soraka. I could shut her down." What happened?
Yikes.
We'll keep it about the star that we're talking to, not about the blunder that happened later, man.
True.
I love the fact that you could hear how much it means to him to have the opportunity to step up against the big guys, and knowing that the playing field can and will continue to evolve over time. That was pretty exciting. And then just the insights of a player getting the win and admitting they were caught off guard and finding success. That's always cool there, Alk.
Yeah, it's really exciting, especially for the enemy guys who have still not been signed to a major org. They've been playing in North America for the past year. Get these guys on an org. That's all I got to say about them.
Angus?
I agree. Get them on an org for sure. And I will say, this early in an esports life, the mentality of the early pros kind of sets the scene, sets the culture, and I think that this is a fantastic mindset for them to have, especially going into the first official year of competitive for Wild Rift. So yeah, I agree. I think we got a bright future here in this region.
All right, well, that was the first series of our major, but we got way more action coming up here in major number 1 of WNS. Our next matchup will be Tribe versus Sentinels after we take a short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching First Major. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American series here, presented by Riot Games and Wisdom Gaming. I'm Degon, Kangas, and Elk Battery are here. We just saw a big upset in round number 1. As we take a look at the round scores from that first round, we've had the first upset in quite some time here, Kangas.
Upset. Interesting way to frame that. Interesting way to frame it. As of course, some would call it an upset. Enemy, the only series that went to 3 games, notable because of how close the seeding was. This is actually, to my expectation, I had everybody else 2-0ing their opposition, because the difference in skill between presumed skill between the first 4 teams to qualify and the first qualifiers compared to the second, there was a noticeable gap, and Enemy's the one team that I think can hang with the top 4. So, yeah, I'm excited to see the journey of the others throughout, but a lot of 2-0s.
Yeah, this is basically where I would land for most of these. I obviously had Cloud9 going a little bit better than what we have on the series score there, but I was expecting maybe one of the other teams take a game off. There's always at least one team that takes a game off of the higher seeded team in these in the majors, where we're like, oh, they went to 3 games. Wish you could have saw it. Whatever. And then you kind of sweep it under the rug and they end up winning or something. So, it happens.
I'm still saying FAM. FAM, the team that doesn't have an icon.
Agreed.
Really wants to watch out for, because it's always a team with no icon that makes it the furthest so that our graphic just looks goofy. So I'm calling it right now. It's going to be them.
Well, our next graphic doesn't look goofy. It's our double limp bracket as we take a look at how the teams fare here and where they're going next. So Cloud9 moving to
it's
the
doomed.
lower side of the bracket against FAM. Again, no logo.
Oh, no.
Kangas.
All right, I might have to change my prediction on the FAM lower bracket run now, because, yeah, Cloud9 are still a really good team.
That might hurt a little bit. I'm actually really keyed in on the 16-bit versus Reflexion matchup that's going down there. I think Reflexion have some really great players, and obviously 16-bit Genesis, just to get here, is honestly a true marvel for them. So I'm really excited to see what comes out of that, and obviously then they'll have to probably face up against FAM, because I'll vote against Cloud9 on the next one. How about that?
Yeah,
Oh, the hard pivot.
I'll go for it. I want to see it.
All right. Well, we've got a different matchup here. It's the Sentinels. It's the Tribe matchup. Let's dive into the rosters that we've got between these two titans of the North American scene. It's Tribe, the NA representative at the Horizon Cup. A little different. Chuck, T-Tiger starting, and then Dienzio coming into the lineup with Max Green at support here, Kangas.
Yeah, the thing about Tribe Gaming is that they had the swap of Dienzio for Old School. They looked really good with that swap. I was like, all right, Tribe Gaming looked better than at the Horizon Cup with this. I think Dienzio was one of, if not the top bot laner that we had in the region. So on paper, this seemed like an incredible move. But since those initial first couple of community tournaments that they were in, they have not been winning all too often. And that's been the big story around the scene, is that they're a little behind on things like the meta, on things like just individual skill checks. Like, they're no longer definitively this titan, and we finally are seeing Tribe lead quite a lot based on the last couple of events.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to just kind of echo the sentiments there, where we saw a bunch of different things happen, right? Immortals were winning a bunch of tournaments while Tribe were off in Singapore, and then when they came back, yes, they won a few, and then it started to slip. We obviously saw Sentinels beat them in the first qualifiers, and we saw Sentinels also then pushing Tribe in a lot of different cases, where we get to see this team with a brand new mid laner. No longer is Michael Udall on the list. It is Molly here, who, coming from another team that performed honestly excellently at the Summoner Series previously, this guy has been kind of leading the charge alongside some of the other members here and taking this team to another level.
Ollie literally got through last year's summer qualifiers with a team named after him because of how good he was on the team. It was one of those teams without a logo. This is the example of be a player on a team without a logo, pop off, and then you'll get signed to these bigger orgs, because Molly's career has been fantastic to track, and I think that this has been a big boon for Sentinels.
Yeah, Molly is going to be a huge part of it as we take a look at the next thing that we have loaded up here. I believe it's our predictions. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. And it's just me? I'm the only one that has the faith on the team that
Haven't
represented
you heard?
us at Horizon
Yeah.
Cup?
Haven't
on,
you
guys.
heard, Degon? They're the old hotness. They're old and busted. Sentinels are new hotness right now, okay?
Hey, wait, Digon, you're like, I'm looking for the team that has done it before. Sentinels literally 2-0 Tribe. This is your own logic at yourself. We're throwing it right back at you. Come on, man. This is a Sentinels win, baby.
Yeah,
Dion,
well,
let me put it this way.
also, wait. We've also learned that we've got upsets today. And so,
True.
the lower seed has the
True.
potential to knock
Uh-huh.
down the higher seed.
Mhm.
So, Tribe with the
Mhm.
experience and obviously putting in Dienzio, you got to learn when you're playing with the new carry. And we've seen how impactful carries have been in this tournament so far, guys. Come on.
Degon, I'm
I
gonna
can't
have
be
you look
too
at. I'm gonna have you look at this this thing on my face right now. We call this a beard. This is facial hair. Now, I'll have you know.
Oh, hold
Yeah.
on. I'm also struggling here, man.
I have
Hold
not
on.
shaven this beard since Summoners or Horizon Cup rather. Horizon Cup when I bet my beard
this again.
and tried making it out of groups, which they failed to do. And I don't plan on shaving this until next international event. So I just want that to be said. That Tribe's got to earn back my trust. You know, there's been a break of trust in the relationship, and right now Sentinels are looking ready to drag.
Got it. All right. So, yes, you're not betting the beard on Tribe, but still, maybe we can bet something else on Tribe getting the win. We'll talk about it after the draft. The game is ready to go. Sentinels, Tribe Gaming in the upper semis. Who will win? Let's find out.
All right, thank you, D-Gun. Actually, one of those there present for the death of my last one. But now we're into a new season, first official season of Wild Rift, and this major is already heating up. Alg, a full 3-game series. Do you have this 2-0 for Sentinels or 2-1? I didn't see.
I think I'm going to go 2-1. I
Okay.
would really like for Tribe to at least push one game off of Sentinels, and Sentinels sometimes tend to fall a little bit short, so wouldn't be too off the mark in that percent. I think if we're going to bet stuff, by the way, you have Degon on a disadvantage. You can't shave other, like, facial hair stuff. You're already kind of bald up here, so can't really get rid of that.
Yeah, and I gotta keep this one. Unless D-Gun's willing to bet his head of hair, in which case I think I have to accept it just so everyone can see that.
Well,
but let's catch up on the
when we
band.
get back. Yeah, when we
let's
get
catch
back,
up on
we'll
what's
see
going
how
on
he's
here.
feeling.
Tribe on the blue side, Sentinels on the red. I'm hearing in my ear now he is not doing that, so understandable. But Chuck going for the Diana, Kha'Zix Ziggs, 2 assassins and a long-range burst mage that can actually throw some artillery out there. That's a pretty scary combo. Sentinels going for Darius and Morgana.
Okay, so Ziggs is a really good poke tool that they can utilize, and Diana is deceptively tanky as well, so as a matchup up against Zed, it's actually a really good setup here for Tribe, where Sentinels, they want to just try and kill this Ziggs as soon as possible. It's probably going to be starting Ziggs. We have seen a lot of mage play come out from DNCO.
I'm looking at the answer from Sentinels, and I'm actually kind of surprised that they went for that Zed, seeing what Tribe have already locked in. There's a lot of other options. I actually would have liked something maybe even a little more defensive. I'm still on the Galio trade, and against things like the Kha'Zix, things like the Diana, I think that that's a decent matchup, but they could still try and put that somewhere else, depending. But banning out the Thresh, banning out the Renekton, try banning out Caitlyn and Twisted Fate. So Sentinels, they have to decide, do they show their bot laner, or do they show their jungler, since both solo laners are already locked.
I love how they got rid of the Twisted Fate, already saying, hey, we don't want to deal with AD Twisted Fate from Sentinels again. We're going to just take that off the board. And we still have no idea which one of these is going to go where. This is probably going to be, playing the Morgana in the support position, but it is also a really, really dangerous jungle flex if they don't have a lot of jungle priority. So here from Sentinels, I assume that it's going to be in the bot lane. So what jungler comes out from here? It could be Camille. At least Sin is still available, kind of.
And they don't even necessarily know. Well, I guess they don't know. We do see the Kha'Zix. I was looking at the graphics and said they're flexible between the support and top positions, but Sentinel's going for the Riven. Okay, so I'm supposing Darius top lane, double AP bot lane with Morgana Brand, Zed mid, Riven jungle. That's probably where I'd put my money.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And all of this is just to try and kill the backline members. You see how Tribe have kind of set themselves up. They have 2 beefy boys who are going to stand right up in front with the Set and the Gragas. You have Diana, who can kind of play a flexible role, like we said earlier. And as long as Ziggs is pumping out damage, you're going to have low health bars on the side of Sentinels. And that's where Kha'Zix will come in and kind of clean up the rest of this fight.
And there's not an abundance of range for Sentinels to answer with. Brand, more medium range. Morgana can maybe look for those max range bindings, but in general, you'll be taking those bombs and you'll be feeling them here. So Sentinels, A little bit of work cut out for them. I'm struggling to fully identify what the purpose of their composition is. Like, is this a dive-in comp? Is this a kite-back comp? Is this a team fight? Objective control, 1-3-1? They have a kind of a grab bag of different champions mashed together.
It's like a really bad Thanksgiving dinner, right? Like, you have the turkey, you set it up, and they
Yeah,
just
the
kind of
worst
threw
part.
a bunch of different seasonings on it. It doesn't exactly match. You don't know how it's going to
Ugh.
taste. There's like a
It's the
random
worst.
orange skin like on the actual turkey. You're like,
See,
I don't know how I feel about this.
Turkey is the one thing at a Thanksgiving dinner you can just leave behind. You don't need the turkey. It's like the most iconic part, but it is objectively the worst part of any Thanksgiving meal, and I will die on this hill, Alec.
Okay.
Don't test me.
All right. Well, we'll have to see whether or not Sentinels got the rest of like the mac and cheese set up, or if it's
Yes!
just like, before,
The
like
stuffing!
we've got some weak collard greens on this.
But let's get into the game itself now. We're loaded on to our second series, our first upper bracket semifinals. The winner will move on to the upper bracket finals and guarantee that top 4 spot. So this is actually a really big match here. If you win, your lives going forward throughout the season extended a lot.
Yeah, and we didn't get to talk about it in the pre-show here for this match, but starting versus Molly is such a pivotal matchup in my mind. Just two of these players have kind of built their names on these two teams, and with Molly coming into the team as a new addition, has really kind of proven his mark amongst his peers here. I mean, just these two mid laners alone kind of spell out really big win conditions for their team. Starting has been a mechanical beast in North America, probably the best player individually, you could say, in certain circumstances.
When
And
he's
Molly-
feeling it.
Yeah, when he's feeling himself, he will definitely go off, and giving something like Zed to Molly is awesome to see.
It means that they're willing to answer it, and Tribe are willing to duke it out with Sentinels all the same. T-Tiger's flashing the wall, flash from Chuck, hunting for first blood. Now Starting's joined in as well, and he goes past MTS, picking up the kill on Dashish. That is first blood secured by Tribe, but it's answered. Sentinels, Molly roams in as well, will sacrifice his life for a 1-for-2 trade.
Oh.
Starting low on health, but MTS cannot get there fast enough. So, end of the day, 2-for-1 trade in favor of Tribe.
We've rolled the dice, and it was a nat 1, sadly, for the side of Sentinels, as we did not remember that Kha'Zix has this cool passive where if you are alone, he will do bonus isolate damage. And T-Tigers, after pumping out deeps that entire time, Molly comes in, cleans him up, but gets ultimately another kill for his mid laner. And such a tough matchup as well. Diana versus Zed. There's not a lot of kill pressure there for Zed individually, and coming out of this, I mean, he can just do stuff like this.
Okay, they're blinking around each other. They're dancing, doing the old tango. But yeah, you do see Starting still has that killer mentality. He hasn't lost it. When he's feeling himself, he is feeling himself. Definitely wanted that 1-for-1 kill there. Doesn't find it, but now 2 minutes, 45 seconds into the game, there is a slight gold lead in favor of Tribe, and most of that being on these solo laners.
Solo laners are definitely feeling pretty good about themselves this time around, but we'll have to wait and see until we get to another kind of objective fight, because as soon as Sentinels kind of get into that backline, we can see a repeat of what we saw in our last series, where early game, you can kind of throw it out the window. We're going for straight up team fights and how they set it up. I'm looking for Tribe now. How do they set up for their solo laners? How does both Chuck and Starting link up with Max Green to allow for Denzio to immediately take down any of these backline members from Sentinels?
Invade from T-Tigers here. Watching with bated breath because Sheesh was right there. MTS completes the back, and Tigers actually does respect it, backs away. 30 seconds till these objectives spawn right now, Alk. And it does still feel like Tribe will have a slight advantage going into it. They have just that little bit of extra gold spent. Now it could just come down to who can get that set up first. I highly value that, and I feel like teams should be looking to get wards down a little bit earlier. It's around this time that I want to see wards already placed from Sentinels. Molly's going for the back instead, though. Doesn't have a ward to place.
And look at this, like, their bot lane is going to be late to this, so already you can see Sentinels are just going to give up this Drake and play for the Rift Herald here. Chuck, he's playing weak side. He's like, okay, I've got no homies on my side of the map, which means I don't get to play Wild Rift for a little bit. I'm going to hope that I can take this wave, push it out, and no one's going to come and kill me.
Fair enough. And it is good that they trade the objective. So Dragon picked up by Tribe, but Sentinels, like you said, they index for the top half of the map instead. Interesting considering the fact that Chuck did have that kill advantage over MTS, but end of the day, objectives traded. Now we have the lane swaps going through. The Dragon laners have rotated to the mid lane, and the mid laners are going to Dragon lane.
They are good, capable mid laners as well, right? Like, you wouldn't be able to do this if this was an Orianna against a Zed. She would just sit there and be like, I'm in a longer lane versus Zed. He's just going to run me down. This is not exactly what I wanted to happen here. And as we go on, Kangas, we are going to have to watch and continue to see where the assassins for Sentinels lie, because Molly is obviously not in a great position in his own matchup, but is still very dangerous. Dodges out on the ult.
1v1, Molly versus Darty. Molly did not get a lot of damage down, but with Sheesh coming in here, flash stun. Can he get the knockup? Ultimate under the turret, one more auto! Sheesh finding the kill.
Good job there. He uses the ultimate and is able to dodge out on the Moonfall. Key ultimate usage there from the side of Molly, but it is picks like this that are going to continue to kind of mount for Sentinels if they can find them. Killing the Ziggs is super important, but getting rid of Diana on a side lane is not one that I'm going to shrug off if I'm playing against them.
Starting was winning that initially, but it's because Sheesh comes in and also commits the flash. I love it when we see these kinds of plays. There's not an objective to grab after. I'm actually surprised Sheesh didn't drop the Herald. He did have it in his pocket. I expected them to go for a little bit more, because it's oftentimes what do they do after the kill, after the pick, that I judge a team based on. And right there, Sentinels don't really take advantage of getting that.
I wonder if they're actually going to try and save this for this play, try to make a replay, because they know that now starting does not have the flash, will not have the ultimate, and this, I mean, cerebral play here from both supports. Beginnings waiting in the wings and Fog of War, as well as Max Green. If they try to drive a Gragas, it's going to be incredibly difficult.
Max Green sniffs us out. He knows exactly what's coming, and now he just
There he
walks
is.
up. Okay, beautiful play there. Tribe with the defensive positioning of their support, mean that they prevent Sentinels from going for more. Now T-Tiger's alone here in the river. He looked to be setting a trap, but he gets trapped on instead. Kill picked up by Sentinels. Now turn on to Max Green. Hops to Gargoyle Stone Plate. Engage from starting, but all alone goes down. That's 2 kills to Sentinels.
And it was so good there. They had vision onto rest. Like you said, the trap was sprung. You're calling the ambulance, but not for Sentinels. Tribe, they get way punished on that play right there. Again, want to give a huge shout out to both of the supports. Great roam timers and finding where they needed to be, exactly where they had to be in the map. But right there, without getting anything onto rest, without any real damage being placed onto the carries of Sentinels, they rip you apart. And Tribe, they're not playing with the Enzio. They're not giving him damage. Obviously, T-Tiger's being taken out is a huge loss.
Tribe do really well if they can get a little bit of poke with Ziggs before they go for the all-ins, but they haven't necessarily found that approach yet. First, it was the trade of objectives, and then that last time, it was just T-Tiger's a little over-ambitious, I think, but speaking of ambition, Molly! Alright,
I'm looking away.
Has flash. Can he survive this? Oh, it's not looking likely. That's a kill picked up for Tribe.
Cheeky, but guess what? It's 30 seconds before the Drake, and while Molly will be alive, he will not have flash. So, key ultimate use there from the side of Tribe. I love the fact that they went for it. Starting will also not have flash, so we'll have to see what the Moonfall comes from there, but they got that, and this is what we were waiting for. They wanted to try and wait for right before Dragon, break open a turret for themselves, and cause for Tribe to say, hey, look, we may have to answer this other wave.
Yeah, they primed the turret. Last time when they made the play earlier, it was full health. This time they will take that turret down, but Beginnings almost gets picked off in the rotation. And now they re-engage. Sentinels playing around through this Tribe bush.
Oh no,
right
they're
now.
stuck!
Tribe, they go over the wall! Looks like they got blast coned over. Now the Dragon down to about half health. Do Sentinels go for the objective, or do they go for the fight? This is where D'Anzio can actually do some damage as the that poke with the burst from Molly. MTS with the pullback! Dragon's the focus. The T-Tigers get it. A double kill over to MTS. Dragon picked up by Sentinels. And everything's looking good for the team in red. That is a team fight ace and objective secure.
I know we don't get to see it very often, but MTS is a damn beast, man, in the top lane. Every time. He even gets the Riven, and we see him pop off. We now get the Darius performance as well. I'm glad that they were able to grab the Dragon there for Sentinels, but they very easily could have just taken this Dragon and drifted over into a Riptail take for themselves. But watch this. The amount of damage that Molly rips into Chuck. And it is this play right here. Beginnings and MTS setting up, keeping their backline away. Fantastic stuff from the Sentinels.
MTS does go down at the end of it. But the Dragon picked up, a team fight won, and now another team fight on the horizon. Tribe, they want this Rift Herald, but Sentinels, they have a flank. Look at
They're
Sheesh
sandwiched.
and Rest. They're getting pincer. Tribe have to pick a front line, and they go towards the top lane. The engage onto 3. They pick up a double kill to start things off.
MTS!
Now, sheesh, MTS, the resets, the Darius
Let's
ultimate! A triple kill, killing spree for MTS. The Quadra is stolen, but the Herald is secured. Sentinels with another team fight win.
There it is. They tried to split it up, and it looked dicey there for a moment, Kangas. But MTS, he's slamming, he's dunking, and he's trying to make sure that Sentinels get straight into the upper winners finals. Just take a look at this. I love the start of this fight here for Tribe. Max Green with a sick engage onto this back line.
Nasty.
So alongside starting, it was good. But now Dienzio's in an awkward position. Not doing damage. And you're playing melee into Darius? Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, you're also playing clumped up into Darius Riven. Riven provides AoE knockups.
Yep.
And then Darius provides AoE damage over time. Yeah, that was a really rough grinder to be thrown into for Tribe. It was a good start to it. Again, Max Green with a really clutch engage there. But we're seeing the difficulty of Tribe with a gold deficit. And now, kind of desperate place here, trying to get picks onto Sentinels in the jungle. They get a flash out, but they're losing the push topside. MTS is still getting a lot done on the map.
Yeah, it looks minor there. Trading supports on, trading flashes on both supports is key. Obviously, you'd want it on someone like Max Green, but it allows for a pick potentially down the road for Tribe if they want to try and find something onto beginnings. A kind of soft member to go for as the Morgana. Starting, they're just looking for anything at this point.
Yeah, he looks for the engage. Lands the Moonfall into 2, but Beginnings and Molly are here! And now they're over there, now they're everywhere. Tribe just getting shredded. Oh, Dienzio barely walks away with his life. I thought that was actually an Aerie going to hit him from the Ignite, but it was his own Aerie.
Wait, Chuck is MTS!
MTS just gets a kill in the 1v2 top lane. If we take a look at that one, because he's still fighting Chuck. Gets out
just walked it
safely. Yeah, MTS even winning in his own little microcosm of a fight.
Yeah, so from this point on, Sentinels are a complete driver's seat for this game. 10,000 gold at 11 minutes in. Tribe are devastatingly in a really awkward position. They can't do much. Their tanks are kind of tanky, but you're looking at Set right now. He has a lot of HP and some magic resist, but that's not going to do anything against the top side of Sentinels. So now, Tribe, how do you win this game? You got countered in theory from how the draft should play out, and now you're sitting in a massive deficit.
When Tribe, this game honestly kind of boils down to T-Tigers dying in the river at level like 4 or 5 or whenever that was super early on. Because if this Kha'Zix doesn't get rolling, very difficult to play into the Darius and Riven, let alone if the Darius gets fed himself. Now we have a cross-map play.
They buy your inhibitor.
Turret, and they're going to lose their inhibitor turret bot side for this.
They're teleporting as well.
Turret. Oh, look at that burst! It's insane!
Look at that.
Dienzio and Max Green are just gone.
Oh my god, and they're trying to recall MTS if he wants to kind of fish to try to stop these, but Dragon has spawned, the inhibitor is gone, the damage has been done, Kangas. Tribe, they're looking down the barrel of going down 0-1 in the first game of this, semifinals in the upper bracket. This is scary for them. We had already set up that Sentinels had beat them in the first qualifier, and it may just be, they just have Tribe's number.
And it's starting to feel like the new normal here, Alex. Sentinels, a team, an organization that came in and had a middling performance last year, I think is a fair way to put that one.
Yeah.
They picked up some games. They had a couple top finishes, but overall, they ended in kind of that, 3rd to 5th place as opposed to the top dogs. But now they have been having a resurgence in 2022. This Sentinels looks insane. They have incredible performers in their solo lanes, and also this draft, it's such a cool draft to watch. I was questioning it early on, like, what is it ideally intended to do? And it's so scrappy. Like, they can just win whether they have 5v5, 2v2, 1v1. Like, it's so versatile.
It turns out the turkey was really good. It was an excellent addition to the gourmet that we're having here. Exactly.
Roasted turkey right there. As now they can look for a pick onto Chuck. One thing they're missing is engage, but if you're this far ahead, you can just kind of run at them with your stats. And Tribe cannot answer you in kind here. The kills start coming through for Sentinels.
Man.
It doesn't matter. Like, how is the Observer even catching half of this action? It's happening everywhere on the Rift right now. Starting, we'll at least find one in trade right now.
Oh, he's dead.
Times this right. This is another one.
Whoa.
Beginnings flashes. The Ignite ticking down. Beginnings is out. Starting cannot find him.
And somehow, Chuck is at the Wolves on the other side of the map. Only 2 turrets taken. Molly is gonna die to red buff.
Starting! This is pretty big!
Wow.
He find one. He can't.
That's it.
He's so tilted. That's so sad! Oh, the health bar of Molly. Just a sliver.
Man, Molly's so good. He went from unsigned team to playing on Sentinels, and now potentially getting him to qualify for the next major if they were to win this. They still have another match to go if that's the case with how this match is going. But Molly, a fantastic player, and just to think that this guy started playing Wild Rift competitive just because his friends were like, hey, we need a 5th. You want to join?
Gamers be gaming, Alec. I don't know
True.
what else to tell you. And speaking
MTS.
of gaming, MTS in the 1v2 with another killing spree on a Molly in the top lane. Yeah, Tribe are just falling apart at the seams at this point. It's not even, like, when you have this big of a gold lead, I know that we have seen bigger, but with this kind of composition, I just don't really see an avenue for Tribe here unless there's the Baron throw. All right, that's what you got to hope for. If you're a fan of Tribe, you start spamming in chat, throw the Baron Sentinels. Tribe can look at MTS here, but Rest is behind them. The flanking brand, they never expect it. It's always a surprise as now MTS going forward onto T-Tigers, and the Baron will not be thrown. That is secured by Sentinels.
So now Tribe, you can try to use this game as, okay, let's think about what we can do in the next draft. What went wrong in this game? Our bot lane wasn't set up for success. We didn't exactly play how our team comp is supposed to be played. We never saw them set up battle lines, set up for Chuck and for Max Green, prevent damage onto D'Anzio, and let T-Tigers clean up the fights. We never saw that. So,
And now, you know what we saw, Elk?
we saw
A lot of
Sentinels
this.
win.
We saw a lot of this that's on your screen right now. Sentinels with health bars and Tribe with none. No turrets either, as now the final defense under the Nexus, but Sentinels will walk away with a pretty clean victory, everybody. Game 1 of this series goes to Sentinels.
Man, Tribe are so good. Like, Tribe, I really wanted to see some more. I want to see how they'll be able to kind of turn this series around just because we know what this team can do in this region. They were so dominant for so long. But Sentinels, man, new kids on the block. They come in kicking and screaming, and they're like, hey, this is our region now, boys. Them, Immortals, we're shifting titles around here inside the region.
I'm telling you, Molly Uwu, or whatever the team was named back in the summer, didn't have a logo, and now Molly's arguably one of the best performers on this team that is dominating right now, alongside MTS, who had an incredible performance on that Darius. And everything just landed heads for Sentinels. It, to me, just boiled down to that early play. If T-Tigers had a good sneak in the jungle, in the river, got a kill. Suddenly Kha'Zix is ahead. But bad sneak. Sentinels saw it, and that damage.
So, we do obviously have to give a star player. I think we can play that word game you wanted to play earlier. I think this is the one where you have to think of the same word, right? So we're gonna
think of the same word. All right,
Yeah.
so I'll count us down 3, 2, 1, and we'll both say who we think should be star player.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
MTS. There we go.
Let's go.
First try.
Let's go. I don't think that should be too big of a surprise. That Darius was brutal.
It was really, really good. And, I think a lot of people at home, you're like, oh, we're just giving to the star player who had, like, the biggest impact in the game. But watch MTS in all of those fights. His positioning is so key. Like, he's in between two members. He's stopping T-Tigers in this play. He's stopping the rest of his team. He's stopping the set from going in. Now, you see right here, obviously, starting Invest the Flash. We'll get to see in later fights how this Darius is so pivotal against Tribe.
Exactly. That was like the one moment. This is the play. If
There it
T-Tigers
is.
isn't spotted out, if he actually kills Rest, this is a very different game. Kha'Zix starts to snowball, but Sentinels, they were ready for it, and they were prepared to answer. And then from this moment, Sentinels never truly lost another play. Okay, maybe except for this one.
I love the timing on that. That's just straight up comedic for you, Keg. It's
Yeah,
just like,
I mean, what are you going to do in a 1v3?
This is the play here for MTS, where he has Black Shield, immediately Proto belts in. And, we set up, hey, there's a lot of beefy boys here. Well, there's a lot of great champions that Darius can just stack up Hemorrhage on and just rip apart Tribe. So, congratulations over to Sentinels for winning Game 1 of this series. I do want to kind of take a look at what this means for the rest of the tournament is, again, one more win here means they auto-qualify into the next major. They're then top 4, and we get to see them tomorrow as well. Whereas Tribe, I mean, this is the team that we sent to Horizon Cup, right? This was the team that went undefeated in North America, and now in 2022, it's back-to-back.
They were top dogs by a mile. We expected them to come in with an upgrade in Dienzio, or at least the team looked to be showing those kinds of performances early on. But you're right, the rest of the league has been catching up, and that's good for the league overall. It's generally not promising if one team is absolutely stomping, but you know what is sometimes promising? One player is absolutely stomping. MTS getting our Star Player Award for that game. And I think the numbers speak for themselves.
Man, almost 30,000 damage. The kill participation is 60%. It's pretty sick. For me, I think this is a huge relief. Talking about top laners, just because MTS for so long has been a huge carry for Sentinels in really soft, silent ways that we didn't get to see last year. And this time around, getting to bring his huge wealth of experience from other mobile games, being at such a top player, really, honestly, I think exciting for Sentinels.
I gotta say, Alec, I just heard some news.
Agreed. I think I'm seeing it too, buddy.
Fam are up 1-0 against Cloud9 right now. All right, everybody, send them your energy. The no logo orgs, the no logo teams. Can they do it? Can they keep the tradition alive?
That sounds like a really exciting series. Whoever wins that one is looking good. Now, Kangas, we do have the rest of the bracket to think about. Obviously, we are in a series ourselves in the upper bracket. I think so far of WNS, North America's, is it looking strong? Are we getting the temperature check?
I will say I'm seeing more unique strategies. I'm seeing more aggressive play and overall more impressive play than last summer. That is to be expected. Season 0 to Season 1, a lot more experience under the belt of these players that are coming in from other titles like Vainglory, like other MOBAs, even PC MOBAs. A lot of our players came from League PC and are now playing Wild Rift instead. So everyone's leveling up, and again, good news for the region, because you have to imagine that globally everyone's leveling up too, and I only have so much beard to bet on these performances. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm actually having a lot of fun. This is my first time being back casting competitive top level Wild Rift outside of the Fight Night Rifts that we've been doing every other Tuesday. Make sure you check those out, everybody, as well. And then also your podcast. That's now every other Tuesday.
Yeah. We don't have to talk about that right now. We're here for WNS.
I got a shill for you. I got a shill for you, man.
Thank you. It's North American content. We're saying, what's you and Cubby always say this, the iron sharpens iron. We can do that here in North America. It's constantly leveling up. And to kind of address put a final nail in the coffin here for this last game. For this Tribe team, looking forward, these are similar mistakes that we saw from them last year, similar things that they've been losing to in other teams, which is there's not a lot of adaptation when it comes to their strategy. They're still kind of trying to outplay you, and yes, previously, no one would contest them on dragons. That was their big claim to fame last year in North America, where they would show up to a dragon, be like, okay, cool, no one's here, we're gonna win. Like, we'll just dragon stack, we'll take everything, we'll take all your objectives, cool, thumbs up emoji. But now, we're talking about the leveling up of the region. IMT has had really great rotations. Their timings across the map have been excellent. We're seeing Sentinels now start to dip into different kinds of drafts. Cloud9, hopefully, air quotes, they're trying out some really spicy stuff. But everybody's starting to identify their own kind of self-style. And I think, similar to how we ascribed that to Cloud9 previously, I think we're starting to see that with Tribe.
And don't forget Team Fam also taking games off.
Okay.
Cloud9. You can't leave them out.
Okay.
Leave them out of the conversation.
Yeah.
So this is, of course, Sentinels and Tribe that are playing in this match. We will next up have Immortals versus Enemy. That's going to be another exciting one, as we're finishing up the upper bracket for ourselves. But I'm excited to see how that lower bracket shapes out, because that's sometimes where the more exciting stories can be found. That's where the developing players that are newer to the scene can make names for themselves, like Molly did last summer, where all you need is one deep run, one impressive performance, and suddenly a lot of scouts looking right now. And still teams that are completely unsigned with orgs, so orgs that want to get into the Wild Rift scene, they'll be looking at those standout performances.
You can finally get a logo. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yes.
I wish we could draw
lose the
here.
buff, but,
I wish we could draw on stream here, just because I think we would do a really excellent job of drawing fams drawing FAM's logo. Like, we could
You
give
can't-
them a logo for them to use.
Can I draw through my virtual cam? I might be able to. I don't know. I don't know that yet. I'm not going to mess with it.
Yeah, exactly. If you mess up
completely
the virtual
destroy
cam and get out of my
the
kitchen,
feed.
I think we might have different problems.
Yeah, maybe we can do that as a bit if we have a break to practice. But we are getting ready for pick and ban now for our second game. A reminder, if you're just tuning in, Sentinels up 1-0 in the series against Tribe. Yep, you heard me right. No surprise if you've been watching the latest Wild Rift competitive scene. Sentinels are looking like one of the top dogs in North America. It's them and Immortals now in that conversation. And Sentinels still putting up arguments for themselves here. So Tribe, they're on the back foot here. What kind of adaptations do you want to see, Alec? What should we expect from Tribe going into this pick and ban?
Well, already, Sentinels are the ones to get rid of the Darius, which I think is really interesting here. And Tribe kind of setting themselves up with a similar draft from last time. Again, I'm not super upset about how they set themselves up, right? They had the Ziggs on their side of the map. They also had the Diana with the set. I love this team composition. However,
Sure.
you know, in the rock, paper, scissors, shoes, that is the drafts that we're kind of getting throughout competitive Wild Rift. They lost the rock, paper, scissors. They got hit up with the rock, and unfortunately, their scissors were not enough.
Did you just say rock, paper, scissors, shoes?
No.
Did I hear that, or did I? Okay.
Just
okay.
nope.
Just-
We leave
just had
shoes
to
at
check.
home. Those get put at the front.
This is a new game that I do not know the math behind of how shoes factor into the equation, but I'm happy that I just misheard you. But you're right, the Diana is relocked in for Tribe. Guardian didn't have as impressive of a performance on it in that last game than we know he can have. And now blind picked means that Sentinels can also answer. They go for the Morgana and they go for the Garen.
Okay, tanky front line. Love to see if they set up for another kind of assassin bot lane or assassin mid lane. Tribe kind of keeping true yet again, staying same picks. Sentinels, what do? Zed is still available and something that they can go for, and they've picked up the Garen, which I think either in MTS or in Beginning's hands is going to be a monster to kind of contend with.
Yeah, flexible, so it's tough for Tribe to know exactly where it's going. And Tribe with the run back, I mean, I will agree. I think compositionally, I liked what Tribe had, but they didn't execute it the way that I want to see that comp executed. And now they just got to prove themselves, able to actually do that this time around. If they're going to run it back, do not do the same game plan as before. This time, set those battle lines, get that poke out, and then go for the assassinations. But Sentinels get Molly back on the Zed, and that is going to be tough to do because he had a really good.
We'll have to see what the new champions are as well. Riven's hitting the ban table. I can't imagine they'll probably go for another champion that we saw from them. Maybe they get rid of the brand to try to deal with, but for Tribe, a lot of answers. I want to see Tanky, man. I mean, they set is still available here, and it's not that bad for your comp. They just, misplayed the matchup. That's all I can really say. So for Sentinels, what's new? Because they have to pick up a few new champions here. Do they go for the Orianna to try and set up their bot lane? Do they go for maybe to pick up their jungler since they already see Kha'Zix is up?
I'm sorry, I'm just now realizing that there's like faces photoshopped. This was Degon's background
Yes.
that he made.
Yep. It's
then I
a
just
bunch of
threw it
family
up on
photos of
mine.
Degon's, yeah.
I
Why are
love
you
it.
ruining the
Awesome.
magic? You're ruining the production
So
magic. Those are
I
Easter
just-
eggs.
I
Even
was
your
like, wait,
face is
why
on the
is my
bottom.
background different than yours? Yeah, that's me down there.
Yeah.
That's okay, sure. Well, catching up on the rest of the picks, Jax is the lock-in for Sentinels. Now, presumably would be a jungle Jax based on what we already see so far. So, can she pilot it? Next question.
Of course. This is the young mechanical jungler. This is the young 16-year-old who was scouted by the previous mid laner for Sentinels. He said, I want this kid on my roster. I want to kind of develop North American young talent. And Sheesh has performed time and time again. I think we've seen a bunch of games, specifically on his Camille, where he was just carrying Sentinels across some finish lines.
Sheesh has had an incredible performance last year. One of the teams that he struggled the most against in junglers was T-Tigers.
Yeah.
It's awesome to see him actually kind of conquering that old demon right now. But Tribe luck at the Galio with the set. I actually do like this Galio pick, personally. I feel like they did need some kind of beefier front line and a way to stop the assassin that is Molly from actually getting onto your back line. So this kind of does the trick.
Yeah, Galio suffers into champions like the Garen, who will just walk up on him and silence him. However,
Yeah.
Galio also doesn't feel the greatest against someone like Jax. He's like, I taunted you, and Jax is like, cool, I'm hitting you.
You fool!
Let's go. You're stacking my
This is what I
passive.
do.
I'm just going to slam you into the dirt. But for everybody at home, if you're looking at this Twisted Fate, you didn't exactly watch the qualifiers, you're like, why is there a Twisted Fate here? Sentinels have been pioneering a new bot lane pick. We've been seeing different stuff from them, but it has mainly been the AD carry Twisted Fate. When it was described to me, I talked about this last time when we were doing the qualifiers and the fight nights, I was like, okay, the champion is really good. Now, Kangas, I want you to close your eyes and let me explain this champion to you.
Okay.
Do not think of Twisted Fate. Think of a marksman. Think of you're playing an AD carry here. He has a
Right, I'm
stun as a
imagining
basic
Ashe.
ability. Okay?
Sure.
He has a global ultimate that allows him to teleport anywhere across the map, which means that he can always build Zonias. It's really good.
Interesting.
And he has an auto attack reset and has his range is a little middling, but has an auto attack reset and does a ton with those cards.
Can I open my eyes?
Yes,
yet?
you may. We have a game.
Okay, and we're loaded onto the rip.
There you go.
20 seconds on the clock right now. Don't close your eyes on Rest, everybody. Keep them locked on this TF. See what Rest does on this champion, innovating in Wild Rift in North America. And how does Tribe answer it, too? Because they opted for the Ziggs plus the Yalu in the bottom lane. A little bit of range, a little bit of roaming opportunity for Max Green.
So it again is all about trying to set up their bot lane. Dienzio will have a little bit of push, depends on how Rez kind of itemizes his skills. Typically for AD Twisted Fate, you don't pick up the first ability where it's the throwing the cards, the wild cards, but if you have a bit of a hard time picking up at range or dealing with poke from something like a Ziggs, you can put 1 point into it pretty early on. But really you're just looking at, hey, I'm going RFC, I'm going to pick up Blade of the Ruined King, and I'm going to gold card you basically on cooldown every single time.
You're able to make those picks so much easier. And again, you can also spot out the Kha'Zix. If he's invisible, well,
Exactly.
press ultimate, see where he is. Much less scary of a champion once you can isolate him and figure out what his decision is. And again, my eyes will be a lot on T-Tigers as well, because that Kha'Zix performance last game, if you don't get rolling, can be tough. And again, similar story, like who's he supposed to assassinate other than the Twisted Fate? It gets really tough if you're not ahead.
Take a look at this as well. Sheesh. Going across mid lane, wanting to just check on his camps. It was a bit of an awkward position in the early laning phase there as Beginnings walked mid to try and help against starting. But because of that, Rest had to kind of give up a little bit of his wave. He's like, I don't know where the enemy jungler is, and if I get dove, I'm kind of dead. So,
yeah,
good call from Sentinels. It's going to hurt their bot lane just a tad, but really all in all, just trying to protect for jungle camps here.
Yeah, barely even feel it as a TF. You still got that passive anyway, so if you're behind a little bit of CS, whatever. You get a little bit of extra anyway.
Better on Wild Rift. I didn't know this, Color Caster Tech W, but
Okay.
I didn't know when you kill minions on Wild Rift, because on PC, it is 1 through 6 for the loaded dice, if I'm correct about that. In this game, I got like plus 12, and I'm like, what? What is this?
You're rolling 2 dice.
I'm rolling
Fair.
2.
Get the plural in there, baby. Tribe, winning the bottom lane trade right now. Beginning's taking a lot of damage. As Rest trades onto Dienzio instead. Now, I have another bit of trivia for you about Twisted Fate.
Hit me up.
What is the name of his...
I know it in this game is different. It's just Destiny, no?
In both games, it is just Destiny.
Destiny.
And this is the... I don't know who started saying Destiny Gate, but I
Because
have
it used to
words
be
for them.
Destiny Gate. Because it used to be Destiny, and then the second activation was Gate.
Sure, fair enough, but I mean, it's wrong. So
okay, Mr. Play-by-Play. That's
so if I hear you say Destiny Gate one more time on Cast Talk,
I think I'm
production?
getting removed.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think I'm
But
gonna keep
regardless,
calling it Destiny Gate just to piss you off.
We'll be looking for that Destiny because Rest now has that available and got to back off here. Objectives will spawn in 30 seconds time as of now. And that is when teams start to prep for it. Already, it looks like Sentinels could be looking for this Herald again. They did this in Game 1 too, where they just gave over the Dragon, but they got the Herald for the trade.
There we go. And right now, even the top lane's kind of just hey, we're just looking at each other. We're two big boys, just having a good time, ping-ponging waves at each other. And look at how they're even setting up for their bot lane. We talked about how moving your dragon laners over to mid to try and get mid priority is super important, but they're even setting up. They just want to go for Rift here. They recognize it's Cloud Drake. We can give this over. Movement speed is nice and all, but we want to try and cash this in for turrets early on and make Tribe really uncomfortable come next dragon.
Especially when you consider the play style of a Jax jungle. It can power farm in the early game. That's your main goal. Get levels. but come mid to late game, you can split push. You can pressure side lanes, and if you can get that extra gold, it feels great. But Tribe right now going for a dive under the bottom turret. It's a 4v2. Less in trouble. Beginnings, very low health. Molly roams in as well and actually gets first blood. Molly absolutely turning that play on its head. Still alive.
Why are we
too, with
face
a 1-for-1
checking?
trade as of right
Rest.
now. Rest walking forward. Max Screen's getting the damage in. Molly's still alive. Starting chasing him down. Rest flashes forward. Molly goes back. Molly, what was that? Rest still in a precarious position and a double kill to starting.
Okay, so gold, hand over fist, goes over to Tribe, but they did slam the Rift Herald in top lane, so a ton of plates there. Ziggs will take this.
That's turret.
Tribe is a massive win there, not only in the kills department, but also just objective trades. They got a ton of gold there for themselves. They traded 1-for-1 in turrets, but they're up to Drake, obviously. And why are we face checking into Blind Bush, Galio, and Diana? This is like the worst nightmare, not only as a marksman, but I think as any mage player in general. It is just not a fun time.
Molly was feeling himself right there.
Of course.
Blinking back with like 10 health. Little nutty. But yeah, a couple kills going over the way of Tribe. You said it though, the saving grace for Sentinels. They got first turret top lane. First brick gold means that it will equalize a little bit. And again, the name of the game for this composition can be let Jack split push. Sheesh is now on the bottom lane. They're going for a dive here onto Chuck.
I don't know about
Pretty
this
low
one.
health bar, but he's still alive, and he will survive.
Okay,
Out-
pushing
oh,
them off.
T-Tigers.
Tigers looking for
He
something.
can chase this. There's no turret. Ollie's dead. Oh, he jumps away, and Tribe actually going hard commit, wins the war. Oh, the ignite! Press summoner spell. Walk away. Now another kill in the mid lane. Dienzio gets beginnings.
Starting to utilize the ultimate there. Going a little bit too aggressive on the side of Sentinels. Max Green is here.
Sheesh, get this. That's that taunt you were talking about. He avoids it. MTS now going forward. There's the ultimate. Oh, but justice is not served.
Oh!
Starting. Barely lives.
1 HP. He's like, hey, tip of the hat to Molly. He did it to me last game. I'll do it to you, MTS, as well this time around. Ends up living. And now Tribe don't find themselves in a deficit like we saw in Game 1. We'll get a replay of what just happened here, but I mean, yeah, okay, so this is what happened at beginnings. Just didn't use Black Shield, okay. A little late. Ends up still dying. The last bouncing bomb lands, and that is pivotal for them. They've been trying to take control of this mid lane. If the Enzo can ever get turret damage here, it's going to kind of just make Sentinel's life so much harder to play this one out.
Sentinels, like you said, not in that commanding early game position as before, but oh, picking off
Tigers
T-Tigers
dead.
will feel great. Deathmark, that's enough. Kill picked up by Molly.
Okay. So no flash now. Dragon's up in a minute 30, so, or it looks like a minute now, so realistically we'll have to see what that comes of, because all you are doing is just taking a member off the map momentarily. There's no objectives to take. Both the Rift Herald and the Dragon are spawning at the exact same time. So,
Well, now they're getting picked off of themselves. Oh, that's really tragic for Sheesh right now, but it actually turns it on the max screen. There's Destiny coming in. 1 down, 2 down. Molly trades
Max
1-for-1, but under the turret, Rest will take down Max Screen. That's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Sentinels.
there we go. 20 seconds before the objective spawns as well. They can reset, and they're going to be really, really healthy. We'll have to see if they complete any items. No moves there for Molly. Small objective leads here for the side of Sentinels.
T-Tigers sees
looking for
beginnings. Okay, jumps in. There's the Dark Binding. Ultimate
Oh, he's gonna
used
kill
as well.
him.
Exhaust is down. T-Tigers gets a little overeager. And the bait is sprung. Molly picking up the kill.
And Kangas, yet again, T-Tigers gets caught in the river. Isn't able to kill a pivotal member of Sentinels. And now the Dragon is lost. This is 2 games in a row now where we've seen a similar set play happen. And now Sentinels able to punish. Really big greed. I like the patience there from beginnings to say, I can survive this. I'm going to utilize the ultimate. The binding is going to be super disruptive. They get a Dragon, and that's a Mountain Drake, which they're going to need, especially when you look at the damage across from them.
And it comes down to decision making. If you're T-Tigers, you need to understand the Morgana's just going to bind you every time there.
Yeah.
If you don't have flash and you can't dodge that, there's no reason to go in because you're not going to 100 to 0 her with just a single ability and auto attack. And because of that, they pay the price. Dragon picked up by Sentinels. Back with the gold lead here. Still a close game at the end of the day. It could go either way. But that was Tribe. Now in a less nice spot.
Tribe, they want to try and stop this Rift Herald. They need to be able to stop Sentinels from taking this. otherwise that this game just becomes unmanageable for them. You already have a Ziggs yet again in a position where they cannot break the mid-tier 1. And Tribe, I think they're waiting for Diana to get back. We see Chuck coming off of a reset as well. Sentinels, they do not want to do this. They know if we lose this Rift Herald, potentially jeopardize our ability to win this game.
And Sentinels are looking for it themselves. They have the push in the top wave. And everybody's grouped up around here. They don't have a lot of wards down, but neither do Tribe. So Tribe have to face check this. They don't have a ward in that pit right now to see, okay, are they on it or not? So that's why Max Green just has to walk into Fog of War.
Okay, and now the ticking time bomb starts here for Tribe, because now we have completed items for Sentinels. I like this kind of recall from them, because now they can come back onto the map and maybe go for this Herald, as now Wit's End is complete for Rest, which means it's going to be incredibly difficult for this kind of bot lane trio starting D'Enzio and Max Green to put down damage. That is a Zonia's, however, and that is really key.
All right, I think maybe Rest was looking for a boot speed up and didn't realize he had the stasis. I'm not quite sure. Resets came through, though. Zed's in the bottom wave. Molly's not here for this fight, but still, Sentinels want to take it.
Got it.
Might be overeager. Starting's going forward. T-Tigers can look for the resets on the Kazakhs. Flashing around onto MTS right now, but look at Rest. Look at this Twisted Fate doing damage to the autos. Gold card thrown. Starting stun. That's the kill for Molly, who's now joined in all the way from bottom lane.
Let's go!
Molly doing the damage. Double kill over to Rest. As now D'Enzio has to flash the safety of the middle turret. Molly says, there's no safety here. I'm going to run you down with my Youmu's. And D'Enzio gives a rampage to Molly.
Okay, Tribe, they did get the Rift Herald, but how much are they going to pay for? Not only in their blood for dying there, but a mid-tier 1 as well. Sentinels, they're playing these team fights just that much better, Kangas, and we'll get a replay of what exactly happened in that fight, because I do want to take a look as to this. This was just a small timing. We're waiting for Zed to get here. Look at how much damage MTS soaks here against Chuck. T-Tiger's trying to go in, and it's always the flanking Rest who comes in. He did it on Brand. This time he's doing it on Twisted Fate.
You never expect it, man. You never expect it. And it was Molly also with the wherewithal to say, okay, even though they're in a 4v5, they can make the fight last long enough that I will actually make it in time running all the way from bottom lane. So Sentinel's coming out huge off of that play. And now Tribe, how are they going to make this one work? I think they still have Baron buff on just T-Tigers, was it? I'm trying to see who.
No, so it was Rift
yeah.
Herald. It was Rift Herald. So yeah, they
right,
got it.
yes, yeah, the Herald.
They need the gold. They could do like they're just gonna cheese it, man. Okay, here we go.
Death Brush. They don't have vision though. Oh, now they don't.
Oh wait, they didn't see him. They didn't see him. Oh, let's go.
Okay, Beginnings doesn't know that they're here.
Everyone, in
Ollie
Twitch
and
chat.
Beginnings are on it.
Shh.
Chuck's there too,
Whoa.
and now they engage. Ollie with the quick reaction time for Death Mark, but still dies regardless.
Okay, good. There's no Morgana ult either, so it's gonna be a tough fight. Flash gold card. Oh God.
Max Green's low on health. Max Green's looking for a reset so we can ult back into the fight. Starting about half health, T-Tigers too. I think Sentinels can even win this 4v5. They have the gold lead. They don't necessarily need Molly for this. Look at MTS. He's just buying space for the rest of the team. But Max Green got the reset. Has ultimate. Watch for the re-engage from Tribe. The Galio ultimate can come through. The heroic entrance to Sentinels. You got to respect it. Oh, walking forward, Chuck. He's looking for it. That's heroic entrance onto one, but Sentinels already take down Chuck. Starting repositions into the pit.
Teleports in.
Looking for the flank. Exhausted. Stasis will go down. T-Tigers take it out as well with the rest of the rampage. And Tribe yet again cannot find the play. Sentinels in the 4v5. Despite the resets, despite the man down, they will still find this team fight win.
There was like a 10-second window there for Tribe to immediately go for this. They're going to get run around the map. MTS is going to kill off starting, and with that, plug the final hole against Tribe. Sentinels looking to take the series 2-0, grab the Dragon, take a mid-tier 2. There was a good window for them, but Tribe, whether it was trepidation, whether it was a miscall, they just never went back in. They had Max Green on a timer there, and just misplay there coming out from Tribe.
You know why? Because it's so hard for Chuck to engage onto gold card binding. Like, all they can do is walk up. Starting, maybe he can look for a flank, but it's so hard to actually force the engage when you're just walking into this much CC, and when MTS is also just being this iron wall that it's so hard to get past. Sentinels played that incredibly well.
You also just have a Rift Herald. Like, the Dragon it's not an Infernal. It is an Ocean Drake, yes, but at this point, you just need gold to try and get you back into the game to have some relevance in the series. But now you're in this awkward position where you didn't get the dragon, you lost the team fight, and now the Rift Herald only got you a single plate out of mid lane. So the mid tier 2, if they can ever get mid priority for Ziggs to take this turret, it's good, but I don't expect it from them, as now Sentinels, they just have their foothold on this.
Tribe will be flailing to figure out, how do we come back in this game? It's not tournament lives on the line. If they lose this, they'll move into the lower bracket and can still make a run to top 4. But if Sentinels win this, they auto-qualify for the second majors.
Yep.
The lowest they could possibly get is 4th place if they lose the upper bracket finals and then lose the lower bracket finals as well.
It's a good look for them. I'm excited. Like, Sentinels going from perennially like 8th place team in North America to now potentially being top 4 in the region is exciting. And look at this death rush. They're giving it back to Tribe. Here's your medicine back, Chuck.
Okay, he's gone. Chuck just has to face check, and T-Tigers gets picked off as well. Sentinels looking clean. Sentinels looking clinical. Sentinels bringing back what was an early game lead for Tribe, but it don't matter. Sentinels are just that good. And the focus of Sheesh throughout this entire game to just keep focusing on himself, keep farming, keep taking turrets, has absolutely netted Sentinels with a powerful tool to use to close out this game.
Now Sheesh, he's super far ahead. We're also looking at the mid lane matchup.
4K gold in jungle.
Okay, not to confuse production, Kangas, we need to start thinking about our star players. And for Sentinel, or for Tribe, they need to start thinking about who they're facing in the lower bracket.
Yeah, we are at that point in this game. If you're a Tribe fan, condolences. 10.5 thousand gold to come back from is a task, to say the least. And it's looking like Sentinels can close this one out. And those performers, MTS is coming to mind, man. This is a player that last year, I'm not going to lie, never really... maybe I just didn't give him credit for the performances he was giving, but not one of the players that stood out to me as like the key carry. But now you can say it. Look at this. Just running into the turret with the help of Sheesh, with the help of Rest. Diving through for the kills.
Oh
a rampage
God.
for MTS in a potentially career-defining performance. This is insane.
MTS.
Sentinels just walking away with this one. And that's game. 16 minutes, 57 seconds on the clock, just under 17. A 2-0 sweep in the upper bracket semifinals means that not only will they go on to the second major, but Sentinels are going on to upper bracket finals.
Mark your calendars, because upper semifinals now has Sentinels waiting for them. We could have a rematch of our first qualifiers, potentially, if our second match goes the way of Immortals. But, it's 21-8. The gold is just barely middling there for Tribe. I don't know what else to say, Kangas. This is now 2 different series where we've seen Sentinels very handedly defeat Tribe.
Handedly? Like, that early game went in the favor of Tribe starting. Got a couple kills rolling in. Enzio and Max Screen were doing all right in that 2v2 bot lane. You would not expect that, given the game end stat lines here. I was giving a lot of props to Sheesh for getting gold advantage for the team. Not having the most kills, but the damage output, that's actually very high for a Jax in my experience.
Yep.
Usually looking for those split pushes instead, but everybody coming up. And yeah, this AD carry, Twisted Fate, man. I'm a fan.
It did as much damage as Ziggs, which is a little questionable. You're like, okay, I don't know if this is able to do it, but you see, if they're even playing in between turrets, in between Nexus turrets, and they're just going straight in to try and fight them as Twisted Fate, I think the game is in a bit of a precarious situation as Dagon. That was a game.
Those were games.
Whew.
Those were pretty
Those were
dominant
games.
games there for Sentinels. And
Wait a minute, you got more pictures on your fridge now. What happened?
Oh, yeah. There's just look at that. When you said I had to get the picture of you on there, there it is.
There you go.
You and your
Perfect.
favorite line right
All
there.
right.
Right there.
Let's
But
love it.
which is kind of like what that last game was like there for Tribe. Not so good because Sentinels got to do everything that they wanted in both games there. I just feel like I see T-Tigers getting a lead and then getting too aggressive and getting caught out in crucial times that allows Sentinels to then take the lead and snowball it through multiple different team fights, and MTS being the beneficiary of all of those.
I'm not a fan of the Kazakhs. I will say it. I feel like Kazakhs has its place in the meta if you're into a comp that you can pull it off into. You don't want to pick it too early, though, because we saw how tough it was for him to do anything. Like, there's too many beefy members of the enemy team, so your assassination targets are limited, and then also you're so, reliant on getting that early lead and then keeping it. And against a team like Sentinels, they're not going to make that an easy job.
I am going to push back and say I like Kazakhs. I think that this was just a fundamental misunderstanding of how to play this composition. Time and time again, they kind of fell behind early. We saw it 2 times in a row where T-Tigers gets caught trying to find a pick, and that just isn't exactly what you have to do in that particular moment. So I'm going to chalk this up to kind of a hands diff, like, we messed up, we'll get them next time for the Kazakhs, because I'm really excited about this champion, and I think it does have a place in North America.
Well, let's take a look at our star player of the day after this series, because
if it's not MTS, I'm rioting. If it's not, maybe Rest. Maybe Rest could be a secondary.
Just give it to MTS, man. He deserves it, especially after playing a full 6 months last year of just 8th place, not able to do much. His team not able to kind of live up to that same standard. That he has a really long, storied career as a mobile player. So I'm really proud, not only for the boys over at the Sentinels team, but also for MTS to kind of finally show his chops and get rewarded for doing so.
Yeah. Again, MTS more than likely to take that star player spot. Just in case you didn't know, MTS, Matthew Taylor Stover. MTS. That's what it actually stands for. It's just his initials right there. Now, you won't forget his name, especially with the way he played over in the Baron lane and just kind of running all over everyone with the Garen, with the Darius earlier, and just getting the resets and kind of showing how Darius is supposed to be played, because we didn't really get to see that too much from Zelo earlier, and why Darius is selected a lot of the time there. Not necessarily being the one that goes in first, but cleans it up, and there it is, MTS in game number 2. Second time we're seeing his face there, just kind of just being a dominant force on the Baron side of the map.
Is this the first time that we've had a player get star player for 2 games in a row?
This is the first time we've had star player as a segment, Kanga, so yes, sir.
Let's go! Congratulations, MTS, Michael, Thomas, whatever. More like
Taylor.
Most top lane slaps.
Get him out of here, man.
Right?
Yeah. MTS definitely being dominant, but it allowed the rest of his team to shine, which is, thankfully, we've got one of those teammates standing on the line right now. It's Beginnings from the Sentinels here ready to chat with us after their victory. Beginnings, congratulations. Oh, yeah, look at that. Nice hair. Love it.
Oh, thanks.
How was that series for you?
It was good. I can't say it went as expected, I guess. Not to come off cocky, but we just had a lot of really good preparation going into the series, so it was all just about execution.
Obviously, you have done this before, as you did it in the qualifiers, taking down Tribe, but what were the differences between this series compared to last series that you had against Tribe?
You could tell there was like a bit more tenacity, especially that first game, like them hard contesting us at the first scuttle. We didn't exactly expect that, so it did throw us for a little bit of a loop, but everything worked out.
I kind of wanted to dive into the story about your summoner name. You had a lot of players fill out and have great stories behind it, but yours was pretty unique. Can you shed some light on it?
Yeah, there's just this Frank Ocean song called Nights that I'm kind of a huge Frank Ocean fan. So yeah, it's from like just a line from that song where he says "New Beginnings," and yeah, that's it. Love that.
Hearing everyone's origin story and how they became who they, now personify now is great. Moving forward in this tournament, you're set up for the upper bracket finals and now have already qualified for Major number 2 as one of the top 4 teams. No matter what happens here, you're one of the top 4 teams moving in. How does that make you feel?
It feels really good. It's a huge turn of events from season 0 or whatever you want to call it. But this is where we belong, we just had to work hard enough to get here.
Who do you want to play in that upper bracket finals between No More Ego and Immortals?
I mean, if enemy can take out IMT, that would make things a lot easier for us. But I think we'll expect IMT to win.
And then lastly, I kind of just wanted to get your thoughts on the WNS now propping up and being like a place where you can showcase your skill set, win some cash while playing Wild Rift. You know, how do you envision this is going to help North American Wild Rift grow?
I'm hoping it'll create like a vast ecosystem of content creators and just more pro teams. You know, the more competition there is, the healthier the system, right? Better teams at the top. So hopefully we have a lot to... Yeah.
For sure, for sure. I was actually told there's actually one more question. What's the name of your cat?
Wait. Oh, sorry. It's this. His name is Charlie. I've had him since he was very young. He's my baby.
Oh, well, you know what? You kind of were daddies to Tribe too, so it looks like you've had a little bit of time parenting. Hey, Beginnings, thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast. Congrats on not only your win over Tribe, but qualifying for Major number 2.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it.
Great stuff.
What?
Great stuff.
Maybe disappointed fathers, you know, after that quick 2-0. I was hoping for a third game.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I think people needed to know Beginnings' name and his origin story. He's like, yeah, it's a Frank Ocean song. It's
I needed
cool.
to know that cat name. That cat was adorable
Agreed.
back there. Yeah.
I wanted also to hear, and I'm glad we got to hear it, like, hey, I don't want people to look at Qualifier 1 and then look at Major 1 battle that they have here and be like, oh, it's the same thing that happened. He's like, no, they were definitely more tenacious in the way that they played and the way that things shook up. So I liked hearing that from Beginnings, and I'm excited to see what they do in their next matchup here. Al, any closing thoughts here before we head to a break?
I gotta say, we're talking about Immortals beating Sentinels, Sentinels beating Tribe, Cloud9 doing the same. It's looking scary in North America, and if Immortals end up winning, then we got an upper finals.
Angus?
I agree, and I'm torn. I haven't put in my predictions for this next match yet, but I'm going to be thinking about it a lot during this break because the heart or the head, either way, it's going to be a good upper bracket finals.
Well, the next match, Immortals versus No More Ego in the other upper semifinal bracket will be coming to you after we take this short break. You're watching the Wild Rift North American Series. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series, powered by Riot Games and Wisdom Gaming. I'm Degon, joined by Kangas and Alk Battery. We've seen a quarterfinal first round upset. We then saw business taken care of by Sentinels over Tribe, and
Pretty
now
much.
we've got the continuing chapter. Will the great story run here of No More Ego continue? But they're up against the Titans of Immortals here, Kangas.
Yeah, it's again the story of the roster that goes the furthest every time with no back-end org. Nobody's actually sponsoring these players versus IMT, now currently the #1 team in North America, the team to beat with a target on their back. So it's a big question. How far can Enemy actually make this upper bracket run? Because this has got to be their hardest challenge yet.
Well, let's look at that bracket as we've had a lot of action today and our first qualifier into Major number 2 in the form of Sentinels. And we've also said goodbye to our first, or we haven't said goodbye to our teams yet, but we've had Sentinels already set on up. I thought we said goodbye to a couple of our teams in the
we got
lower
one
bracket.
at
We
16
haven't.
bit Genesis. Goodbye. They've
Fun
left.
fact,
There it is.
Cloud9 and FAM are in their 3rd game. There's still a chance the FAM make it.
There's still a chance.
Yeah,
They're
and
going
Cloud9 have a
against
lot of
Tribe.
work they got to do. They've got to pull themselves on out. But we're zooming in on that top side of the bracket there. IMT versus No More Ego. One of the big ones that we're excited to see because this is another spot at Major number 2 on the line, guys.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff, and obviously each one of these teams, they don't want to have to play through qualifiers again. They don't have to risk their spot. They want to try and get the highest seeding possible. We see Immortals, the guys who have won Qualifier 1, who won a bunch of tournaments while Tribe were in Horizon Cup, and they've only made one change, and it's been Lamont returning back to the roster, and honestly, he's had a barn burner so far coming back into North American competitive.
How are they not going to have pictures?
Yeah.
They're the #1 team in the league right now. How do we not have pictures? Come on, guys, submit pictures.
They
want to show
literally
you
have
off
them on
on
Twitter.
broadcast.
They literally have Hoon getting flown out to LA
Oh.
with Immortals Progressive. Come on, guys. Let's get some pictures.
All
Get
right.
on it.
Well, another team that I don't remember if they have pictures now. Yep, no pictures. Yeah, okay, there it is.
We
We
got
got
some.
pictures
A
there.
couple.
Yeah, we've got Yikes. We've got Tybe there.
Is that a
Yikes
picture of Yikes in an Immortals jersey?
in the
Perhaps.
former
What?
Immortals jersey. There it is. Yeah,
How,
that's
how
pretty
do we
good.
have this?
That's he's kind of an imposter, no? It's a little sus.
Oh, that's even funnier. But that's the big story, of course, is Yikes in the role swap and also leaving Immortals now having to play against them. This is going to be an uphill battle for Enemy. I don't want anybody to like come in this thinking, oh, this should be like anybody's game. I am favoring Immortals here, and I think that Enemy, despite having a fantastic run so far, taking down Cloud9, Immortals just looking that good. Like, it is so hard for anybody to take games off.
Yeah, they definitely are. And going back to the Yikes point, you know, there was 2 teams he wanted to beat when we sent out the survey. Already beat one in Cloud9. He has his opportunity for the second one. And the key to doing that, we believe, is in the jungle matchup here between these 2 junglers. We got to see how explosive Tybe was. Stolen away. Should have been given star player, but that's okay. That's okay. And Lamont, who came back to this roster and has been pretty dominant.
Look at this. I mean, the stats are almost identical in a lot of spaces. Like, you look at the KDA, you're like, oh god, he has like almost twice as much as Tybe there. And if you thought his Lee Sin on Enemy was good, you should see Lamont. This guy is possibly the best mechanical player on the North American server. This guy is a terror on the ladder. And you look at his play inside competitive and Wild Rift, it has been nothing less than stellar. He is a fantastic, aggressive jungler.
Exactly. The matchup between these two will be explosive. I'm expecting a lot of the transition to the mid game, how the teams get into these objective controls, to be dictated entirely based on these junglers' decisions. And when you have that much laying on you as a player, as a performer, as a competitor, a lot of pressure. So now we get to see who's able to step up to the plate.
Yeah, well, prediction time. Right now, we've had a bevy of results so far. We've got our 2-0 Kangas, right? 2-0 Kangas.
Yeah,
Alk
yeah.
is 1-1, and
That's right. That's right.
I haven't done so well. That's why I'm here. And now I can't be too far off. Either I'll get a win because you guys all
Ooh.
lost, or I'll get a win because we're right and Immortals takes it here. Kangas, no more ego for you?
I've been the one that's different from everybody else so far, I think. I guess me and Alk were in unison with Sentinels last time around. But yeah, I do. My heart says enemy. My heart says no more ego.
I don't see an enemy. Pick then, brother.
I know.
Well,
Neither do
yeah,
I.
my brain just says you can't doubt Immortals right now. Like, they're just that good. So I am still leaning towards Immortals. I'm sorry, no more ego to the players. I still love y'all, but I think Immortals are just the top dogs in the region.
All I'm hearing is that Kangas is like, I would have bet Twitch channel points if I really could have, but I'm going to pick Immortals. I'm
No.
not even going to bother with that. I'm just going to say
All that
Immortals
matters.
2-0. They're going to straight up win this game instantly.
All that matters is that since me and Alk are the same, there's no way for him to catch up in predictions. If we're both right, I win. If we're both wrong, I win. So
God,
I'm walking away feeling good no matter what
I hate
happens
it here.
We're tracking the
Yeah.
scores, and we'll keep it throughout all of the major today and tomorrow in terms of predictions. You know what we should do? We should just keep it for all of the WNS, and then we'll
True.
have like some
Yes.
sort of
Agreed.
percentage throughout.
Like
I think
that.
we could do that. Yeah. So right
I would
now,
love that,
good
yeah.
start, but it's a long race. It's a long race here, Kangas. Now let's get away from our predictions and focus back up here on this matchup. When we talk about Immortals being such a dominant force, what makes them such a dominant force, and how should we be preparing to see this matchup unfold?
Well, I'll let Alk take that one, because Alk, you've been watching a lot of Immortals as of late, and I'm kind of returning back. Last I've seen from Immortals was more so back in the Fight Night Rifts where they started taking names, but they've had a bunch of really top finishes lately.
Yeah, so again, Gume I think is having really excellent performances. I'd like to also mention that Hoon is kind of still performing as a very good mid laner, but I think the real link up is not only with the jungler, with Lamont, but also Charm. Charm, active Twitch chatter, active memer in our community, is fantastic and all, but him and Lamont have had really great synergy throughout all of the qualifiers, and I'm really excited to see what these guys can do, especially with how shared the jungle pool is, specifically with that set.
All right, well, we'll see how it does. It all starts with the draft. Who will book their ticket to Major number 2 and make it to the upper bracket finals? Let's find out right now. No more ego, and number 1 Immortals do battle on the Rift with the draft.
A lot can be decided here, Alk. A lot to determine, not just what happens game 1, but the rest of the series. It is a best of 3 to see. Like Degon said, who's getting that auto qualification into the second major? A win here means that you're minimum getting top 4 in this event. So that means that you're already in. And Immortals on the blue side to start things off, banning away things like the Rakan. Yikes was just making a name for himself on that earlier today. Easton Morgana taken off, but Ziggs brand Olaf is the focus from enemy.
I was wondering how they were going to manipulate the support pool, just because, yikes, we haven't seen all that much, right? We've seen a few different looks in his champion pool, but if you know exactly what he's going to pick up, you have an idea as to how you can play around it. And hopefully with how Immortals have been looking, again, their timers about rotating for objectives have looked so clean throughout North America, specifically coming into 2022. So I'm excited to see what kind of look they bring here, and getting Varus to themselves is really nice. And our Pantheon aficionado, he gets to pop off. We've got a Pantheon in the draft here.
In case anyone's not aware, I'm a bit of a Pantheon one-trick in my own solo queue games. Now, in professional meta, I play it mostly in the Baron lane, and then I'll play it in support if I get auto-filled. But mostly in competitive, we see it in the jungle position, which probably is just the bot for him right now, because it's much easier to go for ganks. You can get around objectives much easier and look for flanking positions. But either way, it can be very strong very early on. So what does Immortals want to answer with that? Bit of a death lane, honestly, in this bottom lane. Thresh Varus is kind of scary. If you get hit by one hook, you could just die.
Exactly, and giving enough peel against the Pantheon is really strong. I like the idea of what Thresh can do. You can hook the Pantheon, you can flame away, box keeps him from getting on top of your targets. Same thing with the Lantern, so a lot of abilities to get out. I just wonder what this is going to mean for the rest of the map, because this is probably just going to be Type's Pantheon. And it's been a really long time since we've seen this champion kind of roaming throughout the jungle.
He was known for this back in the summer. He was one of the junglers that actually did like to pilot it. And that Garen lock-in, do not assume that that's a Louis. Could be, but Yikes does like to play the Garen support as well, and has been having a lot of success on that too. So enemy keeping their options open right now. I would expect to see the mid laner locked in, and then hold that Garen flex pick till the very end and see what Immortals are rocking. But Immortals right now, they do have this split push threat in the Fiora, and they're banning out some of these assassins that can maybe match her. Zed taken off the table.
So getting rid of Zed tells me from Immortals, they just want to get rid of some more assassins. We see Nunu there. Nunu's really good at trying to kind of playing a disruptive frontline cruisery kind of boy. So when I look at Immortals, they're probably going to get rid of either another Fizz. They can get rid of Diana, which would be pretty nice. And being on blue side, they do have some options. They're probably going to pick up some more tanks just because they don't tend to play around a Rocky Zoro. And giving him the Fiora, he had a pretty okay performance last time around. We saw him against Sentinels with it.
And the Diana ban is locked in, so you're right on that call, Alec. Enemy now, if they do want to lock in a mid laner, I'm trying to think like what would even synergize super well with this composition currently. Twisted Fate potentially, then you have the double ultimates from Twisted Fate and Pantheon. You can actually catch people like Fiora in a side lane by surprise if you're able to synergize those together. Interesting. They're going for the Renekton.
They want to hold this pick. Remember, Corki can be a double flex here for Jackie as well. We can see it in 2 different positions, so I like showing the Renekton. It is a bit of a better skill matchup, but Fiora tends to get away with this matchup as time goes on, so Renekton's going to be looking to group. An enemy don't actually have a lot of damage in my mind. Pantheon has a lot of upfront burst, but again, you have great ways of kind of nullifying that. So for my IMT, picking up the Jace is going to be for Hoon. Gotta show their hand. What's your jungler going to be? Could be jungle Jace, but like that's extra spicy, and I don't know if they're ready for it.
That would be pretty spicy right now, but even despite those nerfs coming through, we do see some teams opting for it. A lot of physical damage on IMT's side right now, so I do want to see something AP. Okay, I guess technically that's some AP.
Yeah,
you can build the Gragas that way. Yeah.
This could be AP Gragas for Rocky Zoro. Lebmont could take up the Fiora. I don't expect this to be Gragas in the jungle. He did just get a buff. Got like only a 70 attack damage now, which is pretty good. We'll have to see if that's the case. An enemy, they're going to go for it. They're going to pick up an Akali. So it is, okay, so we're going to be getting Garen support, which I like. Yep. I think Garen support is Mondo Turbo broken, and if you try to pick a hook on him as Thresh, kind of be sad.
Yeah, he's got so much tenacity just built into his natural kit that it's like, alright, so I'm stunned for like 0.5 seconds, sure. I just gotta run away or run at you, silence you. Yeah, it's very annoying to deal with. But I don't... Actually, I was about to say I don't see a lot of scaling options on the enemy, but they do have the Corki, and Akali does a decent job getting into the later stages of the game too. There's a little all over the place still with what they want to do. A lot of melee, and then just that one champion in the Corki that can provide some of that range. So if the Jace and the Varus can poke out these melee champions before they have a chance to go in, enemy could be hurting in these team fights.
This Pantheon pick needs to pay off for enemy. Otherwise, their team kind of just falls apart. They don't exactly have a lot of great damage. Their engage is really lacking, as having 4 melee champions in this Corki, who's going to step up to engage? You have to wait for Immortals to come towards you and kind of accept that gank, be receptive to that kind of team fighting. So
it will be flanks. Can they get the right flanks? Oftentimes, Pantheon ult, you don't use it for the damage. You don't use it to land on the person. You use it to stop their escape path and flank them. That is oftentimes the most efficient way to use that ability. As efficiency, Ike's getting a really good trade onto Charm right there in the bot lane, just trading health bars.
For everybody at home, man, what were you going to say, Kangas?
I was just going to say, Pantheon, Feast, or Famine champ. So yes, keep your eyes on them early.
I was going to start talking about Garen support, because this is what everybody at home is probably wondering. They're like, why is Garen in support? If you've been watching WRL, you'll see this champion a ton, and if you want to go start getting free, like, MMR and whatever games, just play Garen, man. He just walks up on enemy AD and enemy support and just kills them. And you walk away, you can heal.
Exactly, that passive can put in work. You can give your AD carry all of the fruits so that they stay healthy as well, but Yikes actually will go for a reset and completes it. So already early onto the map, we've seen Yikes do this a lot. This is a little earlier though, minute 15, you see that he's not going back towards bot lane. He's going through mid as IMT go for an invade on this blue buff. Nicely communicated from Charm here to say, all right, their support's gone, but Lamont might be overcommitting. Yeah, he's just going to go down. Doesn't even commit the flash. That's first blood picked up.
Really over-aggressive there coming out from the side of IMT, as yes, they do have lane priority, but they're a little bit squishy. They don't exactly have the HP bars to match, and talking about Yikes getting out of the bot lane, well, he immediately got poked out of bot, so he said, hey, I'm just going to walk into the mid lane. I'm playing Garen for crying out loud. All right, I'll just use my first ability.
Oh!
Jackie is dead.
That's what happens when you leave your AD carry alone. If they don't play respectfully, they can get punished. No flash, no exhaust on Jackie, and I assume that was probably a death sentence from Charm to set that up.
Oh man, that is such a tough kill there as well. He's going to be missing out on a ton of experience. Meanwhile, yikes. Okay, I'm having exactly Jackie vibes, because this happens whenever I play with Smax in solo queue. He makes what is technically the correct play, but like, I mean, like, I hate this, because now I don't have a support in my lane.
True, but I mean, just don't die for it. Oh,
True.
first Pantheon ultimate, not doing much, and now he's just gonna die!
Oh.
Charm played that perfectly. And Ty, oh, that's so rough. That first Pantheon ultimate is so crucial.
Exactly, and really the first impact that we see from Type in general, not just the ultimate, but really the first time we've got to see Pantheon do anything, is him power sliding into a death. Not
Yep,
exactly what
into
we want
the
to
play,
see.
into the death sentence. That's rough.
We get
Like,
a
watch how
replay.
Charm plays this.
Oh, man. Charm's been so good. I'm so glad that this guy is just, like, finding success in North America and also just, like, being a good support.
Literally, all three of his abilities say no to Pantheon. The Dark Passage to get, his solo laner to safety, and then also the Death Sentence play under turret. Yeah, it's great stuff to see that. And again, that sets Type so far behind. The Fiora will outscale in the jungle.
Well, now you're also setting up in kind of weird matchups where the jungle is obviously kind of even now, because remember Lamont, he was the one that ended up dying for first blood, and then they moved on over, and now it's kind of affecting other lanes, right? Charm has all of the kills, which is not where you want the gold to be, especially when you're playing against someone like a Garen. Like, it doesn't need all that much gold. Oh, that's a three-pointer. That's a three-pointer.
Yeah.
That one went right off the backboard. That might have actually hit my fridge. I'm gonna
Yeah, that's one of those ones where you're like, hey, Mom, check this out, and you throw it from behind the basketball hoop.
It hits you back in the head,
it
like
hits-
it bounds off and hits you back.
It's the van window, and you're like, oh, whoops,
Ugh,
sorry.
Mom, don't look anymore.
Yeah, you can stop watching me play now. But, of course, it does have to keep going. And gold lead still picked up for Immortals here, despite not getting that top lane play. They are on the Herald. Lamont should commit for this.
Now, what does enemy do here? Because they do have Truth sitting in bot wave, picking up this kind of this wave in the dragon lane. I would like to see them just go for the dragon. They have vision of this the entire time, and while this is going on, they simply catch the mid wave, and now they're gonna maybe start this dragon up a little bit late. IMT had the option to go for this, but it seems like they want to try and punish a Louis, take him down, and drop this Rift Herald.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto Aloy, and Herald dropped immediately. No mana on Araki Zoro, as enemy do claim the dragon. So Immortals slightly ahead on the objective plays. And that will be first brick, picked up by Immortals. Even more gold into the pocket of this Fiora, but bottom lane right now. Yikes and Types
is coming.
in vain. Look at the engage from Hoon. Does not want to give that over, and now Gume shows up too. That's 2 kills to Immortals.
Yeah, good play on the bot side here. Enemy, I don't know what's happening. It feels like they're kind of dizzy. I don't know exactly how to describe it. It feels like every time they want to go for a play, there's some hesitation in their I guess in their phones,
no.
really.
Oh,
You know, play Truth.
Oh, gets flayed. Does the death sentence
Oh, the
land?
hook!
It does! The blind death sentence into the smoke. Charm, you beautiful, beautiful man. Oh, here's the Pantheon
Here's
ultimate,
power
though.
slide.
Can Charm do it again? Doesn't have Dark Passage for Hoon this time around, so Hoon will go down. Now Charm, turret, he's fine.
You should be able to get out. Enemy finally finds some kills, but it's just one, and honestly, it's definitely not enough to get them back into this game. Jackie is picking up farm in the top side. I wanted to criticize Immortals there for their play in the top lane, for dropping the Herald so early. Yes, it is gold in Lamont's back pocket, but freeing up Gragas from this laning phase is not exactly what I wanted to see. You can keep a Louis out from team fights. You're already ahead on the opposite side of the map. Extend the laning phase. Make sure that they're always feeling the pressure of, hey, I think our top laner is going to have to invest in teleport instead of something like a stone plate or even a proto belt for Renekton to get into the back line. So now, Immortals, I mean, Gragas is always going to be able to catch this wave and maybe have first say out onto the map, but I think they could definitely extend their gold lead, where, I mean, enemy kind of feels like you're just not doing anything.
Yeah, they haven't accomplished much on the Rift yet, and Lamont is 1,500 gold over Type currently. And like you said, that's what they got for that turret. It was money in the pocket of Lamont. Now, okay, he gets out just fine. Enemy don't want to hard commit onto that one. So we'll need to track to see what can Fiora do with that gold that was picked up to make that play worth it.
So now, Kangas, this is the part of the game for IMT where they get to just have full say of the map. They have full permissions activated. They have /svcheats_1 active because they get
They got
free
the community
jungle camps.
mugs,
Exactly.
everything.
Yep, they got all things enabled for them. They can go invade for jungle camps. They can force Tybe to basically take all of Jackie's farm, which is not what you want to see if you're on the side of enemy. And they can just do stuff like this where prepping for dives as well.
No vision spotting Charm right now. You see Gume. Actually, Charm is a little too far forward. There's another Pantheon ultimate. This could be big. Hoon's caught out. Hoon will die. That's a kill picked up by Truth right there. And they trade one back. Tybe's still alive. Low health bar will walk away to safety.
Okay, so enemy can make a proactive play. I love that. It was just immediate snap call. We're going to punish onto the side of Immortals. They get way too greedy for this turret. But they invest a lot, and now they have to try and defend this turret. Charm lands, look, it's onto Yikes, which again is not much doing, but they're just ping-ponging waves in the mid lane, which is good for enemy. The slower they can take this game, the more time it gives them to come back.
Enemy need a couple more Pantheon ultimates like that. That's one of the... It's not the ideal way to use Pantheon. I like to use Pantheon ultimate proactively, looking for your own dives, your own invades, your own rotations, but you can also use it defensively. If you know that an enemy is setting up aggressively around a turret, you can do just that, ult behind them. So Tybe, once that cooldown's back up again, we need one, maybe two more of those for enemy to try and get a purchase back into this game, because it is still recoverable. It's not like they're locked out of this game. It's just going to be difficult from this point, and getting hooked could be a rough start. That's shield down. That's a 20-second cooldown, most likely at this stage, depending on how many points he has in it. Tybe will not be a beefy frontline now.
Enemy now recognizes well that the Infernal Drake is spawning. It's the best scaling Drake in the game, just the combat damage you're going to be able to get from it. And they can't even take the Rift Herald at this point. They have the package, but they're going to be entering blind into Thresh Hook, into Jace Poke. All of this is so dangerous. They need Yikes to lead the charge.
Ooh.
Flashes in.
You just flash first abilities. Hard commit right now. Enemy want to force it. Immortals have repositioned though, and they have the resets. The Fiora with the big ultimate and the cleanup and the rest of the play. Zoro being the front line that they need, getting a double kill to Immortals, and that is a back-breaking play there. If it was hard for enemy before, it is almost impossible now. Immortals will get a lot off of this.
Gume playing that mechanically excellent as just throws out the ult, and the rest of enemy can't move. They're stuck up in the chains of corruption. It allows for IMT to completely take that team fight, gets the Dragon and the Rift-Tailed alongside a mid-tier 1. Like
Wow.
you're saying, Kangas, that absolutely breaks the game. It makes it so that enemy now are absolutely unable to team fight in a lot of situations that maybe they would have if it was a little more even. And with this Rift-Tailed, there's now a huge timer. They can always grab a turret whenever they want out on the map.
And this is always the mark of the true good teams. What did they get outside of the kills, outside of the gold from the fight? 3 objectives! You cannot ask for more than that. That was literally 3 different sides of the map. But now Charm, oh, Jackie could be in trouble. That sentence misses.
Yep, and now we're going to have to watch as enemy are going to have to play incredibly far back. They've lost access. They don't have any of the primary engage, and this Pantheon pick not paying off just means that they're at a pretty massive deficit where if this champion was... We could have swapped it for anything else. Maybe it could have a different impact, but enemy locked in. The consequences of their actions coming back to bear.
It's really, like, again, as sad as it is, it comes down to that first ult in the mid lane. Like, once that one goes awry, it was already looking doom and gloom, because now Lamont, with this jungle lead right here, is not even necessarily a jungler anymore. Can just be a split lane, or a side lane split pusher. With Hoon as well, they can take these turrets so quickly.
Yep. And, I mean, now Truth is in this really cool position. Nice hook from Charm Blind. It probably doesn't mean much, but it definitely feels good there. Pantheon's in the river.
He knows we're giving star players, so he's trying to give his best for an
Yeah.
argument of it. Iraqi Zoro in trouble. Truth in trouble. Charm with the damage, and Gume coming in at
Another
the very
one.
end. Another death sentence, and Iraqi Zoro still alive. A double kill to the AD carry. Immortals just can do no wrong.
So, they got the Rift-Tailed in mid. They didn't exactly grab the turret, but it's another tier 2 gun in top lane. Packages available for Corki, but like, Truth, when we saw him on the Akali versus Cloud9, even in a deficit, he was trying to find pop-offs. And here's the highlight reel here for Charm as he's just peeling off. You have full tank Gragas here. Justice is unserved against this guy. Yikes. And he comes up to clean. This is a great job from Immortals. Their rotations are looking fantastic.
Immortals are just such a well-oiled machine right now. It's a treat to watch them play on the Wild Rift. Enemy are giving them their best possible, fight, but so far it has not been enough, and that's just the story of Immortals currently truly living up to that name. Now invading.
Oh, and Kangas, he was also an enemy fan, so he is gone. I've got it from here. Charm setting up for this Drake. We've got 45 seconds before the next dragon. I don't expect there to be any kind of fighting. Enemy for sure do not want to look for anything. And IMT, with this gold lead, really have full say as to what's happening on the map. They can look for any engage. You can see how aggressive Lamont can play on this Fiora, especially when you have Verpass. It is so difficult for them to start up anything. So from here on out, Enemy are looking for ways to get back into the game. 10, 11,000 gold down. And this last fight is going to be where I think they should make their last stand.
20
Their
seconds
items
till
are going to
dragon.
be where they want. Exactly.
20 seconds till dragon, and they have the package. So this should be Enemy's final stand if they can go for it. But 12k behind. Hold with bated breath, everybody, because they got to find a miracle right now. Immortals, they're resetting. So they will actually be second to approach the dragon. Enemy do have the inside track right now. They will start it up most likely, but
They don't have enough damage. There's a wave that's going to be crashing. It looks like Alui wanted to hit a BF sword here. Alui just ults on out. Are they trying to go for something on the Hoon? He's out.
Yeah.
That's a flash from Jace.
Tide was looking for the kill on the bottom side, but now Enemy, they no longer have the inside track of the river. They have to walk through the choke points. And Immortals, they have full control, but look at Aloy almost getting onto the back line, going right for Gume. But now it could be Jackie in trouble. He's engaged on Jackie's down. Immortals have taken out the damage, so it should be an easy cleanup afterwards. Still some low health bars, but it doesn't matter. A double kill to Iraqi Zoro on the rampage right now. And Gume picking up one as well. That is a 3-for-0 trade.
And that right there is the Baron going over to IMT. I don't know if they'll be able to end on this push. It might be another 2 or so minutes before they're able to close this one out. But Kangas, IMT looking dominant in game 1. It is 14-3, and it feels a lot slower than some of the other games that we've been seeing throughout the day. They are taking their time. They're making sure that they can execute on their map plays. And Enemy, I don't know if maybe they're getting bored by Immortals. They're like, we can't do anything. They keep choking us out of the game.
But fun fact, for everybody out there, take Dragon then Baron, because then you have the highest uptime for the Baron buff. I think Immortals got a little excited there. They're like, we got the kills, Baron. Oh, we still got the Dragon. All right, back to
so they went for the Baron, and then they realized, well, Enemy are going to come back out onto the map, and we really don't want to give them the Mountain Drake because they are behind. It is a small shield. In the grand scheme of things, it probably doesn't mean anything as this game is really far out of their control. But any little bit that you can take away from your opponent is obviously important.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going to be fine. Immortals, for sure, have the tools to close this game out. This Baron push should be the final nail in the coffin that is Enemy in game number 1 here, which means that it's back to the drawing board. Their composition was unique. I like the idea of the Pantheon jungle, but obviously it did not work out too well for them in the early game, so Enemy should be looking at other avenues now as they're looking at these desperation plays and still not finding them. Like the Pantheon ultimate, you have to use it further behind, cut off the retreat path, and maybe they got the flank. The range of Immortals, you gotta respect it. And now the rest of the team fight will come in, and it's just a cleanup for the squad. IMT so far ahead, a double kill to Gumi as Louis just flex teleports in place in the river, and that will be game. Immortals still looking dominant in North America. They will go up 1-0 in the series to see if they can make it auto-qualified to Major 2.
And just clinical from them. They didn't allow for Enemy to have a chance into that game. Gume obviously pumping out damage on this Varus. And as we kind of creep into the end of this game, crawling over into the victory screens, I think when we look at Enemy's draft, I think we see a lot of champions that are very good individually, or you can say are performing well in solo queue, right? Like, you have Renekton top. Awesome. That's a pretty strong Baron laner, right, Kingus? You've got Pantheon in the jungle, especially in solo queue. That's a terror. A lot of people can't kind of get around that hump that Pantheon will just straight up kill you. Akali, maybe in competitive she's fallen off, but for truth, definitely a say-so. You look at this bot lane, you're like, okay, Corki in the bot lane, that's whatever. Garen is awesome. But as a whole, these units don't exactly mix. They don't exactly have the same themes next to each other.
Yeah.
We just saw that they felt a little lost.
Oh, and the damage as well.
Ugh.
Yeah, just not outputting what they needed to. There was one moment in the early game where enemy, they needed to pull the trigger. Tybe and Yikes were both top lane. Aloy was pushing in the wave, and Iraqi Zora was level 4. But then they backed away from that top tri-bush, and they did not go for the dive. I feel like, as weird as it sounds, with this comp, you have to go for those plays. And then also the Pantheon, the first one missing, not getting a kill on the dying under turret. That was another backbreaker too. If this composition doesn't get ahead early on, you're not going to come back. It is so difficult. So you just got to be willing to pull the trigger. Enemy didn't find those triggers to pull. And of course, Immortals take away that win with pretty impressive fashion. But Alec, I do have actually updates from elsewhere in the tournament right now.
Okay, give it to me.
We're getting some feedback from production on how things are shaking up in the lower bracket. Guess who won between Fam and Cloud9?
Was it a fan?
Trend continues, baby. The no logo teams, man. I don't know what it is about them, but they have these legendary lower bracket runs in these majors. So Cloud9 out early. Disappointing 0-2 in series for them. That's going to be rough. Picking up a game in both series at least, but still, I think a lot for Cloud9 to look at going forward. And it was so promising because they had such cool drafts too. I mean, they were bringing in the Cloud9 style that we now see in League PC into Wild Rift. And yeah, definitely back to the drawing board for them. But fam, I'm excited to see them in the lower bracket now.
Yeah, I think that's super exciting. And not only are they've beaten Cloud9, now they have to potentially beat a Tribe Gaming who is down on the count. So that should be interesting. But looking back at this series, I want to give Charm MVP. We need to give a support MVP.
Okay.
Beginnings got the interview, but Charm this game on the Thresh. This guy's sick.
I would agree.
Setting up for his whole team.
I would agree. Just playing around the Pantheon perfectly, always in the right spot. Having that that turnaround play in the bottom lane as well when they turn the turret dive. Yeah, Charm had an absolute performance right here. Oh, this is when Jackie died alone. He's under turret.
Oh, I love this. We didn't even get to see this.
That's
This is
so
a
sad.
callback memory. It's like getting like when your phone gives you like, hey, this happened like 2 years ago. This is exactly what's going on. Charm. It's just a highlight reel for this guy. Really proud of him to get this, and he's always playing around some of his carries, always in the right position, protecting either Hoon from a dive, from getting over-excised on one side of the map, or letting Goom and him take control from the Dragon Bear duo.
And I just love how this entire replay package is also just a Chime hype package, too.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they planned that or not, but repositioning here, landing the hook again. Charm had a great performance, and Immortals across the board are still showing us why they were the top dogs in North America as of right now. Even Enemy not having a great opportunity to get any purchase in this game. So congratulations to Charm for having both of our votes for the star player of the game. That makes 2 supports now that have gotten the award. I like it. Support representation, everybody.
Wait. I don't remember from our last
Yikes got one.
series. Yikes did get one. That is true.
Because I said it first and loudest, even though Degon was upset that it should have been tied.
Yeah, okay, that was the type one where we pulled off a robbery. Okay, so we're only missing what? We're missing a mid laner. We're missing and a marksman, right? No, we had Jackie in the first game. We had Jackie.
We did have Jackie, yeah.
We got a
I think it is just mid lane.
It's just mid lane.
I believe it's just mid lane that we're missing as of right now, but here's Charm from that game. Deathless. 94% kill participation. That is insane.
He's missing
like
one
unheard
kill.
of.
There's 18 kills for Immortals. He's missing 1.
Wow. Okay. Okay, can we get Charm to like coach Smacks a little bit?
Whoa, okay. A lot of the support players and a lot of the other players in North America, we're part of like the in-house server that they have, and they play like a 5s, and he's like, dude, this guy is Smurf. Like, Smacks is actually so good at support. Smacks is only Diamond right now. only because he's getting held down by me and Mark. But once he lets loose of the training weights, I'm sure that he could definitely reach up and kind of start playing with a lot of the
You know what I want
veteran
now?
talent that we hear in North America.
Now I want to have like some kind of special episode where we have all of us casters go into the in-house server and have, like a caster v pro player match.
Oh,
That'd be
yeah, I
fun.
was going to say, if you're going to have us play in the WNS, we actually cannot. It's part of the rulebook. It is part of our agreement. We cannot actually play if we are in the doing the event.
I
So
suppose that makes sense. That
Yeah.
does make sense. But no, I just in-houses. This will be side content.
yeah, of course, shoulder content. That's the important part, right?
Exactly.
Going back to this, Kangas, we've got a really interesting predicament now for Enemy where they are obviously set up to lose here. They will be going up against Reflexion, who are watching this match
Yeah.
closely. Enemy, I mean, this is again a team where they've been set up to kind of always be a very good team. They were the ones that were always pushing Tribe, who were the best in North America last year. And obviously going up against Immortals, who are starting to kind of take that throne alongside Sentinels. They're kind of getting pushed out, right? Like now they're sitting in that
A little
bracket
bit.
alongside C9. And so I don't know, man. Like when we were talking around the scene, Enemy always was like the team that, hey, they can on their best day beat any single team in the region. They really have to overperform.
Well, what I will say is, even if they get dropped into the lower bracket, they already made quick work of Reflexion in the second qualifier finals.
That's true.
To get into here. So this shouldn't be a team that they are, concerned about. I still do think that Enemy are a top team in the region and could make that lower bracket run, because if they take down Reflexion, who they've already beaten in a best of series, they'd be up against either Tribe or Fam, which of course Fam is the true raid boss down there. I think we can all agree right
True. Agreed.
now.
Kangas, I'm gonna have you have a hot take here. You say
Yeah.
that Enemy are top 4. Would you say that they are top 3? Would you rank? Let's just say top 2 is Sentinels, Immortals in any order.
Yep.
Would you be willing to put Enemy over Tribe or Cloud9 or whoever?
I think I would. I think I actually might. I think I might say Enemy is top 3 as well. It's close, I'd say, between them and Tribe for sure. But as of recent performances, I think that there's definitely an argument to be made. And I'm curious actually what everybody in Twitch chat thinks too.
Yeah.
Not just from fandom, but from actual critical thinking. Like, who do we think are the top
Critical
3 teams in
thinking
the
Twitch
region?
chat. Okay, Kangas.
Critical
Let's
thinking. I believe
let's
in them.
relax there.
Maybe it's just Boomer me believing in Twitch chat,
Maybe.
falsely, but I still think that they can give us some analytical content in there. But I think hands down it's Immortals and Sentinels at the top. Like the
Yes.
gap between those two and then the rest of the field, it's felt. Like it's real.
It's so hard to say because we haven't obviously seen this matchup between Tribe and Enemy too much, so we'll have to wait and see. But we are into draft 2 here, Kangas, and IMT are yet again 1 win away from locking their spot in the next major and making top 4 here in WNS Major 1. Draft
Back
is
on the
looking
blue
to
side,
kind of
too.
the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
still taking Yikes off of that Rakan, going for that Varus, so they still want that range to play with, a lot of poke for the squad of IMT right now. And Enemy answering with some range of their own. Ziggs locked in.
Good. This is typically the answer worldwide is if you give up the Varus, you pick up the Ziggs on the opposite side. And
Yeah.
now we'll have to see what the answer exactly from Enemy. Picking up Camille here. I like this look, trying to get backline divers to disrupt Varus. Now, what kind of look do we get from IMT? Are they going to go for kind of setting up a front line for Gume? Or are they going to go back to what we saw in Game 1, which is just threat overload? Just keep
Run it
throwing
back.
bodies at them. Yeah!
Run it back, baby! Yeah! Get
There it
charmed that
is.
Thresh.
Okay, so Charm gets his Thresh. Enemy, they're changing up the draft already, picking some different stuff here. Jackie on the Ziggs should be really exciting to see. And Truth,
There we go.
or Yikes on Galio, I think is probably pretty fitting. It's a bit of a harder
Yeah.
matchup against Thresh, but definitely able to be done.
But I like this because it's the full combo. Like, these 3
Yep.
champions combo so well together. Camille goes in, Galio follows, those 2 ultimates can lock down at least 1 member, and then Ziggs ult on top of it. You can 100 to 0 somebody like a Varus, even a Fiora if she doesn't have her riposte available, very quickly. So, do Enemy have the actual synergy to pull that off now in-game? It's easier said than done.
Yeah, they're going to need backline damage or someone to go along with that dive. So I like that IMT for similar reasons that we saw in Game 1, banning away the Diana and potentially the Zed. I think these are just
J4?
2 champions that are going to be getting really far away.
I would ban
Sean-
J4 here too.
Yeah, I was thinking J4, but J4
okay.
makes it a big nuisance for someone like the Varus, but he can flash out. He can also use the Zonias to buy time. Zed will just kill him. Like, you can buy time all you want, but if you can kill the Varus, that is much more worth, in my opinion.
So we'll see if Aloy, he has played the J4, he does like that pick. Maybe he goes for it because it's just that extra layer of combo. But it could also be too much combo, or it could be just right, as they do lock that in.
This is SEA Riku's, the Venn diagram is actually just a circle. Because you got all these ultimates that
Yep.
are circle. Every single one of these champions has a circle ultimate. Well, I guess
What's the
Camille's
final
is kind of
circle?
like an octagon, kind of.
Morgana's banned, so that doesn't count.
Yeah, I'm trying to like
Veigar?
theorycraft.
Veigar, or
Veigar's
Veigar.
not like a.
There we go.
It's not like a circle ultimate. He kind of throws a sphere at you, which is more like a
Well,
three-dimensional.
He's got
form.
the circle cage, though. I think it counts.
I guess Event Horizon's not like. Whatever. I'll just let you have this. I don't think Veigar matches. There's a lot of magic damage now on the side of enemy, and Immortals. They're picking up some interesting champions here.
Back to the Ari.
Ari for Hoon, again another champion that we saw him pick up at the end of Summer Series last year, and a champion that, in my mind, is not very good. We haven't seen North America really pull it out since then.
It's different from the Jason that, you know, it's not this upfront burst long range poke, but it can make picks. It can land a charm, blow somebody up with the Varus on top of it. Just throwing out one arrow with the full RE combo and electrocute will probably kill something like a Ziggs, maybe even a Corki too that's locked in. And it can get out of that J4 Cataclysm. So I understand why you would want to pivot towards something like an Ari right now. But enemy with that Corki, that's some more consistent DPS and even more magic damage.
Okay, enemy, you have very clear battle lines drawn here. Jarvan, Gallia, Camille will be going forward and trying to basically provide a barricade up against IMT. You've got Ziggs, he's going to be throwing bombs over top. You've got Corki, another Yordle, throwing bombs over top. It's just all-out warfare going on between the two damage dealers for No More Ego. Whereas IMT, they have some pretty solid engage, but honestly, I think they're pretty receptive to a lot of the damage that's going to be coming their way. And if enemy fall behind, you're definitely not going to have enough damage to kill anybody on Immortals. So, big key on them. Can they find early game victories that we saw from them in versus Cloud9? Otherwise, we're going to get a repeat here of this and send Immortals 2-0 up into the upper finals.
And can they get the combo? Because we've seen
That
teams
is
draft
true.
combos today already, but not necessarily execute them. You have to properly layer all these tools that synergize well together, but you still need to click the correct inputs in the correct order. Let's see if enemy can do it, or if Immortals will make quick work on their way to the upper bracket finals. One more win, and they're locked in for that, as well as the major number 2 auto qualification. And we're loaded onto the Rift now. Al, early aggression right now from Immortals bot lane in the 2v2. Charm still not spotted. It's taunted up right now. This is a good trade started off for enemy. They're already ignite down. They're going to hard commit onto Gume.
Ooh, and the final bouncing bomb lands as well. Ziggs level 1 is still a bit of a bit strong. You know, you can poke away with Varus, but the piercing arrow, it takes a little bit for that damage to start to creep in. So, as you're saying, good trade. Hoon flashes forward, barrier, ignite.
Bold move right there
He's
from
dead?
Hoon, and he is punished. Truth with the first blood 1v1 is now in the bottom lane. There's still action going on. That's heal used by Gume.
Oh, they are fighting everywhere. Top lane, maybe not so much, but Hoon, I don't know if maybe he thought, okay, I can flash over and just hit him with a charm, but everything misses there, and Truth getting him in the middle of a pretty massive minion wave at the same time ends up solo killing his late opponent.
Rare to see as the Corki. Fantastic to feel.
That's
as the
a whoopsie.
Corki. Now coming back, yeah. With
That,
that
the
Kindle
technical
gem.
term. The technical term is a whoopsie.
Yeah, industry terminology, man. Not to confuse the audience right now. Flash used by Lamont. Getting chased down. Enemy finding a lot in this early game. That could be another kill. Lamont
Charm.
low. Lamont taken down. Time over the wall onto Gume. One more auto, but he flashes. And the Hail of Arrows will pick up a kill traded.
Oh, it's so close here. Charm wants to try and protect his marksman. The Dragon Lane duo will finally recall. But this gives Jackie a little bit of time to wail away on the turret if given space. Charm can walk up here. The wave clear between them doesn't have a lot of mana, so potentially not. Enemy, they're fighting at least. This is way more action than we saw in game 1.
Aloy starts up this top scuttle, and now Lamont's back on the map. I don't think Lamont got it. I'm pretty sure Tybe smited that away. Yeah, so Tybe actually gets the scuttle.
It's a double scuttle diff. It's a grabber. Good job for Tybe for getting that for himself. He's
He's
getting
2 levels up.
A little bit of gold.
Tybe's-
Yeah, he's getting everything.
Wow.
The experience is there. And look
And
at
Lamont just hit
Galio.
level 4 passively.
Yikes is just walking in the river. He's like, we're fist fighting for blue buff, Woody. Come on.
Lamont is in a lot of trouble right now. Has to give up the blue buff, go towards the wolves instead. An enemy, they can now just engage onto Iraqi Zoro. There's the combo we were talking about. And that is enough damage. Enemy get a 3rd kill on the board.
Playing around a hyper-accelerated jungle. If you would have told me, hey, nameplate's off, maybe Lamont is on this Camille, but Tybe on his namesake champion, the one that he made his name on in North America Summoner Series. He's coming back, man. He's like, I don't care about the nerfs. You nerfed me back at the beginning of the year. You're going to nerf me now. It doesn't matter. I'm taking wins.
They push out the mid wave here now, too. I imagine that blue buff will go over to Truth because Tybe stole away Lamont's blue buff. Dragon's up in about 30 seconds time now, 35. So they could be posturing for that, too. But overall, fantastic start for Enemy. This is the start that they wanted last game but weren't able to find. But this time around, it's going to be a much easier game to play out.
I think the difference here is an enemy is actually just making proactive plays. Yes, they're utilizing the lead that Tybe has and allowing for Jackie to solo farm the bot wave, but realistically, they're actually just making things happen where Camille allows for that to happen, where the Pantheon, the agency was just not there. So Infernal Drake to start, we're going to have a pretty explosive start to the game here as now Truth will pick up the package. We'll have to see what Immortals' response is. It looks like they're just going to go for this Herald, but so
They're on
are
vision,
Enemy.
Yeah, there's a ward that was placed down there, and the package is not going to Dragon. It's going topside. Immortals can now spot this out. There's the package used. Truth goes right into the middle of everybody, and Jackie gets the objective. Boone lands a Charm. The Ari can do it on DPS, but now the engage comes in from Enemy. Iraqi Zora trying to frontline. Charm getting chased down by Yikes. Pulls Iraqi Zora to safety. Charm! That was amazing Thresh play right there. And Immortals, they actually get out with most of their lives intact.
They only lost one member. And Jackie, over top, the 3-point shot with the ultimate, the Mega Inferno Bomb, comes through, steals the Rift Herald. And that just adds salt in the wound for Immortals, who are slowly starting to get kind of bled out in a lot of these fights. Going back and forth, cutting edge goes over to Enemy. The Dragon now here. And missing out on some of those ultimates might potentially hurt them from starting this up.
Lamont has his ultimate. Tybe has his. Which one will be more impactful in this team fight? Both junglers can make big plays happen here. Immortals are up slightly in gold after the last couple of plays. They've done a good job of equalizing and slowing down Enemy, picking up kills for themselves, and now Enemy are giving them a lot of respect too, actually backing away here.
They're going to go for it. They're going to go try and contest for this. Tybe is looking for it.
Contest coming through. Yikes going forward. Tybe taking a lot of damage right now. If he gets blown up, then that is objective secured for Immortals. He steals the dragon. And Tybe almost survives too. Truth chasing down the members of Immortals. And Enemy, they're making it work. They're sticking it to the top team in North America with style. Louis knocked under turret. Iraqi Zora will trade one back.
And he's at 2.
A lot of damage too. He's
what
dead.
are they doing?
Okay. Just gift the double kill to Zoro.
Oh, Enemy, they felt bad. They must have been like, okay, we're winning a little too hard. Let's just donate 2 kills. That was really bad for kind of how they wanted to play the game. And the Rift Herald only gets 2 plates, so a comedy of errors right now going on as you get a replay as to what just happened there. Want to see this steal because Immortals, they took a really long time. They wanted to make sure that Tybe had died. The patience. Boone throwing that the Ari for stability over the wall. Puts it in smite range for them. And now you just see Jackie's firing away. Untouched in this fight alongside Truth. A fantastic start, and I'm going to close my eyes. I'm going to pretend I didn't see this part of the fight. Yeah, that was pretty painful. Everybody, we didn't have to see that, and it's okay. We're waiting for Kangas to come back as he is kind of getting rebooted, but right now, as we take a look at the map, IMT are still finding ways to try and take small advantages out onto the map. Varus is scaling as he finishes his first 2 items, and Fiora is slowly but surely trying to pick up a couple of items as well. I mean, Tybe hasn't finished the Trinity Force, where Lamont has. That is a really good spike for him. If he can get to the Blade of the Ruin King next, I think we might have an opportunity for someone like Immortals to come back into this game. Potential engage right onto Charm. He's able to use the Proto Belt out. Both supports just saying hi. I'm sure that this win would mean a lot for Yikes on enemy, as he definitely does not want to try and lose this game. Goes 0-2 against his former org. See the guy that replaced him in Lamont, and go 2-0 up against them. That is definitely a hard kind of pill to swallow, but like they said in the interview, we don't want to face IMT if you're looking at beginnings, but more than likely it's going to be IMT that's winning this series. As we're setting up, we've got Rift Herald here in 15 seconds for Immortals. It's going to be a tough ask. I think you ask me, enemy are in a really dangerous spot. They're not quite ahead, and they're definitely in position to lose this game if they make one wrong play. Louis making a engage right into Lamont. Grand Challenge is issued. Yikes is here. Flash comes out. They're going to keep going. The flashes are all down. Louis finds the kill onto Lamont, and that is a huge find if they want to go for this Rift Herald. Enemy, they're starting this up. Truth is here. He has his package available, and while Charm is fishing for hooks, IMT kind of found at a loss for words here. Are they going to continue to go? I mean, now Hoon just solos him. I don't know what's happening across the map. The Herald is taken. Araki goes in. Araki is spit back out. Dragon up in 45 seconds. Immortals, they're struggling. They're trying to find anything possible. It's just not working. All of the burger flips are landing cheese side down this time around. It's potentially now the bot lane duo is trying to find something onto Truth and Ty, but getting right out. Lamont unable to kill them. Jackie putting a ton of damage in, and we're just waiting for Kangas to come back. He's having some PC issues. Lamont taking some damage. Tribe.
I'll hop in and help out here,
hey,
so
you,
we can have it. A dive now as Lamont gets away from it. Tybe with the flash and is able to pick up the kill, and now another kill picked up by Gumi, who's just been rolling along here. As you said, one of the key members that Immortals needed. And what a wacky game, because we've seen so many fantastic plays so far from enemy, but Immortals gold lead just now switching hands, but have been in it this whole time.
Yeah, they're finding kills across, in certain members of the map. Someone's out of position, they find a kill here. Immortals are staying in at least the gold lead, but as it stands across the map, they're losing out on turrets slowly but surely, and the Ziggs is going to start breaking them down with the Hex Satchel. So now, with the Dragon up, with Corki coming out of base, this, I think, is the last stand here for enemy if they want to try and stamp a win.
We'll see what happens here as Hoon pushing back the members of enemy as they push down the bot turret, and the focus on the Drake Ocean Drake being put up. Couple of rockets coming out from Truth. Now the engage by Iraqi Zoro, pushing pushing Truth right into the rest of the fight, and the kill has been picked up. The Corki is down, but we trade back the Ari. Hoon is down. Charm very low, but Gragas picks up the kill. A second kill here for Jackie, and the duo lane are doing pretty well, but now has no one to protect. Oh, and it's a double body slam there by Iraqi Zoro, trying to stay alive for the last second, but not able to. It's the ace coming on through for Immortals as they clean up the fight and take the Ocean Dragon.
Dagon, they found it. They found the team fight that they've been waiting for as we get a replay of what exactly happened there. Iraqi back-to-back slams in this team fight is massive for his team. Not only this first one on the Truth, but later on to Jackie. Just, eviscerating him out of the fight. And while Gume is here, he finally arrives and is now able to pump out all of the DPS that Immortals needs. Jackie is trying his damnedest to try and get a win for his team, but, right here, finally they get onto the back line. They get the Dragon as well. Huge win there for Immortals.
Yeah, and that last second, Yikes was just trying to get in front of the body slam. Instead, he became part of the body slam.
Yeah.
The Galio goes down.
He became one with the earth. They said, hey, okay, look, we'll take it. Iraqi showing up pretty massive on the Gragas, someone who has had some troubling steps in North America in the competitive scene, but time and time again, he's able to show his veterancy throughout the mobile esports scene. So I'm glad to see that he's still showing up in really big moments for his team, as Enemy now, they want to go for this dive. They want to try and go for it.
There we go, on to the top side of the map. They go onto the tower and just immediately bail on out as Hoon forced to use the Spirit Rush. So you know, hey, that ulti is down, so you don't have to worry about it unless he uses it again. Oh, it's Jackie getting caught up from distance. Gume with a long distance chains of corruption. And that is the power of Varus. We've seen Varus be a contested pick, banned away, and now in the hands of the IMT duo laner, doing damage to enemy.
Yeah, IMT right there. It all comes of their vision control on this top side. If you look at the minimap and just how they're cross-mapping, it is completely lit up. There is no fog of war available against IMT, and it is just a flash chain of corruption. Finds Jackie, and without that damage dealer in your back pocket, it takes away enemies' ability to walk out of the map and free fire and try to put down damage onto Immortals. So now, package taken. I think enemy, they want to try and fight for this Baron. It is an incredible Hail Mary play, but they recognize if they can't stop this Baron, if they can't take it away from Immortals, they are in dire straits to potentially going straight to the lower bracket.
And still a great run so far by enemy, but not done yet. Look at the gold, still in the hands of Truth. The Corki can dish it out with those rockets. The Valkyrie can be a game changer, but here we go. Flash away by a Louis, but a Louis going to be caught out. Forced to back on off as Lamont backing away with the Fiora. Here comes Charm. Flashing forward with the hook, and the sentence has been written, and it has death all over it, but for which side? Truth still alive. Down goes the Corki. That's all the gold, and here comes Immortals to clean up the fight. Yikes, walking away, limping away, but there goes Hoon. One more auto attack does it, and just Jackie alive.
And that's it. Immortals, they can go straight to Baron. They can look to try and close out this game. The package did nothing there for enemy. And no more ego. They're looking to be sent to the lower bracket as Immortals. They're going to grab Baron. They're going to get everything here, Degon. It was so good at the beginning of this game. And now it is team fight after team fight where they find victories. Gume unassailed in this last fight. And like you said at the beginning, it's just Charm's hooks, man. Like, this guy just found the angle for his team.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of star player performances. This one has been pretty clear how much he's literally dragging his teammates through the passage and dragging his opponents to his own whim there. Great stuff. And again, we talked about it with Araki Zoro. A lot of these plays that aren't going to show up on the stat sheet is with the body slams that have been setting up the team. It's been a pretty comprehensive play from a lot of the players that don't always get the accolades because Lamont hasn't had the pop-off game. Hoon hasn't had the pop-off game. It's been the setup men in the spotlight.
Yeah, we haven't been able to see Lamont have these crazy Lee Sin 1v9 YouTube montage clips. And Hoon, he's playing second fiddle. That's all you really need him to do. You don't need him to have a star super performance. When Hoon as a secondary carry, as a secondary damage dealer, is more than capable enough to carry your team over the finish line. It is players like Gume who have really started to show up. And we're looking at the engage. Araki and Charm are definitely pulling their weight here.
Jackie just trying to hold this mid lane for a little bit longer. But the Baron empowered minions continue to pound down these towers. Hoon willing to use the Spirit Rush away for safety as the rotations continue to mound here and enemy have no answer. This inner turret goes down in the mid lane. Now a 1v1. Hoon has no Spirit Rush to get away. And that's a pickup there by Tybe. But the bot lane turret now being sieged down upon. 4 members of Immortals still here as enemy continue to hold this bot lane turret. No flank. They just want to hold this tower after that pick.
Okay, a really good pick there. Not only that, but also the positioning from INT was a little bit scared. They wanted to try and avoid the engage. As Gume unable to hit the turret, so many melee members, it's kind of hard to siege without either your Ahri or your Varus. So good pick on an enemy. It kind of slows down the game just a little bit, gives them some breathing room, but they're not quite out of the neck of the woods yet. They still have this Baron buff to contend with. They're pushing out the waves, which I really like. But come this next dragon, this this Elder Mountain Drake is going to be really, really pivotal. If Immortals can take this, they will absolutely slam this game closed.
Yeah, look at the gold lead now. Remember, just a little while ago, it was a lead here for enemy. Yeah, it was even, a slight lead for enemy, and now it's a 10k gold lead sitting here for Immortals, the #1 seed here in North America. in our first major.
Collapsing.
Now Truth feeling the power that Araki Zoro has been holding on to for a while. Charm blocking off the rest of enemy to come on in. Here we go. Hextech Ultimatum has been thrown down. Which way does it go? Heads or tails? Araki Zoro gets away from no health, and after all of that engage, nothing happening. Now on the other side of the map in the picture-in-picture, we've got a one-on-one at the bot lane tower. Very low is Lemont, and Lemont gets away. So enemy still finding ways to fight, not necessarily getting the pick that they needed, but showing Immortals they're not going away anytime soon.
Yeah, they're holding on. They're like the last, like, the small pinky is holding on to the bar. They're like, guys, I'm still in it. We're still holding on tight. Jackie, massive damage in that last fight. The Ziggs is still nothing to scoff at. Has 3 items, has finished the Seraph, so Jackie will be remarkably difficult to kill. But I just don't know if that matters now, because IMT are still ahead. We're seeing Araki put out so much in terms of tanky utility, and unless they're able to proactive engage onto Immortals, I don't see enemy winning this. They need to be able to protect not only Jackie, but also let Ty find a backline kill.
Well, he's trying. He's definitely trying.
He's looking. That's what I like about this guy.
Yeah,
He's always
that's
going
one
for
thing
it.
you can say about this No More Ego squad. They've definitely been looking at all the possibilities, but here we go into the back line. By the time he uses the stasis, all the HP basically gone. The GA currently popped for a Louis, but a Louis able to flash away by a little bit more time. Yikes now into the back line, but Immortals kite backwards as they have this whole series matadoring enemy into the back line, but a nice burst of damage coming from that Corki, and it goes a 1-for-1.
There you go. We were talking about, like, Ty, look for the engage, and then it was, oh no, Ty, not that one though. Not that one. We'll look at another one. And it was really interesting how they're fighting next to a turret that's so close to dying. If maybe they were able to manage their cooldown just a little bit better, they could have taken that turret and potentially have looked for another fight. But Digon, this is it. The dragon is spawning. The Baron is up on the table. Corki has finished Infinity Edge as well. This is the absolute last fight of the game. If Immortals win this, they go on, qualify top 4. If enemy can take this, they stay in the game, and they continue to look for venues back into it and maybe bring it to a tied series.
The setup being laid upon right now. The Drake kind of waiting to see who will slay me. And it seems like enemy starting to back on up. Oh, Truth almost gets charmed up there. Not by Charm, but by Hoon. Able to back away with the Valkyrie. And I think that stops the time for Truth to get back and go shop. Nope, they will. Yeah, Truth keeps like faking the recall. He's like, all right, I'll start the recall and go back and no. And do we have vision? Yeah, we have vision. And Truth will not get the recall off. And now the Drake being hit.
Okay, I really dislike this state that Immortals is doing. The only reason we're talking about enemy having a chance to get back into this game is I think Immortals are having a really hard time with sieging and ending the game. They have to have a team fight where they kill multiple members of enemy so they can push out onto the base. But the dragon is being started by enemy. There's teleports here for the Baron laners. Oh,
yep,
no.
Here it comes. TP comes in. Immediately, Yikes goes down. Tybe not able to get away and burns down. A Louis into the back line, puts down the Cataclysm. But it's catastrophic for the side of enemy. Immortals says, we don't need to finish the Drake. We're going to head on over right up the mid lane as they take down 4 members of No More Ego and are just steps away from booking their ticket to Major number 2 and the upper bracket finals.
Oh man, Immortals, they were using the dragon as a staging ground for their last fight. And Immortals are part of the top 4, taking their place alongside Sentinels. Digon, thank you for hopping in, but this was a game. Immortals took their time with ending this one.
They did. They definitely did there.
Look at the
You can see the gold graph. They were like, hey, around what? 15 minutes? 15 minutes to about 20 minutes. So there's 5 minutes of...
We coasting. We're just straight up coasting.
Yeah, these enemy guys, they've been talking a lot. Let's see how they feel being put behind for 5 minutes for 10K. And it's like, all right, let's end the game.
I guess we should probably close it out for the broadcast, guys. We saw some of the reason why they couldn't do that right was alongside the bear or the dragon lane inhibitor turret. We couldn't see them hit the turret, so they really needed a team fight. And enemy just never kind of fought into one until we got to the dragon. Oh man, IMT really looking dominant.
Yeah, definitely. And welcome back, brother.
Yeah,
You're back in.
I disconnected right as it was looking close, and when I finally loaded back in, it was like
We
2
got him
minutes
out of the
left. I was
kitchen
like, oh,
finally.
I guess Immortals just win now. That's bizarre, but yeah, I made it back home to my place. Thank you for letting me crash at your house, Al.
Thank you.
I got to ask, there were a lot of candidates there for that standout player. Who do you think your star player is, Al?
I kind of want to give it to an 80 carry player. I want to make sure that Goom is rewarded. A lot of those team fights were going sideways because Jackie was outputting his DPS like he needs to be. But Gume, in almost every single one of these fights, I think is so mechanically gifted. And we get to see it here.
Yeah, Gume had an absolute pop-off performance. From what I was able to see of that, still sad that I didn't catch all of the ending. But Gume was outputting a lot of damage from very far away, always staying safe. So I gotta echo that sentiment. I actually would give it to Gume as well. My runner-up would still be Lamont, just piloting the Fiora incredibly well and doing an insane amount of damage for their own team. But yeah, this is, I think, around when I stopped being able to witness what was going on.
Yeah, so there you go.
This looks new to me.
This is the highlight. This is now going to be the catch-up reel for Kangas.
This is great. It's like I get to experience it all over again with both of you.
Yeah, I would definitely give it to Gume. Obviously, a lot of runner-ups, like you were saying, but it's stuff like this where he finally comes into the fight. Jackie is dealing out damage, but he just has so many game-changing ultimates, so many game-changing piercing arrows that, I mean, yeah, a lot of the times when we talk about MVP-level performances, it's either enabling your carries to do so or being that carry, and I think there's a lot of situations where Gume got to show some of his own hands.
And helpful that the team's also in front of him, too. Immortals played the front-to-backs really well. Like, Gume was given a lot of space from his team. It's kind of easy when you have a Gragas and a Thresh. Those are two very, proficient champions at giving space to an 80 carry. But then, of course, it's up to the 80 carry to use that space that's given them to get out that damage.
Yeah, that was going to be, those two were my other candidates here. In a game where Hoon didn't have a pop-off performance, both Araki, Zoro, and Charm did amazingly, but Gume stepped up. You could see the damage that he output, 24,000 in that game, and being part so many of those fights. And the KDA, not built necessarily on kills, but on the assists, and that's how powerful Chains of Corruption could be. The Varus can be, and Gume showing all of the power there.
Absolute monster performance.
This is typically how the Varus goes, right? Like, we're talking about the poke compositions. It is Varus, Ziggs, all of these champions whittling away at HP bars. And while they might not get the kills necessarily, it is exactly where champions like Ahri, champions like Fiora come in, they clean up the kills, and we see it from there. They keep it on rolling.
Or the other way around, where they go in early, and then Varus has that
True.
one arrow that cleans it up,
guess.
so it kind of works both ways for him.
All right, hey guys, it's been a great start to the WNS first major, and it wouldn't have been possible without both of you guys. So thank you so much for being part of today's action, Kangas and Alkbatter.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
It couldn't have been
What
done
were the
without you,
predictions again,
Deacon.
Alk? Alk, what were the predictions at the end of the day? I'm trying to remember who had more.
Course is coming up.
All right,
come
thank
back
you
to
guys.
that. We'll
Thank you,
come back to
Kangas. We'll talk to you later. We'll see you later in the WNS. Hey, y'all, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, more Wild Rift North American Series action. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Wild Rift North American Series. And we've got ourselves a caster swap here in the booth. Joining me is Pastry Time and TJ. Pastry, how's it going, brother?
I'm great. Honestly, like a little bit of surprise Degon play there for the end of the second game. It's an awesome day of Wild Rift. I've watched way too much esports today, but I'm very excited to watch a little bit more.
How about you, TJ?
I was off camera. I had to scoot in, but I found and it's a little. Actually, there's a because this is in my garage, so there's a crack in the concrete flooring right here. So my chair is now tilted at about a 30-degree angle, which makes this a dangerous work environment.
Hey, TJ, you look great to me, man. You always look great, and I also know that you
'cause he's always
perform
tilted.
under all extreme measures. You know, you rise to the occasion, just like some of the teams today have risen to the occasions. We take a look at the schedule of matches that have happened, the results that we've had so far here. The upset earlier in the day with Enemy winning 2-1 over C9, and then we got to see on stream Sentinels taking care of business against Tribe, and Immortals taking care of business against No More Ego, which leaves us with two more series left in today's action. We've got Tribe versus Fam fighting for their lives, and then No More Ego versus Reflection. And I have to battle it out on the other side of the lower bracket. And this is going to be a big one here, Patient.
Yeah, it's interesting. It kind of feels like, for the most part, results have gone as expected. Like, you could take seeding, honestly, from the qualifiers and kind of have that play it out. But Tribe kind of in the same position they were, right? Still a dominant team, but kind of feels like the third they got when they first qualified to this major. Maybe the spot they belong in, right? IMT looking good, Sentinels looking good, and Tribe, I think, slotting in where we expect them to, which is weird to say of a team that completely dominated North America all last year.
TJ.
Yeah, I think you're crazy. I think where Tribe currently are is astonishing. And I will go further and say the fact that Tribe haven't, it seems, cleared things up yet is really exciting for the scene, where we now have multiple contenders, especially with that IMT game we just saw where they got given a run for their money. It's very clear that there isn't a favorite at this tournament, and that's really exciting. But also, Tribe were our national representatives. They're supposed to be dominating at this tournament, and they've got a lot to prove right here.
Yeah, and they have the opportunity to do so here against Team Family with Toki, Throne Tyrant, Lin, and Zine. The first time we get to see the squad on the broadcast. TJ, I'm asking you to open up your treasure trove of information. What do you got for us for Family?
Well, we know their results based on the last tournament, and nothing from the results of the last tournament would have led me to believe that they would get here. The fact that they're in this match is already a massive upset to me, and I think we have to frame it as such. If they... the goalposts are different for teams with no logo. The goalposts are different for teams that don't have any player photos submitted. Family have looked very impressive so far. If they make it close against Tribe, they're already looking really good. If they take a game off of Tribe, it says something very exciting about this new team, and also something maybe very worrying for Tribe management.
Yeah, and if they take 2 games, we're in the wrong timeline. I feel like seems very unlikely that that's going to happen, but to TJ's point, it is nice to see competition in North America continuing to step up, and this kind of team making a deep run is the kind of thing that you want to see from a burgeoning esports scene. So I guess I agree with you, TJ, in that it is a worrying trend that Tribe are struggling as much as they are, given what they've done internationally and how they've represented NA, and of course how dominant they've been. But it's kind of exciting, right? It's hard to know what the playing field's going to look like so early on in a game's lifespan, and I think we're learning very quickly that for the most part, expect the unexpected.
That's right. We're in the new timeline. Old Tribe gone, new Tribe here, and the focus this time in this matchup against Family is going to be on the top side of the map, where you got Chuck and Toki. Chuck didn't have the performance, didn't have the impact that he wanted earlier in that first series against Sentinels. Whereas Toki, look at that kill participation. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, T-God. This is why I pulled for this stat to be shown, or for this matchup to be shown, because I think there is a difference in how these two teams play. We have seen a little bit more focus towards the top side, towards Toki, from Throne and the Fam side. But also, even though Chuck isn't getting as much attention, isn't having as much jungle presence, isn't getting as many resources, so that stat is a little bit skewed, to be fair, They do typically want to play through starting and Dienzio on the bottom side of the map, and Chuck is a little bit on an island. Even though you have to take that into account, I also think Chuck's been struggling. And I think he's been struggling since he first went to Horizon. And for Chuck, the top laner who looked so good last season, who was one of the best top laners, if not the best top laner in the region last season, that's a major point that I think needs to be fixed if Tribe are going to find their groove again. They need to have that rock in the top lane who isn't going to get the resources, but is still going to win lane, who is still going to be a presence they can rely on, and Chuck hasn't been able to deliver that.
Yeah, role player, weak side specialist, whatever you want to call it, like Chuck is not the focal point of this team. I think starting's kind of the obvious player, as TJ mentioned on the bottom side as well. But I feel like win or lose, T Tigers is always pressing go on this side. So it's definitely like Chuck needs to slide into a place of safety and then kind of stabilize his role on the top side, especially if there is going to be the enemy team playing through there as well. So, I mean, if you're going to handle anyone a little bit more deftly, I think Chuck should feel a little bit more comfortable in this kind of matchup. But then again, I feel like we've already had some upsets today, so maybe no team should feel all that certain coming into any of these matches, especially in the lower bracket, right? Because this is your last chance to keep going through the major.
All right, a lot of context there. Put your money where your mouth is. What were your predictions? All right, yeah.
What a surprise.
All right, well, this is where we would talk about it, but we literally just spent the last 2 minutes talking about this setup here. It's going to be eyes on the top lane for Fam, and it's going to be, can Dienzio get it together as the new guy in the spot to carry for the rest of the squad with starting everyone's favorite streamer, by the way. We asked everyone who their favorite streamer was. Almost everyone putting starting as their favorite streamer. Let's find out how this one's going to shake out. It's Tribe and it's family for their tournament lives on the line in the lower bracket.
You know what that means to me, TJ? I feel like that means there's a gap in the market for Wild Rift streamers in North America.
What are you saying about starting stream?
No, I'm sure starting's incredible. I love starting.
So easily replaceable.
I love starting.
Maybe it's just that good, Julian.
I mean, I'm sure it is that good, but I also feel like if everyone's saying the same thing, probably not enough streamers out there on Wild Rift. Just want to let
I shouldn't have gotten one of the forums, but I did get one of the forums. I filled it out for one of the players. I'm not going to say who. And I put Rafa as my favorite streamer.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Totally.
There's at least one time.
I enjoy that, as our draft's already underway. Now, we didn't have to say what the series score was going to be, TJ. But if you did, I'm going to expect that you put 2-0 Tribe.
Well, it's the safe bet. Because despite everything we've seen so far from Tribe Gaming, despite everything that has looked like it's a little bit off-kilter for Tribe Gaming, it still is the team with everybody's favorite streamer on it. It still is the team with Dienzio and Max Green, you know, the ones from Vainglory. So it's really hard to live in a world where they get knocked out of the first major or even lose a game in this series in the lower bracket. If we do see that, it's the story of this tournament.
Right. And I guess we'll see how their run continues, but things are already kicked off here for the draft. We'll ignore the bans for now, although Jace is banned, if everyone's wondering. It's Varus first pick, Ziggs Camille was the answer, and then T-Tigers back to the Kha'Zix here alongside Chuck's Darius, and then J4 as we get into phase 2 of bans here. So I feel like Tribe definitely playing the strategy. I mean, they like to employ. This isn't, particularly cutting-edge meta, but it's definitely something they know how to play.
I will say, if you give me a couple more tanks on this Tribe side, I do really like your draft.
Okay.
Right now, they've got the elements to use the Varus as a long-range poke contender from extreme range behind a tank pole, and then the Kha'Zix is very good at finishing kills. So if they can grab probably Diana, something like it in mid. Diana's been banned out, very aware of the meta. Alistair, something like it in support. Alistair's been down. Yep. So family very aware of what's going on here. But if you get those sorts of picks, then the rest of this draft looks very good.
Yep, maybe Garen, maybe Leona.
We got Mundo mid.
Oh, Mundo mid.
Renekton mid. That's what's going on in Korea.
Very spicy. We'll see what happens here. Braum, though. Definitely a champion that I feel like is very effective in North America in recent weeks. I don't know how good Braum is, but I will say that Braum has looked very good in the games that I've watched. And it's important that there's a distinction, but I've been pretty happy with Braum as a fixture of NA currently.
I really like Braum, and I really like Braum into Varus. So this is a good draft, and I want to highlight both these teams are this is the same draft. It's like we're watching a WCK game, which is to say, I have never been happier. Both these compositions function. Oh, there's the North America.
There
both
we go,
these
baby.
compositions function through their ranged carries. It's Ziggs, it's Varus behind tanks, throwing out damage with an extra chase down in the jungle. Now, the North America is what if Startup goes ahead and drafts a Yasuo. The only setup for it is the Gragas explosive cask, but he reckons he can win lane. And fam, I think that might be the Renekton mid that I wanted
Ooh.
so badly.
This is really good, actually, matchup-wise. So very excited for Tyrant here in the mid lane up against Starting already. It's funny, we went very fun and standard, and TJ is very happy, and then these last two picks, and all of a sudden we're, throwing the spices in the jar and shaking them around.
Well, I think Tribe thought that this was Ziggs mid, because Yasuo is a pretty good matchup into that.
Yeah.
But they shouldn't have thought that, because Ziggs AD carry has been meta for a very long time. So this is... If that is what caught them out, then this is a massive mistake. And the Renekton mid, if it is executed well, this is a better draft for Family. They have won draft pretty significantly, if it is executed well.
And then, of course, on the other side, you have to think that Starting is you know what? I'm feeling like I can flex on my opponents. Yes, was more of a late game carry, but we have some setup for it. I mean, the AP there on this comp is just support Gragas, right?
True. Sorry, I'm freaking out for something totally different. You can finish your thought,
No.
Julia.
We're good.
Okay, they shuffled the Jarvan into top lane, put the Camilla in jungle, which you can do. They're both pretty much equally good in the jungle. But the Jarvan actually is a really good matchup into Darius, because he could just poke him with a flag. He doesn't need to get anywhere near him. He can exist on the other side of lane and just lose very quietly. So this is actually going to be exactly what we highlighted in the draft. Is a very important matchup for this game. It is going to be, can the Jarvan win versus Darius? And how much support is there going to be in that lane? It's a very good angle for Family. I think they've won this draft massively, and that's very exciting.
For sure. And the question is now, can they execute up against Tribe, who are going to be leaning on their individual skill, right? Leaning on their experience as a team, especially someone like the lower bracket, right? Where you're playing up against teams where you expect to have, reasonable to significant edge as far as skill goes up against your opponents. But hey, good drafting, good team play gets you very far in these kinds of games. So there are no free games for Tribe, even though they are such a dominant force in NA.
Julian, I'm not going to lie.
What?
Yes, last week I was standing up.
I
feel really short this week. I'm so tiny in this box. What did I do wrong?
I don't know. Also, for everyone who doesn't know at home, TJ is actually quite tall. I'm also not very tall. So this is even extra hilarious because in no world am I supposed to be bigger than anyone except Dash, if you watch the LCS.
Is this a camera angle thing?
I don't know.
What mistake have I made?
I don't know. My head's really big, so I think maybe I'm just getting some aspect ratio buff,
Can I change my posture? I'm leaning back. Does that help a little?
I don't know.
Okay, the producer says he's going to zoom in on me, and it'll be fine.
Nice.
Thank you very much. Got to boost my ego a little bit. Oh,
Oh,
that's good. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Can I scoot in simultaneously?
Yeah. We'll go in and out, weaving like eye stances on the casting desk. Because bottom side already looks like we're getting spicy, but Max Green and DNC are going to back away. Lin idiot arrow to the face this time around. As we kick things off here, Tribe and Family in the lower bracket. It is kind of all on the line here, right? It is only one way, forward or home. I guess there's two ways, but never mind.
It's actually a summer game sport. It's not a winter game sport.
Ah, I see.
Because if you try and roll office chairs on ice, it's just messy.
Yes.
It's so hard to control.
No, yeah, absolutely zero control. Got to be very careful there. As Chuck is giving trouble here to Toki, and you did predict it correctly. It is flag harass 101 here for Toki. Airy as well, so very much keeping Chuck at flag's length in this lane.
Which, interestingly enough, didn't go very well for him, because Chuck just ran at him.
Yep, that's the Darius.
Toki didn't manage to keep the distance, and the combined result was the wave crashed. He didn't get very many minions. He missed 2 or 3 of them, so that's a decent chunk of gold he missed out on. And he's having to reset. Okay, the buy is even, so the effective gold gap isn't there. They coming into lane have exactly the same amount of gold, but Chuck was definitely hoping after that first shove that he would get to reset and have like an item advantage. Toki would miss enough minions he couldn't match it.
Early battle here, thrown. And T-Tiger's here, maybe doing battle. Max Green also roaming up. Nice and earlier starting. He's getting aggressive here in the 1v1. Feels just fine right now against Tyrant, but see how that goes. The starting's going to get a nice deep ward here, and pressure will transfer over to the top side of the map, but Max Green going to have to run away there. Back down to the bottom side of the map he goes with after a very early roam.
Yeah, both Scuttle Crabs here did go over to Tribe Gaming. The little fight you saw in the river came as a result of Throne going down for one, hovering awkwardly, not having the support of his team. Tribe veterans of the Horizon Cup brought their entire team to fight for Scuttle Crab.
Very important. Bring the side. As looks like things have bounced out in general. I'm curious, TJ, I know you're a big fan of these comps in general, right? You know, backline carries with beefy
Love a good fortress.
tanks in front. How does the Yasuo angle work here on the Tribe side here? Like, how is that? Because that's obviously different, right? This isn't Barret 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to look at it from any perspective other than the player driving, right?
Right.
You know, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm not a huge Yasuo fan. But if you tell me that the player running the Yasuo is starting, I'll hear you out. I'll see what it does. I generally don't like Yasuo because he takes so long in Wild Rift to come online, and these games aren't reliably very long. So like this Gragas will just not be the most valuable support you could have drafted in this position until the Yasuo comes online, which is going to be 10 or more minutes into this game.
Right. So in some ways, Yasuo feels like the insurance policy. In other ways, it almost feels like starting just, again, kind of flexing in the mid lane is up in gold right now. So clearly feels fine in the lane, even though I do really like this matchup for Tyrant in general.
And that's, like I said, the caveat of all of this is like, yeah, Chuck should lose this matchup on paper, but also he's a very good top laner and might just outduel it. I'm the sort of person where I will tell you this is a really good draft for family. That does not mean that I think they're going to win.
Right, and now bottom side, a dive here very early on. Tyrant in trouble. See you later. That is first blood for the Enzio.
That's the second time we've actually seen that lane swap completely stiff a team, as family rotated their bottom lane over to the middle of the map. Lin here to get that 4-minute rotate so they could exercise more influence towards this Rift Herald.
Starting kind of a mad lad, actually looking for this 1v3 win wall up, but didn't really block much. And that's a very good punish as the Drake goes down, and now Chuck in trouble in a 1v3 still, tries to jump through, doesn't get it, and that is 2 quick ones there out of family.
Just very poor positioning by starting and Chuck challenging the Rift Herald in range of the Camille. And starting quite rightly just gets Hextech ultimatumed and shut down. That's a major blow to such a late game scaling character. It's that late game scale that we were talking about is going to be that much further off as a result.
Yeah, I kind of, like, you looked at the minimap, I saw that Tribe were down towards the bottom side of the map, and then I saw this, and I'm like, starting, what are you doing?
Well, it's particularly hard because they do have the Dragon, and they had a ward on Rift Herald from Chuck who can survive kind of going into check. So I think in an ideal world, just starting hangs back a couple moments longer and they get to fight for this Drake with their entire team because they had already taken the Dragon. They can fight for the Herald with their entire team.
Now they're actually back here because no one took it, so the fight is going to happen, but just the second time around, already ulti on the throne is nice. Gets struck down, it's forced out low. And there's a kill again for T-Tigers as they get one, and they're actually going to get it on the back end of it. So a Herald and 1 kill for 2 kills basically traded in extension, and Tribe will say worth it, even though it did look a little silly the first time around.
Yeah, look at how much easier that is with your whole team. Here comes the summon. They'll shove through the top side.
Starting still at it again, gets a knockup, didn't have ulti, so it's just kind of sending a message here. But the top tower is dead, Toki looking pretty low, and they are going to dive in. That's an easy kill, and now a second on the throw, perhaps not yet. Starting goes in. Beautiful setup there out of Tribe, but they can't actually get the kill on the throne, and Lin is disrupting very nicely. Gets the kill on the starting, and now Zine diving in, but a little too low. T-Tigers, though, stunned up at the last second. Max Green now hanging out there as T-Tigers goes back in. Does get the kill. The Kha'Zix live for long enough. And the Herald charges in, and Zane almost made that work for family.
I will tell you something, Julian. Max Green is so good. He's an absolutely incredible support, one of the best players in North America, and he single-handedly makes that work.
Here's Chuck and Toki looking for the dunk. Darius, this is the territory he loves to play in, and Chuck didn't even have the ult. He holds on to the barrier and gets the solo kill.
Jarvan always on the first jump in, he lands the Cataclysm and gets that first auto attack out, and you're like, oh, he can do this.
Yep.
And then every auto attack afterwards does like 1/10 of the damage, and you realize that maybe Jarvan can't win this fight.
Yeah, I feel like, they're both some, bruisery champions with some burst damage, but Jarvan's all front-loaded, and Darius is all back-loaded. And unfortunately, J4 did not win that exchange.
To be blunt, Toki shouldn't be trying to Cataclysm the Darius when he's behind several thousand gold.
Yes.
I don't think he should be trying to Cataclysm the Darius ever, because Darius, of course, if he gets 3 consecutive auto attacks onto you, gets that max bleed, you're taking more damage than you would from any other champion landing auto attacks on you. So it's basically the worst thing in the world. So it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense as a play from Toki on the Jarvan.
Yeah.
But he's ready to fight, and I love that.
Yep, and I think family, if they can group together, right, play their composition, definitely some stuff to look forward to here that's exciting. But Tribe, up 7,000 gold, starting his 2 items already. I mean, the snowball's already rolling down the hill, and it's still quite early on in this game.
I mean, you see the promise of this composition in that top lane fight we had, where Zine was able to get out in front of Lin. Basically, the dream is you put Zine and Tyrant and Toki in front of Lin. Lin throws a whole bunch of bombs over the top of them, and you win. And if anyone tries to get away on low HP, that's what Throne's for.
And this is kind of what the upside of the contest for Tribe is. Max Green getting it going once again here. Zine blocking up the damage. No kill there onto time, but he does get low enough. Tribe will start the dragon confidently. That will be theirs. Is there a follow-up, though? Max Green fishing alongside starting. Starting no ulti, remember, but Max Green's still ready with the cask, but he will disengage.
One of the downsides of these Fortress compositions, you can't really fight without your carry. If Lin is not here, Fam cannot fight confident. In fact, they shouldn't be fighting, because they're not winning any of their lanes, so they need that compositional advantage. Instead, they've left them all alone, just roaming through the top side of the jungle.
Isolated up against the Kazakhs, never a good time, and even had a buddy on the other side of the map, so there's the kill, but Max Green doing it alongside starting. This is a 2v4, though. But Max Green doing so much damage as starting. He's still cutting it up. Max Green barely escaping starting. He's going to win his duel on the other side, but Max Green lives for so long there as Tyrant finally gets the kill. I believe they trade one back as Kazik just shoving there at starting, trying to style here against Toki and Thorn. He's going to die at the end of the play, though, but Fama losing on the other side of the rifts.
Yeah, Max Green with the explosive cask stalls out that play for long enough that starting nearly gets away, that they're able to claim an entire turret on the opposite side of the rift, that they will start this Rift Herald uncontested on the opposite side of the rift. Just an incredible play from the Tribe Gaming support yet again.
Yeah, Max Green definitely showing off the skills, and we did see some of that from him at Horizon as well. Actually, remember his Brawn in that tournament was something that was really fun to watch. So Max Green definitely an NA superstar, which is kind of fun from a support position, although I think support is starting to get the credit it deserves in general. It is quite a flashy role.
As long as I'm casting, support mains will always get the credit they deserve.
That is true.
Do you want to know a secret, Jillian?
Yeah, sure.
Support mains deserve all of the credit.
I agree.
Mid laner got a kill, probably because they're support hand vision.
Okay, I see your game now. I'm mostly here for it.
You thought I was credible.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm okay being wrong. And starting down here on the bottom side. Gonna force Tyrant away. Chuck, just running at him. Max Green soloing the enemy team. Question mark. T-Tigers diving in. Plenty of bursts there. Don't throw out the ulti. Happy to take the tier 2 in bot instead. They are so far ahead in gold.
It's kind of interesting where that gold is, though. I'll hold this.
Yeah, Max Green. Oh, so tanky. Pops the plates. He's going for it now. Chuck sets up the Yasuo into stasis gold starting. It's beautiful play from the Tribe side. T-Tiger comes in to play janitor. And now starting low will be flamed by Tyrant, but Chuck gets the Dunkaroonie, takes out Throne on the other side of the map as T-Tiger is popping up on the Kazakhs, looking like an ace. And it will be as Tigers comes up with a triple.
I think it is Tigers. I think it is Max Green who win this game. And that's the most interesting part. This is not Tribe being carried by Dienzio or starting. It is their jungle and their support who have slowly and steadily built this game off of great picks on the Kha'Zix and great map play and team fight play from Max Green.
Absolutely. Unfortunately for Tribe, game not done yet. Again, under 12 minutes, the Nexus was being attacked, but not quite enough with the low death timers to push on through and finish things off. So Fam are going to get a little bit more time here in game number 1.
Here was where this sentence was going earlier. I said it's kind of interesting where that gold is, though, and notably that gold is non-starting.
Mm-hmm.
And Chuck did win his lane, does have a massive gold lead, but isn't the carry of this team on the Darrets. And so a lot of the success of this team came from the team fights and the map play. Specifically the map play of T-Tigers, which isn't where we're used to seeing Tribe Gaming succeed.
No, but I mean, Kha'Zix's absolutely massive. Tyrant is way too far forward here. He's going to get away. In fact, they'll ignore it. Keep going now. Look for Toki. He's forced to flash. Kha'Zix is like soloing the enemy team, I guess. Just taking the dragon. They do finally get initiation on the top side of the map. And it is trouble here as they will turn it back around. A 4v3 for Tribe, perhaps a bit ambitious. And here comes Throne, going to make it a 5v3. It's starting to get locked up by Camille. That should be a kill, but T-Tiger's coming in hot. 3v5 now. See if they fancy it. Is T-Tiger's going to have to back away? No, that might be a kill. Tiger's going to jump back in. He's going absolutely insane for it. As Max Green sets up the team again. Are you kidding me? Just completely flexing on families. Dienzio shows up to finish off the play. The GA is going to get Kha'Zix the kill, and that is going to be an ace almost as Zine barely gets away.
And the takeaways here are, you know, not to in any way denigrate the history of T-Tigers and Max Green carrying games, but the mechanical dominance that we're used to in Tribe's mid lane isn't here anymore, or at the very least, it isn't enough anymore. And Tribe Gaming are winning instead through what has always been their secret weapon. The fact that T-Tigers is always going to get first on the dragons. The fact that T-Tigers is always going to be exactly where he needs to be on the map to pick off the enemy AD carry if they make a mistake. Those sorts of things which used to be a compounding factor in the way Tribe Gaming won North American games, but now are what's winning them games.
It's always nice to see the team put the team in team play. Something was did from a lot of teams moving up towards the major. As Baron getting started, Max Green and Chuck just playing goalkeeper. Can't get through these two, that's for sure. And that's going to be a very nice Baron take there for Tribe as they look to put the finishing touches on game number 1.
Yeah, Max Green, always a very good position player as well, and it makes me think maybe this team needs to be like retooled in the way they're drafting, the way they're playing, because picks like Yasuo don't make sense if you're going to play like this.
It is winning, though, for what it's worth, but it might not really matter. As starting going back in, Max Green dancing around here is going to maybe get killed, but starting to pick up a double, and now Zinx is going to die as well. That's the final ace that Tribe needed, as the game was already so far forward in their favor, but that is going to be them picking up game number 1. Somewhat as expected, TJ, but in many ways also unexpected.
Yeah, no, I mean, don't get me wrong. I want to celebrate Tribe Gaming winning that game. They were supposed to win that game.
Right.
To be blunt. They do it, they perform as expected. That's a good sign for Tribe Gaming. But it is not the get out of jail free card. It means they are on a good track to get out of this lower bracket.
Well, we'll see how they navigate. So far, so good, though. Still got a couple more games to play before they get all the way through.
Look at Dienzio that game.
This one felt very confident. Yeah, I mean, just chilling. Barely saw Varus on the screen.
Well, it's what you're supposed to be, right? Just sit at the back of these team fights, throw out value, and so much of that comes from Max Green. You look at how much damage he took that game, 18,000. That's, I think, the most impressive stat on this scoreboard, is how much of his team's damage Max Green was able to take. Every point of that is going to be damage taken away from one of the more important carries, and every point of that is usually damage that he's living through. Very impressive on a Gragas who isn't a support character that has like a Leona or an Alistair the tools to take that kind of damage and shrug it off.
Yeah, and it felt good to see T-Tigers have the pop-off game that he tried to have in games 1 and 2. Begs the question, Is it the competition that they had, or is it better hands now that they've warmed up after a series under his belt? As we got to ask, who's your star player? Who you guys feeling so far in that first game? Who are you guys feeling in so far in that first game?
As far as star player goes, I feel like the obvious one has to be Max Green. I mean, we kind of said his name the whole time. I think there were a lot of pieces around him kind of doing the heavy lifting, if you will, but a lot of the engineering of that game and how those fights played out definitely felt like the Gragas support.
I mean, I know I said that.
I'm already here
but
for
I
it.
was wrong, Pastry.
Really?
I think it's a T-Tigers.
T-Tigers gap? Maybe.
Because Max Green did a really good job, but T-Tigers is finding these kills. T-Tigers is pushing this advantage.
I'm pretty big on the unsung heroes. I'm a Max Green fan. Let's see what they decide in the back. We let it go last time with Charm, who had a hell of a game earlier today, and then we gave it to the player that got all the kills. But, I mean, look, Max got a kill there. He just punched him right in the back.
Right. I would either way, because I'm always going to advocate for the support players. I do think a lot of what happened successfully for T-Tigers this game was off-camera. This is where Max Green just stalled out for so long. But during this time, if you look at the opposite side of the map, T-Tigers is getting 2 turrets, right? So it's they're both unsung heroes. They're both support players who are making the games work out.
Yeah. I also want to go back to the focused match, the featured match that we had, which was in the top side of the map with Toki and Chuck. And feels like we got to see a little bit of that, was it Airy Tech Jarvan? And then didn't see it be very effective afterwards, TJ.
This is my stuff. I'm so excited. One of the Thai players, I think, Noel, on Buriram United, I've got a brain, was the first player I saw do this in competitive, and I think that was all the way back during the SCA Icon Series Championship last season. And he did it for exactly this reason. He was in a lane versus a Darius that was really scary, and he was like, I've got a solution for this. And I haven't seen it since. Which isn't to say it hasn't been played. I don't see it
I was going to say, generally, is there a reason why that people don't play it afterwards, TJ?
But I haven't seen it since, and I do think it works. Now, I will note, as like a little fun stat and an addendum to this, both times I have seen the Summonary Jarvan, it has lost. Yeah. Back over to you, T-Gon.
All right. Thank you, TJ. I think they're almost ready to show us the player. There it is. Their star player of the match.
Let's go! Look at that
Max
KP!
Green. Look at the kill participation. Pastry, let's gush more over Max Green.
He's going off. I mean, like, it's one thing to set fights up. It's another to, like, be kind of like an absolute tank from the support role. I think, like, this is the kind of pick, especially alongside starting Yasuo, where you need to set up a lot of this game. And while T-Tigers did knock the pins down, I think Max Green was the one, you know, behind the bowling alley, setting them up there.
Okay. But I want it. Like, starting this Yasuo was not doing too well this game.
Correct.
And they picked it. He finished with a negative KDA. They picked Max Green to be the support for starting Yasuo, and he so far exceeded that. 78% kill participation, 18,000 damage taken. He took more damage that game and lived through it than starting Delt as the Yasuo.
I mean,
which is,
unfortunate.
Right off the bat, a sign that I think Max Green is, frankly, the carry of this team, and they should be putting him on characters where he has more agency and isn't set up for the Yasuo. And Gragas is a fine support, not as good a support as they could have drafted had there been other priorities. I think I'm really kind of bewildered by the Yasuo draft in that pick.
I mean, I'm always on the Yasuo copium, I feel like. I really love that champion. I do think he can be good. I definitely think he's not good. I don't think I love Yasuo. He's my favorite champion. But I don't think he was good in this draft. I think there's too much beef, too many tanks for Yasuo to get in. If there is no way for you to easily access the backline carries, which when your only good setup is Gragas and the enemy team has Braum, you are never, ever, ever going to make that work pretty much. So I think if they had another way to set it up, I'd like it more. But like if Chuck is setting you up, you're already winning if Darius is on the enemy AD. So I like Yasuo in certain drafts. I just don't like it in this draft. And I don't know if starting just like was vibing and wanted to play it, or genuinely thought it could work in this draft. Because against this many tanks, this many frontliners, I don't think Yasuo can get it done. But in other drafts, I think he is good.
Well,
and if there's a time to do it here, TJ, it would be against a team that you feel like you should have the advantage of, right? As soon as we ended the game here, you're like, okay, they did what they were supposed to do. They're not get out of jail free card, but they did what they're supposed to do, and they did it in a way there where they were experimenting. They were trying something there. So I don't hate it. I just don't think it worked really well. And you know, all of the points that Pastry brought up, like prom, not a great answer there for Yasuo to shine. DJ.
well, I'll always give starting the benefit of the doubt, right? Like I said at the start of that game, whenever you starting pick something weird, I'll hear him out. But I don't think he made the case, and I think it went poorly enough that the reason I'm harping on this is because starting is everyone's favorite streamer. Is because starting is everyone's favorite player. Like, I'm sure I'm upsetting people right now. So everyone loves to watch starting play, and that was not a game where we got to watch starting play.
I can't wait for him to pick it again.
If he picks it again, I'm worried. And I'm looking at this series as a diagnostic. We're trying to figure out why Tribe are down here. We haven't seen them on stream very much. Why are Tribe down here in the lower bracket? Why are they playing for their tournament lives? And right off the bat, I'm seeing a draft that doesn't make a whole lot of sense into their opposition, doesn't make a whole lot of sense in current meta, and wasn't executed well by one of their star players. So that's why the focus is going in here. Starting's also my favorite stream.
I was about to say, I feel like we're picking apart the team that won here pretty heavily in terms of specifically starting and Tribe, who, again, disappointing that they are down on this bottom side of the bracket, and specifically the way that it happened in the earlier match didn't look great, and they didn't win maybe as fast as they could have in this match against Family. But I'm hearing that the draft is ready for game number 2. Tribe, Fam, game 2, running it back. Will it just be a closeout, or will Fam have something to say here? Let's find out. Draft starts right now.
Alrighty, let's find out what else starting has in the box, TJ.
They zoomed in, but I still feel tiny in comparison to you, and I don't know why. Maybe it's just spiritually?
Yeah, I think it might be like, I think it's in your head, you know.
Can we zoom in further, production?
What if I do this? I get it.
Yes!
Okay, now you look like a Titan. Okay, I'm worried that you're about to breach my city walls and like consume their villages or something.
This is actually my natural state, and I have no complaints whatsoever.
Alrighty, into the van. 6 Morgana Jace on the Tribe side as we have swapped over Varus, Olaf, and Thresh. The other bands love the Thresh band. Max Green, also an excellent Thresh. Set being first picked here. Camille is open. Jax is picked. Lee Sin's picked. Rakan's picked. You're all caught up. Congratulations.
Thank you, Julian.
That's not one job in draft. Say the champion. Say Galio.
One of the reasons why I was getting, like, really fixated on Tribe was because I kind of had no notes for Fam. Like, we came into this series with really low expectations. We wanted to see them impress us. Frankly, they did. They drafted a composition I really liked. They didn't execute it perfectly, but they forced some mistakes out of Tribe. They held their own for a reasonable period of time against the team that went to the Horizon Cup last year. So, as far as I'm concerned, Fam are already exceeding my expectations and they're doing great. This draft, a little bit more bruiser heavy. They're going to need a backline carry at the end of this, with both Ziggs and Varus banned out. I'm looking for something like an Ashe, maybe, an Ezreal to fulfill that role. Yeah, Caitlyn could go in here. North America likes that.
Cat ban, Diana ban, Oriana, and Zaya in the other 4 slots. Sorry, in those. There are AP carries too. I don't know. Brain doesn't really fit the bill of like a backline carry, but he can play front to back decently, and that's been fairly popular as well. But probably going to snap that one up.
Yeah, Brand would work here. I don't really like it into the Rakan, which is why I would be a little surprised if Fam had picked it. But it does work very well for Tribe because it's an excellent pick in this set. And Galio.
Big fan of this pick. Oh, wait, is that That's actually on bottom, I'm less of a fan. If it's a solo lane, then I'm happy.
Well, it might be mid, because this
hope
Galio's
it's-
probably support would be my default assumption. The last two picks they have room for are the duo lane and the mid lane.
We'll see.
On the opposite side, that brand may be either in mid or duo, and with that Vayne, they now get their pick. They get to choose which matchup. Neither matchup is especially good for the brand, and that's kind of interesting, because the thing you don't want to let either Akshan or Vayne do is free farm and outscale you.
Yep.
And I don't know that Brand can apply enough pressure to cancel out either of those. So I think I shuffle the Brand into mid versus Akshan, and I look for a very aggressive pick in duo lane. They do the opposite, but they are still getting a very aggressive pick to contain one of these lanes, which is the right call. So
Yeah.
they're going to try and use the Zed to just bully Tyrant out in the mid lane. And I was very critical of starting last game. This is a meta pick. This is a hard carry champion. This is his chance to prove me wrong and to just blow out this lane. This is a very good matchup, and he should just dominate this lane.
Yeah, this is what I was going to say. Like, I think Akshan's a really cool champion. I think he's extremely frustrating to play against. I think he's a very good mid laner. But the best Akshan in NA is probably starting. So I was very excited to see it get picked against him because I was curious what he'd play. And I think Zed is a great answer in this kind of matchup. And I think Tyrant's going to really struggle, especially if starting gets going. Because, if Yasuo was definitely more off meta and maybe didn't look all that good because we do have the bar set very high for Tribe, given their achievements, this is definitely a kind of game where starting can show off. And any game where starting gets to start his stuff is always a fun one.
Not just a fun, I think, but a necessary one as well.
Right.
Starting is the engine that powers Tribe forward in difficult games, and it was not going last game. So, if Tribe are going to be a contender for this tournament, if they are going to be a top team in North America this season, we need to see their individual players step up in lanes like we didn't see in the last game.
Right. And, it's fair to say that this series for them is probably not expected to be particularly difficult. I don't think game one was particularly challenging for them, although FAM did do a lot of things good, and I think they should be recognized for what they're bringing, especially as a team, newer to the scene here. But, Tribe needs to power up, right? This is kind of a litmus test for them. If they are expected to dominate, then you have to show up here because your competition is obviously going to get harder the deeper you get in this tournament. And the expectation for you, whether you like it or not, is that you win this major because you're Tribe. That's what you do in North American Wild Rift.
So, I apologize for being mean to them. They are sweet boys, and I want to see them succeed, but our standards just have to be really high, given that they are Tribe Gaming, the national representatives for North America last year.
Toki also getting a nice trade there on top side. Chuck definitely ran the lane with the Darius up against the J4 in game number 1. So I'm curious to see how it goes, but already early honey fruit there for Chuck because T-Tiger isn't starting. This is a very aggressive roam.
Oh yeah, they're going in. This is awkward cutoff for Lin.
Max Green! He's so good! Sets it up and starting, knocks it down. It's first blood for Tribe.
And I'm a little concerned there because Zine obviously knew that there was something going on. Probably didn't anticipate Max Green coming in with a hard engage, but he was playing very defensively underneath the turret, and that's why there was no extra vision here. And they did have this ward that got cleared by T-Tigers. Yeah, so Zine just sits behind turret, and they don't have the extra vision. That doesn't get common to Lin. And that's a little bit of a miscommunication, a fatal one.
I will kind of give some credit though to the Tribe side there. That's actually kind of a sick bait as well, because it looks like they're setting up the 4v1 dive against Zane, and then Max Green finds the angle, hops onto a teammate, and then insta flashes onto Lin. So I love that they're getting starting out of lane, pairing him up with T-Tigers, because Zed is a champion that needs to snowball, and that's a great start for starting here. As they're going to go at it again, this time in mid. Level 5 already up. T-Tiger's in there with the ulti, but doesn't get the kick on Tyrant, who ropes away to safety. Bottom side, though.
Caught out here.
The Enzio, ooh, great stun. Max Green here in time. No, it's not Ling with the counter kill.
Oh.
And not enough damage. I mean, that's a lot. Max Green going for it. Never mind, he's got the ignite. I take it back, and here comes starting. Zine forced a flash. Starting may dive. Does have the ulti, but isn't going to go for it.
Julian, I think we've said this, but Max Green's so good.
Yeah, he's so good.
A little bit late to protect his laner, but so good.
I mean, look, didn't have, had a very thin window. Clicked E on them. I think just, a second maybe for getting that save, but makes it sing on the other side of it there. Starting continues to get aggressive and roam. The Ghostblade's already done, so Zed is going to be flying around the map now. And in fact, we've even got the swap here. I love this. Isolating the lane now for Starting, get some pressure in the mid as it's 30 seconds to those first major objectives spawn. And Starting is just going to run over whoever is in the 1v1.
Starting with a sizable gold lead here, and it's an effective gold lead as well. It's not just, oh, he has a bigger number. You can see he's finished the Ghostblade, which is going to be a massive stat stick boost every single time he goes in for a fight.
Especially with the small changes that did happen on this patch. The items get a lot better of lethality items when you actually upgrade them, whereas the Dirk is now a lot less efficient. So it's a great time for Starting. It kind of even emphasizes the snowballing necessity of these assassins even more. That was true for Zed now. Then it's definitely true for Zed now. As Chuck and Toki are doing battle, but I have bad news for Toki. Chuck is winning, and he has the ulti, but Toki navigating well, and Chuck just hits him with the dunk. The Darius will not be stopped.
Very well played by Chuck. Ooh, dive in.
Ooh, aggressive, too aggressive. Yeah, don't recommend that one. Gallows in the in, but it's too late as the Rift Tower goes over the tribe as well.
Chuck waiting on the Noxian Guillotine until after he'd seen the Haymaker. Saving the ultimate till he knew there were no tools left in Toki's kit. Very heads-up play on the top. Darius in the 1v1. That's what you have to do, just play that fighting game, win those 1v1s.
Yeah, I mean, look, if anyone's got experience, it's Chuck rolling with Darius,
It's good to see.
Typically more of a player that, Darius is the champion he picks to play, safe with, right? So just kind of chill out, vibe, survive the 1v1 comfortably, but this is different, right? He's able to dominate when he feels like he can flex his understanding and his experience and his skill in the 1v1s. And this is definitely something that is exciting for Chuck if we see more of it as the tournament goes on, because so far 2 games in up against Family, and Chuck is back on the bicycle, as it was for Darius.
It's good to see as well into that Set lane, because of course, especially after the patch, Set needs a little bit to get going. He needs some raw HP to be a real threat in the mid-late game, and he's already been denied that through that early game kill. Kind of the worst thing that can happen to his Set.
Oh no, goodbye,
Max Green.
That is a very nice kill for T-Tigers set up by Max Green. They have been so good together. Starting is going to get himself shot, running straight into the waiting arms of the enemy. Not sure why he was that far forward, but it's a great pick for Family to get some gold.
And this is much more what perfect form Tribe Gaming looks like. Aggression across the map, instigated by T-Tigers on a very aggressive pick like this Lee Sin. He can be the feeding trough for the rest of his team. That's a very gross analogy, where everyone else gets stronger because of it.
They got the turret, but a critical moment, but Seth's gonna dunk Chuck. I think Chuck can do this, bro. Needs to dance around, gets the reset. Seth's kill number 1, but it's still going. There's the second. Chuck survives just barely. Has no health left to speak of as Lynn's gonna flash in. Now T-Tigers is gonna flash out, but 2 kills for Chuck is absolutely what he wanted there.
Big shot down for Lynn.
Mid lane Starting, barely time to analyze his plays. That is going. Okay. Stun lands. The Enzio follows up at Starting. Won't go with Max Green.
Just wondering how much damage had been poured into Throne as we were cutting in. Not enough is the answer. And so there is a little bit more peak form Tribe Gaming here, as the mechanical plays that I was looking for in the last game and missing are starting to show up across the map. Chuck playing this 1v1 perfectly. Or the 2v2, I suppose. Doing an excellent job initially, just putting the empowered second ability auto attack into the turrets so that they could fight that on even terms.
Yeah, a critical little detail there. Making sure that tower died as Chuck is going to go in once again. But T-Tigers is here. Chuck is actually leaving the area because it's a 3v4 right now. Great stun there out of the vein. And now it's Max Green. Dances out of the way, throwing a little bit too low. But here comes Galio riding on in. Kick is nice there for T-Tigers, but he can't survive the rest of it. As Jax will pick up a kill there, and Zin's going back through, but here's the Enzio roaming up. Starting also here in the mid lane, but tied up with Tyrant right now.
Now Toki and Co roaming back. Kind of the best hope here for Family is their Vayne. Lynn did get a major shutdown a moment ago, and as they scale towards the late game, they have a couple of different threats that will come online. It's going to be the Vayne, obviously, the Jax, and the Akshan. The Akshan hasn't had enough success in lane, I think, to come online because Akshan needs a very tangible gold advantage to be able to comfortably step forward into fights, given his very short range. Vayne has a little bit more mobility. I expect her to come online and be a significant threat this game. And it's kind of the only path forward for FAM.
Yeah, Tribe still very much in control here, but not out of the game by any means. Tribe are up about 5-6k. And as you said, looking a little bit more polished, a little bit more refined, a little bit more like their old selves as this game continues. But starting, this is where the trickery can begin, as starting is looking for this 1v1, but doesn't know where anyone else is, knows his team is on top taking Herald, so starting with some restraint will not go for it.
I think it really starts with that lane gank down bottom. And that was just like a classic T-Tigers lane gank. Sweeps into lane, Max Green hops in behind him, and they get early gold over to the Dianzia. And that's like the game plan. And when that went just perfectly, I think we saw Tribe Gaming come alive.
Mid lane though, already getting a goal and just diving in. That's overkill onto Lim, but they're going to get it. Starting even diving through, getting some poke on Nazim. But now 5v4 as the Herald's dropped in mid, and Dragon's going to be started by Tribe.
Using this Herald to draw attention while the rest of the team takes the Dragon.
Oh my goodness,
Ooh,
T-Tigers
never mind.
with the kick! Almost getting the execute happening. Xena's low. Throne is going to die here as well. Need a one more auto. I think someone missed one, but now it's the set going on through, but that's a 1v3. He's going to get one kill, but only one as Chuck shuts it down.
Max Green stumbles into the wrong side of the haymaker and just kind of vanishes. Also, Tribe Gaming, we're gonna do the thing that you're supposed to do when you read the white paper as to how you play League of Legends, where you put the Rift Herald in the mid lane and you take the Dragon. And then someone, and it did look like it was T-Tigers from the way they were positioning, said, well, hang on, couldn't we just force this turret? It's gonna go down. We have a gold lead. And indeed they could. Excellent Pyroclasm softens everyone up, and then starting at T-Tigers, just eat the low HP targets alive.
Really nice stuff there for Tribers. They're up 2 Drakes, a bunch of gold as a result, huge amount of map control here, and again the snowball going here for both the Lee and the Zed, even 2 items to Dianzio as starting and throwing. I'm going to have a 1v1, but Max Green's going to rudely interrupt, and I think you didn't even need to Zed ult, to be perfectly honest.
Why wouldn't you, Pastry?
Because you could
Not a
save it
long
for the
cooldown.
next... That's true. That is true. Gonna be up by the time he needs it anyway.
Yeah. Wild Rift, baby.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, Tyrant.
It's fast,
Oh,
it's fun.
Tyrant. I think he knows from the wind, but yeah, he's able to ditch away. That's really interesting. He knew what was up, and he was hoping, I think, to bait a play. Lin was nearby. I don't think it would have gone their way with the duo of Max Green and T-Tigers.
Ooh, good thought. Hits 2. Facebreaker finds the next as well, but now it's diving in on the rest of them, and T-Tiger's already got a kill. As Throne arrives on the Jax, they just get nothing off this as the Enfield survives.
And it's a big pick to take down Toki that early in the fight. Normally, of course, it's banned form to dump all your damage into tanks, but in that case, if you can get Toki off of the cards completely, then there is no front line and there is no way for FAM to fight.
Very nicely done here onto Throne. Such a big kill there for starting. Just rips apart the Jax. Even though Jax is somewhat bulky, cannot survive the T-Tigers starting combination that just seems to be singing this game, TJ.
Julian?
Yep.
Are they back?
Maybe. Certainly looking like their old selves in a lot of ways, but I think we'll have to wait to see as the tournament goes on here for Tribe.
Are Tribe Gaming going to leave this game and just sweep the rest of the tournament?
It's possible. If they play like this,
does
probably.
look better than Tribe have looked in a while.
And that's good. That's great news for fans of Wild Rift in North America. And obviously great news for Tribe Gaming
frankly,
fans.
this looks better. So much better in game 2. I'll hold this thought as
Bye,
Lynn's
Lynn.
dead.
It doesn't matter. You can hold it for too long. It's already a kill. Actually, Max Green, no, never mind. Pyroclasm out, they disengage. It's just too easy. As T-Tigers gets a beautiful looking kick. It's forced to
That's
flush
a little
away.
silly.
It looked good, but it didn't do much.
Just walking under the turret, seeing what he could get. This looks so much better in game 2 that it matters to me. You might be
Okay.
watching this and going, oh, it's just family. You know, the team that landed an upset and got here, they weren't expected to win this match. And all of that is true. I have said as much. But game number 1, Tribe was not able to succeed in the very specific ways that they are succeeding now.
which is in a lot of ways the ways they have always succeeded in North America. As Chuck is just zooming on through here. I mean, it's a pretty speedy Darius. You better flash egg as Throne gets out of there.
We're seeing the mechanical players of Tribe Gaming come online, which has always been the part that makes me believe in Tribe Gaming. Yes, they're a good team. Yes, they clearly communicate well and play the map well and all the necessary parts. But when it comes down to it, Tribe have some of the best players in the world. And here we have seen that again.
Oh, it's so good! Let's go, Two Tigers! I was waiting for it. He lines it up perfectly, knows how to count to 2.5, and just executes Tyrant with his own teammate. And now Starting's at it again, diving onto Win, who's having an absolutely terrible time of it. Stasis there for Starting. Can he get out of there? It might not matter. Does go down. No, it's Starting survives. Gets himself the double kill. Make it a third. As they're going to get the ace here. Tribe Gaming waltzing on down to finish off the game.
And it's good to see. It's going to be really good to look at this damage graph at the end of the game and see Starting doing the most damage on the team.
Baby.
It's really good to see T-Tigers able to influence these lanes. And it's good to see Tribe Gaming winning a match in the Major again.
Looking real good right now. If they play like that against everyone else, it's going to be smooth sailing for Tribe, as it in some ways has always been. But a very zippy 2-0 there for Tribe as they keep their Major hopes alive.
That does unfortunately send FAM home, but they do so with an upset under their belt with a sterling performance against Tribe Gaming, the international representatives for North America. And of course, I think promise going forwards, as they impressed me with their draft and their map play in Game 1, and held on as best they could in Game 2 when the old Tribe Gaming came back to play.
Yep, always a bittersweet thing to say goodbye to a team. I think FAM, excited to see them back. I hope they keep putting themselves in situations where you cannot get better unless you play against good opposition. But as you wanted to see, the damage graph's looking pretty nice. Dienzio actually going off. But that's because he's Brand, and Brand gets to do that more than anything else.
He had enough team fights where he could just throw damage into the middle of like 4 people and, you know, you're living your best life.
Yep, kind of like Israel. Sometimes you just, queue the tank 2,500 times in a row and top damage. You look like a genius.
How are you feeling, Dagon?
I think
he's back quicker than he thought.
That game seemed, it seemed like Tribe was back because they were getting to fight a ton and they got their hands back. But again, this was the result that we expected in the way that we expected, maybe a little bit slower, but I want to see Tribe continue to evolve on the macro side of things. I want to see them pull a team apart and not just take a snowball lead and then Zed on them and, do it that way. And that to me is the next evolution of this squad. But it is good to see Max Green having engages and coming back in, looking great, starting being the all-star that he is and kind of leading the way there.
Well, I will give them credit for game number 1, right? That was the T-Tigers Tribe macro show. So I'm not too worried. I agree it's always good to see better macro, but Tribe Gaming clearly, even in the doldrums of Game 1, had that head about them in a way that I was satisfied with.
And TJ,
so for me, it's all about starting face rolling. When I see starting going all the way in, that's me being like, Tribe are back, Dagon.
So with that being said, is it a T-Tigers gap or is it the starting show for star player in this game? Because I was going to tip my hat to starting, and I remembered our conversation at the end of the last game, and I think it might be T-Tigers responsible for this one, even though Max Green did play very well.
You can't not give him MV or star player for the game where he single-handedly brought the team to victory, and then give him star player for the game where everyone showed up.
Alright, so who's getting it?
Well, okay. What I will give T-Tigers is the level 1 or level 2 gank where he showed up in the bottom lane. That was what it felt like kickstarted the engine. It was pulling the ripcord on the speedboat. And then we were good from then on and everyone woke up. So I will give T-Tigers a star player in honor of that play.
You can give it to starting too. I don't mind. I mean,
yeah.
Is it the starting
Surprise
show?
Us. Starting? Is it the starting show or is it Terrifying Tigers, which is actually what the T in T-Tiger stands for?
Really?
Yeah, Terrifying Tigers.
I didn't know that.
One of those two really had great pop-off performances there, and so I think both deserving of it. In the Lee Sin, how many engages did we get? Excited pastry pop off on the play-by-play.
I mean,
many times.
Look, you get extra points when you 10-pin bowling a teammate into someone else. That's worth star player in and of itself. That's perfectly timed out of T Tigers.
A kind of brutal way to go. You could see T Tigers like hovering like a boxer.
Yeah.
He was like, he's gonna come out of stasis. And what had happened?
You gotta look. The only way to not lose is to not play. That's kind of what it feels like in that situation. Like, you want to step forward because it's isolated Lee Sin and you need to try and save your teammates, but you're the reason your teammate in stasis died.
You have to open up voice comms and say to your teammate, "I'm sorry, you're dead.
Yeah.
That's T Tigers. You're come out of stasis. You're gonna die. I'm gonna go back to base. I got items to build."
Well, speaking of comms, we are standing by with one Dienzio here for Tribe, where we can ask about a lot of different things in this whole tournament so far, and I guess this run this year where Tribe has been changing a little bit. So, Dienzio, welcome to the broadcast. Congrats on the win. How you feeling after that victory over FAM? So it seems like might have some audio issues here. Dienzio, can you hear me, brother?
I can't hear anything.
Okay.
Oh, wait, now I can hear you. Now I can hear you. Yeah, now I can hear you.
Perfect. There we
Okay.
go. Live production. Congrats on the win. How you feeling after that victory over FAM?
I'm feeling good. I can't believe it. I didn't get the star player for the series. Like, I felt like I was putting in work. I don't know how it goes to Tiggs. Like, come on. Where's the Dienzio talk at? I mean, it's whatever. It's all good. It is what it is. I mean, it was a great series.
Yeah, especially bounce back. So this is the first time we're interviewing someone from lower side of the bracket. So I wanted to ask, how's the team feeling after the matchup you had in the upper semis?
I mean, I feel like the team is feeling good right now. I mean, it was, it sucks that we lost. We felt like we prepared pretty well for it. We just had a few bad plays. Honestly, Sentinels is lucky. If they lose tomorrow and make it into the losers bracket, I think we'll destroy them next time around. But they did play good today. They did play very good today.
I love that. Let's dive into that a little more. So you think you're gonna destroy him, but how's recent history gone? Like, what's gonna change within a day?
I mean,
here?
I feel like honestly, dude, the last time we lost to him, they got super lucky as well that day. Like, Chuck's internet went out. We lost all of our bans. This time around, honestly, the star player of this series was kind of trolling a little bit, but I mean, they just got lucky. They got lucky, bro. Like, if we want to win, we're gonna win, and I mean, the teams know that. Everyone in this league knows if we want to win, we're gonna win.
And that's true, because I think it's pretty overwhelmingly answered who's the team you want to beat the most. People put down Tribe the most, and now you're part of this squad that had the international experience over at Horizon Cup. How have you been doing fitting into this roster and fitting into this team to achieve the goals?
I mean, honestly, I've been learning a lot from them. They obviously dominated the whole last season, so coming in as the new guy, I just want to learn because they were playing the game the way it should be played because they were destroying everyone in NA. So I felt like I was really focusing on learning how to be one of the bests like them, and I think we're doing pretty well at that.
When it comes to your personal growth and how you're growing, how are you becoming the best like everyone else on this Tribe squad?
I feel like coming into it, I mean, I felt like when I first came onto the team, I felt like I was playing pretty good. I mean, I switched to phone because I used to be an iPad player, and these guys are also, most of them used to play on iPads as well, so they're playing on phones. So I feel like, getting over the phone learning curve was the first thing. I do feel like a little recently I was playing kind of bad, but I feel like I'm feeling really good in this tournament right now. I feel like I'm doing my job, and I think as long as we play clean as a team, we're gonna do good. But all the competition all around, though, everyone is growing. Like, not only are we growing, but Sentinels, IMT, Cloud9. I'm actually surprised Cloud9 lost to or just lost today, but the competition is much better this time around for sure.
Yeah, Enemy taking off the win there over Cloud9. So again, just wanted to say
Yeah.
congrats on making it one more step closer. Thank you for the chat. Love the attitude, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament, brother.
Thank you, man.
All right, D'Anzio, everybody, and
What a gamer.
Couple of interesting answers there. I forgot one of the big talking points during Horizon Cup with this Tribe squad was the switch from iPad to phone, and that does make sense now that there's a transition period for this squad's dominance.
Okay, but they had been using that excuse since the Horizon Cup. And they did know going into the Horizon Cup that it would be played on phone.
But these guys have been playing for years on multiple different titles. You know, a lot of their experience became on holding a screen like this and not like this. You know, it's
Well, it was usually on the table.
or like this. You know, whatever.
Look, I respect that that's a difficult transition. I refuse to lower my expectations. Not for D'Anzio, not for starting. I expect them to be the best of North America. And we got a taste of it. They certainly looked more on form in the second game. They shouldn't be down here in the lower bracket. They shouldn't be telling you, oh, we just gotta try to win. You should be winning. These are the expectations, and they've got to prove it. That's what this major is all about for them.
Yeah, TJ's a strict parent. I'm the cool dad. I don't know. Like, I feel the vibes. D'Anzio definitely gonna make me notice more. I did play very well for what it's worth. But unfortunately,
undermining
when
me.
your team carries you,
Julian.
don't worry about it. We'll talk about it later when we're home. And I think, like, look, if you have the confidence to run the gauntlet and just beat every team like you believe you should, then that will impress me. But if you don't win this tournament out after the launch from D'Anzio, it's going to definitely feel like, really? Are you really as good as you think? Because I think the competition is only getting better, and Tribe know that too, even if they are that confident.
I like the fact that that's where his head's at. That's where you need to be at no matter what, and that's what you need to say. All right, we've got one more series left here in today's action. It's Reflection versus No More Ego. It'll be coming up after we take this short break. You are watching the Wild Rift North American Series. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series, brought to you by Riot and Wisdom Gaming. Y'all, we're at our final series of the day. It's the lower quarters, a battle between Reflection and No More Ego. Degon here with Pastry and TJ. TJ.
Well, so during the break, I was like, hey, it's actually kind of not centered because we had to quick switch, and so the camera just wasn't quite set up right, and my chair is like a little off center. So can we fix that? And then I guess I just like pushed my chair to the side, and I came back, and I wasn't centered. But now I look like a joke because I was like, "Hey, production, can you fix this for me?" And then I scooted out of the frame, so that even though they had fixed it,
I got the fix. Here, I'll lean this way, and now. Pastry, you just straight up. There we go.
Yeah, I just got it. I got a system.
There we go.
Perfect.
Yeah. Perfect.
If anyone's wondering, this is TJ.
Sorry.
Yeah. We just got to keep the equilibrium here. Or at least the focus. All right, let's take a look at today's schedule and the matches we've seen so far on stream. Starting off with the 5 beating number 4 in Enemy versus Cloud9. Then it was Sentinels taking care of business over Tribe. Immortals 2-0 over No More Ego. And then Tribe taking care of business in that last series over Team Family 2-0. And our final matchup here, it's No More Ego and Reflection for the final spot in the top 4, where you'll be booking your ticket to Major number 2. No more qualifiers for you if you're able to win this one here, Pastry.
Yeah, that's something I'm terrible at format, so this happens all the time. It's no one's fault but my own. But I knew about the qualification thing, and that's just so important. Like in any kind of event, in any sort of like professional circuit, not having to play qualifiers is a huge relief for a lot of these teams. So winning here is super important. Obviously, like you want to go deep in the major and do as well as you can. And No More Ego have had a really good weekend, honestly, or at least a start to their weekend here. Already getting an upset victory, arguably, as they got the rematch.
Julian!
What? What do you want from me?
They're scaling! Earlier it was just time, now it's Yikes and Time that both have their photos.
Let's go! That is scaling. You know what? Maybe by tomorrow we'll film a couple more, and then by Major 2 it'll be all there.
They'll be unstoppable.
We'll see.
Sorry, he had a really good point. I derailed him being off.
No worries. Let's take a look at No More Ego's opponents on the opposite side. It's Reflection. First time we get to see them on the broadcast with Extrapate, Chaos, Osu, Blanks, and KT.
So this is their first time in the Major, but we did see them during the qualifiers, where they did kind of impress us. This was their first time playing together as a team, and the players that stood out to us, I think especially, were Osu and Blanks. Extrapate had this incredible habit of staying alive underneath turrets, and on the opposite side of the map, the reward of having this incredible weak side top laner who could stay alive under turrets as 4 people were diving him was that a whole lot of gold got poured into Blanks, who played Jinx and characters like Jinx and got very big and won the game.
Jinx from Arcane. It's my favorite. That's what we'll just at the head here. Yeah, definitely watching here. I mean, whenever it's a Reflection game, basically have to check out the bottom side because Blanks is the player to look for. The other thing I was thinking, though, I don't know if this is just a name change because players like to change names a lot in Wild Rift, or if it is a different jungler, but I believe Chaos was not their jungler unless it's just a name change player since we saw them in the Major qualifier. So we'll have to find that one out.
Checking my notes. It was Boom, in fact, who played in the jungle for Reflexion. So,
was it?
You know, could be a name change, could be a new player.
Thought it was our friend Davey King. We'll have to find out later.
Yeah, we'll have stats take a look at that one. Prediction time. Who you guys got? This one should be another one. Yeah.
Oh! DJ!
I'm edgy.
Look at that smug face. He just wants to be a contrarian. TJ, actually, give us your actual analysis here. Reflection with the upset over No More Ego.
This is a second look at this roster. They played their first ever tournament as a team in the qualifiers, and they qualified. Did they lose quite badly to Enemy? Yes. Do I think it's going to be different now that they've had a week to reform this team, and now that they've had a week to think about this matchup in particular? Yes, I think so.
All right. Well, they're going to have to try to beat history. What No More Ego did earlier at the beginning of the day against Cloud9. It all starts with the draft, our final series of the day. Game number 5, No More Ego and Reflection. Let's get it started.
Alrighty then, TJ. So we'll uncover the mystery. You were correct. It was Boom. It was not our best friend, Demon King, unfortunately. He's on a different team. But it is a different juggler. Important to know. I don't think this is Boom name change. We'll have to get that figured out as well. While we do that, though, we'll have a look at the draft, though, TJ. Lulu, Olaf, Kha'Zix banned. Interesting here. As Varus, Ziggs, and Morgana get banned on the Reflection side.
It's really interesting, because I know exactly what production did to check now, which is we both went to our notes from exactly the same match, which was 16-bit Genesis versus Reflexion. The 16-bit Genesis jungler is Demon King. There you go. Yeah, so it is apparently a new jungler. That is interesting. It adds to my theory that this is really version 2 of this team. Okay. I think that part of the reason I really believe in Reflexion is because at their first ever tournament, they had a very clear vision for how their team worked. They knew exactly what they were bringing to the table, where their strengths were, and I think the second time around, especially after Enemy have had a hard loss in the upper bracket after they've been playing all day, I believe in Reflexion's ability to beat the team that beat them last time.
Yeah, I think this is, big rematch from the second qualifier, and also just going to be a very close series. I think our last series, we kind of knew what was lined up and figured, given seeding, that Tribe would be fairly comfortable, and that certainly turned out to be the case. This is going to be different. I think we haven't had very many 3-game series today. Actually, I think only Cloud9 has played 3 games, and they did it twice, impressively. So I think with any series that's going to go the distance, it's likely going to be this one. As we are pretty deep into this draft again, TJ, I'm wondering what you're seeing that you like or maybe don't like.
Well, I'm very excited to see Brand again, because that is fast becoming a North American staple. And the reason I'm a little puzzled right now is I'm trying to work out if this Brand is going to be into Corki or not, because they could be playing either one in either the mid or bottom lane. And I assume that this is Galio support, which makes me think it's Corki AD carry, because those two function quite well together. And you quite like the Brand matchup into that lane, I think. So,
as I said, basically confirms your suspicion. The other thing is, yes, we've talked about Blanks' Jinx a lot. Obviously, Jinx was available here, but if that is Brand for Blanks, it is somewhat a departure from, the game plan that we saw from Reflection, right? But they do have a new player. Kha'Zix was not a champion that was getting banned against them, if I recall correctly, when Boom was in the lineup. So perhaps there is a change of strategy as well. In fact, this Nunu pick definitely signals a shift in how Reflection want to approach this game.
It's like you're in my head, Julian. Get out. The addition of this Nunu to the roster gives me a lot of hope. I've long been a Nunu advocate. We saw him a fair bit from Singaporean and Vietnamese teams during the SEA Major, because what it provides is it gives your team an extra tank, and it lets you put damage dealers in unexpected roles. Like Garen.
Oh! It's Garen!
Okay.
Garen doesn't excite you
Makes sense.
anymore.
Okay, Garen top. I was like, this. I thought that this was maybe Jace top, Rakan mid, but I've worked it out. It's just going to be Garen top.
Yeah.
There's some flexibility here. But anyway, they have this really tanky top side, and Exorpate gets Garen, which he really likes, into whatever he gets played against here, probably the Jarvan, because it's a very soft defensive top lane that you really can't kill, especially Yasu's Jarvan. And that means that essentially full resources of Reflexion can be directed down to the bottom lane, where they are going to have the carry Brand trying to farm up as much as possible. It can be directed towards their secondary carry. Osu is going to be in the mid lane on one of the best characters in the game, Jace. And he's going to need that help, Julian, because he is playing into a Zed.
Yep, Zed again, definitely a hot meta pick. Very good into a wide variety of matchups. So curious to see that mid lane matchup. I think both of them want help, because if they get gold, they can run away with a game. So I think definitely eyes on Osu and Truth. Truth was maybe my favorite player. Maybe not. He was up there, though, after the AP mid-Rakan stole my heart. Said definitely more in line with the things you are supposed to play in the mid lane, but Truth's gameplay should be similarly spectacular, as KT and Blanks looking to get aggressive, and Yikes is going to line up the taunt, gets one, and the Phosphorus Bomb goes straight into Blanks' face alongside the Ignite.
I think a lot of support players, I'm a support player. I love to stand up for support players. I think a lot of support players are cowards. And I've really liked Yikes' support play. He just goes at people. And for anyone who's playing solo queue and you're learning how to play support, look at how much the positioning of Yikes affords his teammates. When he presses forward in lane, even if he eats a full combo, takes a ton of damage, he gives freedom over to Jackie. And sometimes that gives Jackie permission to farm wave and not miss a single minion. Sometimes that lets him land a full combo on the enemy laner. It's all good. It's all a win. And he does that just by providing pressure, just by soaking some damage up front.
Chaos is the best friend of any laner out there, by the way. Although I love this collapse out of NME. Trying to push the lane in there on the Nunu. Didn't want to take any farm, though, so he didn't snowball the lane. Instead, just kind of lets it go, but the response from NME is to roam 2 champions into the mid lane to reverse that push, and now get some pressure down here on the bottom side as Tide wants to take this crab. Here comes the snowball, and I don't really know if I recommend it. Yikes with a big taunt, and Osu's low is going to die as they flash over the wall, and KT now left out to dry on the other side, as well as NME are going to get 3 kills, TJ, off that play.
Disgusting. And Chaos steps back into it.
No, you have to leave.
Oh, Tide thought about it. You know he did. All that for a scuttle crab. Reflexion thought they were being quite clever, bringing the majority of their team. Enemy did as well, and they got better positioning in the fight. Galio's so scary during these early game skirmishes, and by comparison, Reflexion just aren't online.
Osu getting punished, by the way. Tied with a beautiful maneuver there in the mid lane. Osu wanted to try and punish Truth when he came back to lane, and Tide instantly shuts that down. This Lee Sin has so much gold, TJ. 202 hasn't even shopped yet, 1,000 gold clear of the enemy jungler. Tide is set up to carry this early game. In fact, he's already carrying this early game.
It's kind of time to talk about game 2.
In some ways, yes. But for now, we'll keep here because still plenty of game to go, even if it is enemy set up expertly to get this one going. Chaos even takes the blue there. Can't give it over to Osu. Osu actually swapping down. They're going to move the duo lane into the midsection of the map, and if there is a window back for Reflection, it is going to be kind of their classical spot, TJ. It is going to be in that late game, but Blanks needs a lot of gold before we get to that point. This is not the same game they're used to playing with the Jinx, even though I'm confident Reflection can pull off their late game 5v5 style.
Well, Brand is really good in the late game.
Yes.
But he's going to struggle to get there or to farm up to the late game. Which is why they've lane swapped him out of bottom lane, I think. But this now just means he's in against the Zed. So that's like equally terrifying. There's no easy way for Blanks to get CS right now. And that's why I'm a little bit... I don't know. They're bad omens. I've sliced open a fish gut and I see awful signs, you know?
I mean, this is the thing, right? I give, I'm telling you all what Reflection can do because we've seen it before. But the reality of the situation is that getting to that point is going to be excruciatingly difficult in this game because of how enemy have navigated this early game so well, right? The major objective is coming up at 4 minutes. You can argue that the first major objective in Wild Rift is those scuttle crabs, like it is also sometimes in League PC. And enemy just won that first engagement so hard around that first crab that this game is going to rapidly snowball out of control unless Reflection play extremely well defensively to stop that snowball, because the game is all enemy right now as far as agency goes. Reflection just have to wait for a very long time.
They don't contest these objectives.
No,
they
absolutely
I don't think should even go for this Rift Herald. Because unless enemy make a mistake, they just lose every fight.
Right, and this is a decent attempt, but unfortunately Chaos doesn't quite have the angle. They dive into the back side, get a charm there, as they're still going to have home around as Jackie is going to get the kill at the end of the day. The Garen ulti, not enough there. The Ignite, though, is enough to finish it up for Extirpate. As Yikes now on the next target, KT is going to get the knockup. Very nicely done there for Reflection, but Extirpate has to head for the hills, trying to give his teammates someone to bounce back to. Does get out safely, and Reflection gets a much-needed gold.
They're going to get a turret dive. Extirpate, the Immortal who always survives behind turrets, he's going to be able to recall.
Jackie, though, not going to disrupt it again. I'm surprised not to see more rockets. Chaos roaming up does deter them, and they will get away from that.
Okay, so that went so much better than it could have in any universe for Reflexion. they shouldn't have been looking for a fight. They simply don't have damage on their damage dealers, except for the fact that you might have noticed one player was not involved in those early disasters because he was quite happily tending to his crop up in the top lane. And sure enough, Garen, who is a very powerful character right now, just got to roll into that team fight, ult one for a kill, drop another with the aid of Brand. That's extra gold onto Blanks. That's extra gold into Exorpate's pocket. I guess it's play through top lane Garen, at least until Osu comes online.
Yep, and they're not out of the woods yet by any means, but they're starting to find their pathway through the forest, right? And Reflection doing a nice job there to get some gold back, to find themselves a bit of a window, and Extirpate kind of exerting that will there onto Luan. Will be very
Still
comfy
kind of
here
like
in the 1v1. Pardon?
It's like redwood trees, you know?
Yeah, it's thick.
It's a big forest. Look at Yikes! Behind the top lane!
He's a top laner.
turret.
We've been through this. Top lane time now. Osu can get taunted up. Very nicely done there for enemy.
And Osu is asking, why is he there? And nobody has a good answer, except for you, Julian.
I mean, the only answer is that he's a top laner, just masquerading as a support. But whatever the reason is, enemy have done an excellent job here as KT getting aggressive, trying to find the engage angle. Oh, that's not what you want because they've got no one else to follow up. The engage was beautiful, but where is the damage? It just doesn't exist, and there's already a kill back as KT goes down.
It's not a bad engage, but it's a 2v3 underneath a turret.
Right.
Or in front of a turret, even. And versus characters that do a lot more damage than you, so it just doesn't make sense to go for. And Reflexion, this is a game where you're trying to lose as slowly as possible, not win. Because they do genuinely have tools that could turn around a late game if they get there.
Absolutely, and they should be confident in that part of their game. In a lot of ways, it is, the main way that they play, at least from the tape that we've seen. But that was much too aggressive, right? Blank's roaming up there. Didn't even have ulti when he arrived at the wave. If Blanks is there ready with Pyroclasm, then I'm way more on board with KT's engage. But unfortunately,
I'm still not on board, but I'll watch.
I mean, look, it's I get the idea behind it, right? The idea behind that, I'm just not sure what they thought they could do. As that blue got stolen, I think. That's real bad news as Jackie's roaming around. Beautiful J4 ulti. Chaos going to be left for dead. And the exhaust down onto Blanks should be a kill as well. Indeed, it will be. And the Garen is spinning around. But the kick from Lee Sin's going to get yet another kill as KT falls once more.
And I want to, again, I was flagging how much the value the aggression from Yikes was finding in lane. I want to highlight it has gotten so much of the value across this map as well. You see it used there to secure the gank in the top lane. When he's poking in behind the turret, he says, hey, there's nobody to roam here. There's nobody shadowing this turret. We can go for the gank. And here, he does the same thing. He goes in first, he checks out the bushes, he figures out they can go for the fight. There's nobody in the bush waiting for the play. And there's the reward.
And yep, Extirpate lives, but the only one left alive there, the Stoneplate 2-0 Garen, is going to be a lot of what Reflection will have to lean on if they're going to navigate
Garen's
through this
good.
very tricky mid-game. Yeah, Garen's really good, but the rest of the team
Garen's
is struggling
a really
to find
powerful
gold.
top lane. I will say, I don't think Garen's this good. I think Garen's really good. I think he's a really good top laner and support. And more people should play him in both roles. I don't think he could win this game.
Well, definitely going to be tough, because enemy continuing to show strength here. Jackie getting on in there with the package.
Okay.
Chaos trying to punish, but there's the Valkyrie.
Sometimes you're running out of the package and you just gotta throw it, I guess.
Yeah, might as well use it.
Might as well. Certainly not going to need it for this dragon fight. There is the dragon and Rift Herald in the same pit briefly.
Yeah, once again, no contest should be the play here for Reflection. You just kind of have to give
the
up.
long way. Did you see that? Where's he going?
Oh, hello. I didn't know
to
it
say
did that.
hi, Julian.
Enemies missing is the ping called down to the bottom side of the map. Nice there from Truth to kind of sneak one out with a bonus shadow around the back side of that play. A Reflection are trying to find picks here, but not really getting fights they're looking for. And again, they cannot take fair fights, let alone unfair fights. So you have to be scrappy, have to be
There he is.
mobile as the Rift Herald finally shows up. But Tide is going to straight dive onto Blanks. KT, though, trying to make it happen around the other side. It's Chaos getting low, and it's unfortunate for Reflection that they couldn't get a kill there. Oh no, Truth just finds the final Q through the enemies in order to get the kill onto Blanks.
Osu will be able to back away from this turret. Chaos round the side.
Looking for it again. Chaos though pops the absolute zero, but zero damage unfortunately out of that one. Garen trying to go off, does get one, I believe. But again, now Zed's ulting onto you, and Garen, sure, you survived, you're left alone, you might
So
not
big.
even die, you're pretty tanky, but Extimate is going to fall as Tide gets the double kill, and enemy are on an absolute rampage this game.
It is really funny that Rift Herald took the longest possible route and then did like a whole stretching routine in front of the turret. Just like really
All
warmed
planned.
up, went in, didn't do very much damage, died. Bare minimum. Give him nothing, Rift Herald.
This fight, however, did go very well. The Rift Herald at least was able to spectate this little maneuver. Oh my god, Zed has 5 kills. Oh, Truth is massive, and Lee Sin may be bigger, although Zed does have 3 items and more gold, so I'll take that back. But it is the Lee Sin and Zed show right now for enemy. They don't need much more given how far ahead they are, but Reflection are fighting on.
I love Garen being this big as well.
Mm-hmm.
You could see in that fight, like, he's playing a team that's, like, impossibly far ahead, and he still just takes so much damage to kill.
Yeah, I mean, look at what... ooh, that's very nice.
Ooh.
That's a very big mistake from Truth. I was going to say he can afford to be pretty reckless, just straight up ultied the Rakan to get an easy kill, but does get punished there as Valon trying to follow up. Great Cataclysm, but Blanks gets out, falls to Flash, as now Chaos goes back in. Extirpate spinning around, but the Gorky damage is there. Extirpate needs to get a kill, takes out, yikes, but the carries are still living as the dive happens, and everyone is aced as enemy, just ignoring the turrets of Reflection.
Getting a little frisky, to be honest. This Rift Herald summoned underneath the turrets to ensure maximum value. Learned from the last time.
One again going back in, but has the GA actually burns it to the Nexus turret shot. Again, a little
can finish.
loosey-goosey here, but they're going to try and
Rift
finish
Herald.
shots again. The Rift Herald there in the game is indeed going to be over a little later
No.
than TJ said. In fact, maybe a little earlier than I just said, as there's the kill back. Chaos still fighting here on the other side. Lawan's going to die to the Nunu, and Jackie's low, probably going to get chased down here. KT Proto belts in, knock up there. That's going to be a kill. Double for the Nunu there. It's Reflection. We can see the end in sight, but it's so long to get there.
I thought they were going to be able to end there. But yeah, Reflexion offer the respawn, have enough damage to turn this around. And I will say, like, I don't want to color this the wrong way. I don't want to be overly optimistic. But Blanks is getting a decent amount of gold here. You can see most on his team now. It's not looking up for them. But late game Brand hurts, and he does percentage-based damage.
Oh, Blanks almost threw it all in the trash
It was
there. That recall
calculated.
was very risky. You know, TJ, the Reflection late game, it's kind of like an old friend that you don't see all that often, right? Even if it's been, years and years since you've interacted with this person, whenever you're in the area, the door is always open. But whether or not they can walk through that is going to be the question. Because enemy
Not gonna lie to you.
have pushed them back so far still in this game.
I'm a zoomer. There are not that many people that I know for long enough to have that interaction.
All right, well, team fight's brewing in the mid lane here, and it's absolute chaos as Luan's going to go dive on through. Tybe arrives late, but is just on time to maybe get this kill here. Expect going to get chased down, an enemy just hitting them with the wallet, to be perfectly honest. Jackie's going absolutely ballistic through the enemy wolf pit to get the double kill there. And Chaos, the only one left alive, is apparently I need more water. Mid-team fight is enemy. Will charge on
Julia.
through to end this game. I like it. Don't worry about it. The third ace on the table. Chaos trying to defend it, but it's not going to matter. The Nexus is what they want in the end. And enemy will claim it to take game number 1.
Stay with us.
I'm here. I'm still here.
I feel like everything about that game can kind of be summed up in the first couple of minutes.
Yep.
The early fight around the Scuttle Crab went real wrong. And then this happened as a result. And there was never really an opportunity to turn it around. And we saw the same mistake that cost them that first Scuttle fight repeated over the course of the game. Would be my major criticism for Reflexion. Know what your character's strengths are. You are not going to win a level 2 fight into Galio Lee Sin. It's just not what Brand and Nunu does. So they needed to play that a little slower. I think maybe this is a consequence of taking people like Blanks off of the characters they play the most. It certainly does show a weakness inexperience as a competitive team. But it's the sort of flaw I'm optimistic about, because that's the kind of mistake you only need to make once.
Definitely true. Jackie also going off. Corky's stock potentially rising in Wild Rift. I know we weren't all that impressed, let's say, in the second qualifier, but Jackie looking good this game at least, TJ.
Every time I see a Corky doing well, I think to myself, yeah, but any other AD carry could have done well there as well.
Yeah, but Jackie's now done it a couple times. I feel like the Jackie Corky stock is going up.
Sure.
All right.
Jackie's quite good, but I think Jackie would be quite good on like other AD carries as well.
Well, also I want to take a second to shout out Extra Pate for the performance he put on, having multiple opportunities and in a pretty lopsided score. Still had a positive KDA. Finished 4-3.
More Garen.
Yeah, like he was unkillable under tower, like you said. So then they threw in Yikes in between the tower, and then it was, oh shoot, it's not Extra Bait there, it's Osu, and Osu ends up dying under the tower. That was a good one. The other thing that I didn't hear a lot of is we were so enamored with the Rift Herald, rightfully so. There was a great J4 ulti that blocked off Garen from getting into the lane and dishing out any damage in that fight. I really hope that we caught that in the highlight package here as the Rift Herald went down that bottom side of the map after they took the scenic.
I distinctly remember that, but I was distracted. I had more important things to talk about.
Yeah, Luan kind of getting undersold in this game. Like, there are a lot of good J4 ultis, and granted, in this kind of game, like, just about every ulti is going to be a good one, but actually a really well-played Jarvan, kind of under the chaos and the swagger of enemies' aggression in this game, especially because Yikes is such a confident support player, very active, a lot of bravado, and in general, things just kind of went the way you expected with enemy have this kind of lead. Like, the thing about Reflection is that they're great at playing 5v5, especially later, and they just couldn't set themselves up to get to that point, to TJ's point earlier. I don't think you want to be fighting at 2 minutes with Brand Nunu, because you picked those picks to scale, and unfortunately, once that went wrong, it kind of all went wrong from there, even though there was some fight in Reflection's play.
This one, look at that one. Look how
Beautiful.
great.
I liked the one around the Yikes forced fight at the blue buff a little bit more, but I like that one as well. Some good ults, and I think more broadly we are seeing like Jarvan getting drafted into the top lane more, which might be interesting to see because it will change the priority on Darius and Renekton, I think, a little bit. I want to see more Garen. Those are my thoughts, Deacon.
Pretty dominant performance there by enemy. Who is your star player for us, Pastry?
Ooh. I guess Lee? Like, I mean, there's basically all early game, and Lee Sin's a great early game character, so yeah, I'll go with Lee Sin.
All right, Lee Sin, who you got? We agree? We going Tybe here, TJ?
There's a character that dominates bottom lane, and then bottom lane ends, the game's over. It's an early game team fight, they dominate. Early game's over. They show up in top lane, get another kill. It's the support playing Galio. And you're giving credit to the jungler? This is a Yikes game.
All right,
he's
it's
not
a
just
Yikes
a star,
game.
he's a constellation
All
of
right,
stars.
that's
this
fine
game.
with me. Get him in there.
All right. Well, we'll be surprised by the decision makers higher up now that we've had our experts weigh in and had the self-proclaimed support player weigh in, right? And kind of change the ideas of what happened. I agree with Patient, right? It felt like Lee was leading the way down there on the bottom side, but
this hard game is such a team effort from enemy. Like, they literally won a team fight at Crab, and then everything else looked good from there. So this is the kind of game that's really tough to pick a star player.
And that goes to what you were saying earlier, TJ. Level 2 Brand, not so good. Level 3 Brand, maybe you can go ahead and take that fight, but you don't get the passive there. You don't have all your abilities, and so therefore Brand walked in, missed an ability, flashed out, died anyways. There it is. Oh, we're going with the jungler.
What?
I was going to say it's power of the picture, but no, Yikes also has his picture up as well with the KDA of 19 in that last one.
Hey, Type had a good game.
Incredible.
But Yags had a good game too. Let's recognize it.
An incredible performance on the Lee Sin and a team effort, as it always should be. I think the best and most underrepresented duos, frankly, in both versions of League of Legends are jungle support. And we're always talking about the bottom lane. Sometimes you shake hands with your bottom laner, with your carry, and you go and you do the rest of the game. And they sit down there and they farm. And that's what happened to poor Dienzio earlier. He was playing Varus, and he's down there. He's doing good, don't get me wrong, but Max Green is out there winning the game, that he's going to come back and pick him up from school when the lane phase is over.
Yeah, I agree. In this one, though, let's reel it back on in because we've got the draft ready to go. What do you want to see from a reflection before we hop on in, TJ?
Jinx.
Don't take early fights with late game comps.
There it is.
Simple as that.
Not draft diff, execution diff. Let's see if they're able to execute better here after the draft, which is ready to go right now. Game number 2, enemy and reflection.
Might just be a clock diff, to be honest, TJ. Just got to look at the time and see what it says. Make your decisions based on the first number.
Sure, yeah. The other thing you could do is you could set like a stopwatch somewhere so that you don't even need to look in-game and it just rings when you're ready to teamfight with a composition like that.
Get your phone out, set a timer on it. Easy peasy. Ask whatever robotic assistant you have in your house. You know, everyone's got one these days.
I don't. Ornate big golden stopwatch is what I use when I'm doing a late game. So I'll be willing to loan that out.
I've seen you play. You're not a late gamer. You're definitely an early gamer.
No, I'm flashing under turret with Brawlber.
Yeah, your stopwatch goes to the negative. You're counting down to the next time you can flash back on the enemy. Speaking of enemy, this is a spicy one already. We got Thresh and Varus on one side, but we got Yasuo and Gragas back for round 2 on a different team, TJ. Enemy trying to make the NA Yasuo work.
I don't like Yasuo.
I know you don't. I like
Yasuo. Into
personally,
Varus, there's like Varus Thresh is like at least there's a justification in the composition. You know, like I'm drafting it so that we can block those key projectiles. But I think the problem with Yasuo, just to lay it out, because I don't think I ever fully verbalized it earlier, is that his numbers are fine once you get late game, but that is the 10-15 minute mark on a successful Yasuo. And oftentimes teams will draft their compositions around the Yasuo to give him benefits for the ultimates, and that just means that those characters are going to be suboptimal, awkward picks until the 10 or 15 minute mark. So you're not just drafting a late game scaling option, you're drafting and forcing your entire team composition to be late game scale.
Right.
Now, in this match, maybe that's not as big a deal because we know Reflexion are going to also draft a late game composition. So maybe we just get a game where they shake hands and agree to start playing when the stopwatch rings. But I do think that it hamstrings Truth, who is this incredibly aggressive player who can do a ton during the early game.
It's the classic 20 minutes, no rush, or maybe 10 minutes in this game, right? Gotta wait till you get to the earlier stages. That's a Riven. Likely there for Tybe in the jungle. Probably Gragas top. I guess it could be Gragas support again. And does Riven fit the bill? Because I agree with you. I think if you're drafting Yasuo in this game, like, you need to find a way to both make the comps work and also have your early game exist, right? So does Riven fit that bill or not? Because Corki is kind of a wash for me.
I really do like the Riven pick into this, actually, because she has a decent amount of early presence now that they buffed her regeneration stats. And coming into late game, obviously, she's very effective. She's an incredible team fighter. I do expect we'll continue to see more Riven as these tournaments go on.
Curious where it goes. We'll find out. Saw it jungle a few times today, of course. Orianna, Jace, the last 2 picks there, though, for Reflection, which leaves us with the final pick. Of note, also, Riven can help Yasuo with the knockups. She finds a good Q3. So it is a little bit of adaptivity, but again, I don't think you should throw your entire comp into helping Yasuo, kind of as you're saying. I think, honestly, TJ, sometimes Yasuo's got to figure it out for themselves. You got some tornadoes, figure it out. As Zed the last pick, which means I'm confused, is what it means.
It's like a baby horse. Just push it out into the world.
Let it run.
Let it run.
So
the reason why this is a Z is because I think we are running Yasuo... Okay. My theory was we run Yasuo on the bottom lane as AD carry.
Yep.
And that makes a lot of sense. As I said, you have Varus, you have Thresh. Yasuo is quite good into that. That does mean that you're running Corki mid, Zed top? No. They're putting the Yasuo on the opposite side of the map?
Yeah, top lane.
Okay.
I agree with you. Like, I think if you're going to play Yasuo in Wild Rift, I think bottom lane's actually a really good spot for him. Especially, you know, we saw the last game, right? Like, bottom laners often get left alone with the supports of roaming and influencing the rest of the map. Like, that's a great time for Yasuo to, you know, poke around with empty minion waves and get farm, right? Because that's kind of your job. You're a late game threat. Many ADs are also late game threats, depending on which one you want to draft. But this is Lawan, like, really feeling it, especially against Jace. Like, you are very confident, or you know something we don't about this matchup, because Jace is, like, numero uno pick in Wild Rift. And Yasuo is, like, not really on anyone's radar in a lot of cases. So this is a specialist counter pick or matchup.
So Jace does
Lawan.
a ton of mid-game melee range damage.
Yeah.
So I really don't like this placement of the Yasuo. I don't like the draft of the Yasuo. I don't like this placement of the Yasuo. I've always said I'll give people the benefit of the doubt when they pick weird things, so here it is. Show me something I don't, but right off the bat, I don't like it.
Yeah, well, I like that Lawan's at least got footwork because you are the underdog in this matchup, so you need something a bit more defensive, but we'll see how it plays out here as the lane goes on. Extirpate going to be a different role this time as bottom side. It's Yikes and Jackie at it again. Last order is not enough, but the phosphorus bomb is. Blankso looking to get the trade. Yikes is out of there.
Yeah, that's a very easy trade for Blanks to make, and Yikes, I don't know if that was just him having spent his kit, not feeling like he could linger in the area with the corruption stacks adding up onto him. But that's, I think, one of the like side effects of having this Yasuo is you do have Gragas, who isn't a terrible support, but if you run Braum into this matchup, Braum's quite good in this matchup, or Lulu in this matchup, you have tools now.
Time going in, though. 3v3 here in the mid lane, nice and early as the Riven arrives, but not much to do there. Mostly just kind of clearing the waves. It looks like you're trying to maybe get Truth out of this lane.
3v3. Taking me back to Summoner Series, I'm not going to lie. All of the NA games started with a 3v3 in mid for a solid 2 minutes.
Truth here does get hooked. KT with a nice one, but maybe going back in. Jackie arriving straight into the waiting arms of the enemy, but they have the numbers advantage, so Jackie feels it. Does get the kill there onto the Thresh. And enemy just, again, 2 minutes in, strong-arming the enemy team at the Crab.
And it's a good thing to see enemy continuing to force that aggression. And Reflexion, I really do still struggle with their decision to go there because the Crab had already been taken in topside. They knew they were slow on the rotate. At that point, you have lost. You don't have the tools to open that back up with an early game Jax into Riven. That's not a match you're going to win.
Yeah, and Tybe already level 5. Oh my god, Jax is level 3. Oh, that feels so bad. The Chaos.
And it's a little more punishing than it used to be, because it used to be that if you missed the timings on Scuttle Crabs, you could just immediately turn into the jungle and power farm. But of course, the farm resets take a little bit longer now. Tybe isn't on ward. He's very close. He'll be on ward now.
Yeah, I really like this. Trying to dodge it there, and now top lane looks like an easy kill. Lawan gonna get set up and knocked down, but Extirpate is gonna live. Chaos finds the stun. Extirpate finds a way to live again as Lawan with a nice windmill is gonna try and escape here, but Yikes is ready. Yasuo still has ulti, by the way, but I don't think it's gonna matter. You can't play this 2v3.
Dangerous here as Osu works away.
Yeah, they're going in. Chaos is the target. That's the soft on, but the double stun lands from the counter-attack. Extirpate's still flirting with danger. Jackie now the one. There's a double shockwave there on by Osu. He's going to try and take them out, but Jackie's arriving. Yasuo somehow gets a kill in the absolute madness in the top lane. And I'm not sure it came out on top of that one, but this was an absolute mess as Tybe now onto Extirpate. Is Extirpate still alive? How did he live for so long as Jackie finally gets the kill and blanks? Barely missing a chain of corruption, but won't miss this kill onto Yikes. Surely no. Yikes jukes him there with a flash over the wall, and now Tybe is going to get the kill onto Blank, but a good flash there from Varus is going to keep him safe.
There was a dive in the bottom lane as well. One thing's for sure, Extirpate has some of the best movement of any top laner in North America.
Yep.
Just an incredible top laner. Unfortunately, the rest of the fight kind of lets that down. The rest of the fight kind of lets him down. As enemy rotate everybody in, and Jackie, the AD carry, somehow ends up in the top lane and manages to clean up those kills. Walks away with quite a lot of gold in his pocket.
I don't know, I mean, somehow he walked there. He drove there in his little plane. Right on time there. No delays here at Jackie Airlines. As mid lane, Dragon. Jackie's going at it again. This is melee Corki. He's flashing on the Chaos. That's a kill.
My God.
Dragon went over to Reflection, but Jackie's going off. Black Cleaver's online, and that last missile barely going to miss, but Jackie's at it again. Missile hits. Yikes is here. Truth is here. Someone's going to get the kill. As the shockwave dissipates, it is Corki with the double.
Jackie and Yikes now sharing the philosophy that the more aggressive you get, the more space your teammates have to make interesting plays. And Jackie does do this with melee Corki flashing onto Osu, getting Osu killed.
Now I wish it was bottom lane Yasuo for Jackie. Basically playing just as rashly with the Corki there, but Jackie off to the races, very strong so far. His enemy off to a nice early game lead, once again up over 4,000 gold, and we might not have to worry about, what does the Yasuo do here for Luan, because he's just off farming while the rest of the team is running amok.
I don't think it should have been bottom lane Yasuo, because then we wouldn't get this.
I agree.
Corki's a much better early game champion.
Definitely true. Jackie 5-1-2 in a 1v2 that he's thinking about going for. Obviously not recalling, though.
Yeah, I think he's waiting to see if Blanks is just going to walk close to him. He's going to get discovered.
Oh, does it matter? Jackie's just going for it. Gets exhausted. Great hook there.
Yikes.
Here comes the Gragas, but it's too late. The cast doesn't quite connect them. Blanks is going to get ignited. Should be killed. Will die there to Yikes.
That's his third kill of the game, Yikes. One upside of playing the Gragas is that it does give you some real AP if you can keep those kills rolling.
Two up here in top side, though. Truth almost winning the 1v1, but Extirpate again figuring out a way to live. Mid lane here is the play. Rift Herald dropped. Chaos very low. Chaos almost going to die. Luan sets it up and knocks it down. That's what you want to see from the Yasuo. Is they going to dive on in? Yikes going on through. Osu the target. Again, the ulti does not connect for the Orianna, but time is going to fall. There's the arrows to get the kill there for Blanks.
Yeah, KT going down there, and Blanks, it should be noted, has survived almost all of this, right? Blanks did live through all of the disasters and basically everywhere on the map, so despite not getting a whole lot of gold out of them, he's doing a little bit better than the rest of his team. And that's a good sign for Reflexion, given that Blanks is quite often their win condition. If they do want to get back in this game, as is always the story, they're trying to last till the late game, and they need to do two things this time. First of all, they need to get KT and Chaos back kind of stabilized so they can be a frontline. And second of all, Blanks needs to be able to do damage.
Jackie is a bully. That's going to be a kill! The last missile's good! Oh, it does die. Chaos not going to get that kill, but still a trade there as Osu gets one. And Osu's just been bullied this game. As topside Yikes going in for it. That's an easy setup onto Extirpate. Truth gets in there for the last auto as the ulti will finish off the kill.
I mean, I guess I don't mind bullying Osu. Gotta do the psychic damage, but...
Oh, going for it there. Blanks the target, but Luan can't really get anything else done. Great hook out of KT, honestly.
That was the dream, and it didn't really do very much damage.
Well, because KT hooked him out of the air.
We'll get there.
That's not their fault. Luan, though, diving in onto KT. KT's hook saved the day, but not going to save their own life, as Truth does not get out of that. It's Osu that finishes off the kill.
See, it's not just the ultimate, it's supposed to be everything else. And when a Thresh can just stuff your plans, I don't know. I'm just a Yasuo hater.
Yeah, that's okay. I understand. I don't know what Luan was up to. Maybe had Windwall. Perhaps some optimizations to be made.
So you've been telling me about your performance on Rakan mid.
Yes.
Have you not been playing Yasuo mid now that I know this about you, that you're a filthy Yasuo enjoyer?
Oh, when I started playing Wild Rift, that was like the only champion I played. Jackie on the Blanks. Good kill there for Jackie. Extirpate and Chaos, though, trying to get one back. Surely the Shock Blast will be found here. Ooh, just barely short. And Jackie back on out. Does have Valkyrie, uses it there, just buying time at this point, knows he's dead, hits the recall button, but the fight on the other side is going the way of enemy as Truth gets the kill, and Yikes is just going
Run
for
him
broke
down!
here, trying to take down KT. Great hook flash, but the Ignite's enough. Yikes gets the double.
Drake is secured by enemy during that time. Tybe just quietly doing his own business. And that earns a now 10,000 gold lead for enemy as they try to push through to end this series in the mid lane.
But yes, to answer your question, I've played a lot of Yasuo. I will play more, but Rakan is too fun. Also,
You know-
great champion with Yasuo, by the way.
I liked you more when you were a Rakan mid player.
I am still a Rakan mid player. What do you mean?
Well, good! I like that about you, Julian.
All right, that's good. I'm a Zoe
But when
player
you start
too.
talking about Yasuo,
I love Yasuo. I love this too. That's the combo we're looking for. Almost gonna work. Protomelt's in on there. I'd love to see that there out of one, but he's dead. Nope, flushes out of the way. Tybe gets the hook instead as Jackie stole the blue buff. That's disgusting. Tybe diving in. Enemy just playing with their food. It's Truth dives so far deep onto KT. And look at Jackie! Look at him! He's proxying the enemy! Flushes out of the
look at
way!
him.
Oh my goodness, Jackie's just feeling it, fam.
I want to look away!
You can't look away.
Why not?
You can't. You gotta cost the game.
Oh. He's so aggressive with this lead, and I love to see it. I think I need to see Jackie playing one of the more aggressive AD carries. Like, I don't think Ezreal is quite meta enough to be picked over Corki right now, but I do want to see like what he would do on a Corki, get some real Jackie love Ezreal action going.
I mean, I don't know if what you're saying on my screen looks like Corki is an aggressive AD as far as Jackie's concerned.
True. Factual and honest, and I apologize for implying.
You got a little dash. That's all Jackie needs. Anything to get closer to the enemy, you know.
And Corki is so reliant on positioning because it is such a tiny dash and it is on a fairly long cooldown. Basically, everything about Corki comes down to positioning of your decent mobility. He's a decently fast character during those team fights and how well you're moving while shooting. And he's just been impeccable. Jackie's played this so well.
Exhaust just going for it. Extirpate cannot win the 1v1. I take it back. Extirpate always finds a way to make it work.
All we needed to do was talk him up.
Rift Herald again is going to charge in through this tower. Going to get some damage down here as enemy. I feel like they've been in this top lane for a long time.
That's because they have, Julian. It's been a solid 2 minutes. They took a break to collect waves in mid.
Going for it again. No. That's what ulti pulled there. Cast goes out though. Diving for the Zed. Very cute there out of Truth. The Tide now diving on in with the Riven. Huge amount of damage there with the Wind Slash, but a trade back there as Blanks gets the gold.
Blanks starting to build up some gold. Kind of dangerous.
There's the one. Nice little pick there. Oh, beautiful shockwave, but no follow-up.
And Osu is going to be your secondary carry. As always, very good at maximizing Orianna damage in these fights. I don't want to paint this like it's working out for Reflexion. They are still down a truly incredible amount of gold. But for a team at a 10k deficit, they're doing quite well.
And this is kind of the thing that we learned to love about Reflection, right? In games where they're ahead, they navigate really well. In games where they're behind, they also typically know how to get themselves to spots where, you know, their late game can shine. And they don't have quite as much insurance this time. It's not Blinks' Jinx, for example. It is Jason Varus, which, you know, a little bit more mid-game, early-game oriented. But, you know, if anyone knows how to execute from those situations, it definitely is Reflection. It's just that, again, Jackie's throwing himself at you like, I don't even know. He's in a baseball game. It's Chaos diving back through. Jackie a little too brash. Oh, Yikes setting it up, but Osu pops the shield. He's going to be okay. There's the follow-up stun, but Jackie's still in there, and the Honey Fruit, very big for Jackie. The Chaos will
Jackie
get
just
away.
walked away and Honey Fruit had entrusted Yikes to stall out the fight long enough that they could turn it.
Ulti out of the blank set doesn't connect. Hive into the enemy jungle as the enemy are just playing on Reflection's side of the rift, right? That has kind of been the story of this game.
Very cool to see. KT and Co will slow things down. We do have a Infernal Drake here. Enemy turning to focus in on it.
I wonder how long this Infernal Drake has been up. I haven't been able to pay attention because there's been so much going on. I'm guessing it hasn't been up for too long, but it would kind of fit the bill of this game that they would leave that Drake for, you know, 2 to 3 minutes because they're busy clicking on the enemy.
It was, I think, the Cloud Drake that lingered for a while.
That's
While we're
typical.
behind schedule.
Oh, Cloud Drake. Oh, Loan setting it up again for themselves. Extirpate going to be the target. Loan gets the solo. Nice and easy there as Tide rolls on in alongside the Jason. Chaos, see you later. Jack's down.
All right, so now Yasuo looks good because he's got a 10,000 gold lead. But may I remind you, the AD carry Twisted Fate looked quite good with a 10,000 gold lead.
Tide in trouble, but Yikes here running interference. Beautiful combo. Truth dives in onto Osu. Osu does have the stasis, though, that is going to deny most of the deathmark damage, so Orianna will live. But Yikes goes on in, gets the dunk on the blanks. Yikes just doesn't find a fight he's never liked, as the shockwave barely is going to miss.
Yeah, Ozu doing a good job from behind, but you can see the damage numbers just not being in their favor, especially with the addition of that Infernal Drake. There is a decent amount of wave clear here defensively from Reflexion, and they're doing a good job of leveraging it between the shock blasts, the arrows, the piercing arrows from Varus, and the Orianna bulls. Like, we could be here a while. What this game really needs is enemy to force a fight around Baron. And Reflexion's only way back into it is to win that fight, is to somehow find a way to force enemy into an awkward position with the Baron attacking them, or a player disadvantage that they can get back into this game through.
You know what I really like, TJ? This is something that I think is, close to both of our hearts, and definitely encapsulates the enemy philosophy in this game. Look at how many proto belts they have.
Oh, yeah. No, the thing I love about enemy, and we talked to Yikes about this last week, almost said yesterday. Last week, we talked to Yikes about this. They pressed their advantage, and you can see right here, Truth zoning down the middle of the map while the rest of his team works on the Baron.
Truth gonna die, but hey, that's worth it. Might as well sacrifice one
If
for
they
the
get the
Baron here.
Baron.
Plenty of Baron damage, no steal forthcoming. 4v5 though, as Jackie with the package is gonna make it happen. KT in trouble, Jackie! An absolute mad lad! Stasis is out, the ulti from Varus keeps on going. Time's rolling on through. Yikes is getting KT down, and Jackie can do no wrong. Here comes Luan far too late because Jackie, he's killed everyone already. We're gonna get another kill here, make it 4. As Varus falls down, and it's only Extirpate, of course, still up and left to play, but enemy are going to crash on through and take some supers.
And that ought to be the game with these long respawn timers, unless Extirpate can do something truly incredible, as he has many times before.
Up too easy there, as Riven into Yasuo is the CC the enemy need, and that will indeed be enemy not only ensuring that they qualify for the next major, but still with their tournament hopes alive here in Major number 1, a sweep here in this series.
A really good performance from enemy, especially in that second game, recognizing the strengths of their composition versus the enemies in game 1, recognizing the strengths of their players versus the enemies in game number 2. As I think Blanks has looked a little uncomfortable in that series, they're able to put a lot of pressure on him. I know that he normally looks much better on the Jinx, so I do wonder if there's maybe the limitations of his champion pool coming into effect there. But we still saw a very good performance from Reflexion, and I think they should be very happy with their first tournament win, with their first tournament appearance.
Yep.
Enemy should be very happy that they're able to clean it up.
And I'm trying to see, I'm going to look at the damage numbers, TJ, and I think we have to award star player to Jackie. Are we in alignment?
Yep.
Finally.
We agree.
Let's go.
I have no edgy take. I'll give it to the Corki.
Go. Look at the damage number. I mean, not just like, oh, he's on the winning team and he's got a high damage carry. Like, Jackie was getting in there.
Yeah.
The Corki.
I was on the same page before I saw the damage numbers. He deserved the star player for the way he was moving around the map.
To say no, it was all Yikes. Jackie can't
Well,
function without
Yikes
Yikes.
did
Here it
play
goes.
really
Here
well,
it goes.
And after
tickled
we
it,
robbed
now
him
here
in
it
game
comes.
number 1.
Enemy taking care of business there against Reflection, and again, one of the coolest parts that we've got to see, as we're all blue, one of the coolest things that we've got to see through this tournament are the teams and the level of competition that has stepped up across everything here. So Reflection, although not the ending that they wanted, a lot of good tape, a lot of good experience for them to go back to in the other qualifiers, because now we know we've got ourselves our top 4 teams that now have qualified into Major number 2 and are playing for the Bucks here.
And a big note on that, it took Enemy until the second qualifier to get into this one. Like, they had to go the long way. So they've kind of bumped C9 out of the top 4 already. We're still deciding who the top team in North America is, but we've also already got some of that jostling confirmed. Cloud9 knocked down a peg. Enemy, after their first experience in the qualifiers, after coming out of the second qualifier looking much stronger than they did in Q1, are now in the top 4 in North America. Better than C9, according to these tournament results.
And that's super exciting, but I think on the other side for me, like, this is not the last time we'll see Reflection. I think this is a pretty uncharacteristically bad series for them, at least from what we've seen early on. And this is the team that did have their first tournament ever together just a week ago when they qualified for this major. So it is always exciting to see more teams and more players stepping into the competitive Wild Rift scene. And Reflection, definitely struggling here. Obviously, I think Enemy, who've been a mainstay of North American Wild Rift for a while now, kind of showing their experience here. But Reflection will be back, and I'll be excited to see them. And unfortunately for them, they'll have to play back through the qualifiers, but I have to feel confident that they can make it back to this stage.
Yeah, and I think the player that gets hit the most here from those early game shenanigans that we saw over and over again is Chaos, who we didn't get to see a ton of. We, have those opportunities very much being almost non-existent, but that's because the early game got stuffed like that. And you've got parts like Extrapate there. You got to see a couple of great shockwaves in the mid lane from Osu, but again, not the best showing here from Reflection, so just a higher ceiling here for this squad. DJ.
Well, I think that this is a matchup that's like specifically very bad for them, because Enemy play so fast, and Enemy are always willing to take those level 1 fights. And once they get those level 1 fights, they're not going to give you time to scale up, because Enemy are always pressing their advantages and going for the early Baron. We've seen teams this tournament that will let Baron stay on the field while they play the rest of the map. Enemy never do that, and that's why it's so rough for Reflection, a team that wants to scale to late, a team that maybe doesn't have the comms to avoid the early game pressure yet to play them.
Yeah, it kind of feels like if Reflection do want to play that type of game, they're going to have the coordination of an Immortals type squad, because Immortals, I think, did a great job today against No More Ego, being a matador, baiting them in and then backing out and all being on the same page. But even before they get to that point, just allowing your jungler an opportunity to get into the game and not just get shut out within the first 2 to 3 minutes for both matches that they had. So Reflection have the opportunity there. And then I like what we've now identified, No More Ego, with Jackie getting our star player of the day in terms of just the aggressive team who wants to fight, and fight they did in today's set of matches. Earlier in the day, our very first one that we followed along with, it was knocking down Cloud9 to the lower bracket, where now we don't even see Cloud9 in the tournament anymore. Just a tough day for Cloud9. And then Immortals and Sentinels are your upper bracket finals, with Tribe and No More Ego battling it out to see if they can claw their way back on into the bracket. And if, as much TJ hates, if Tribe can just decide to win now.
No, I mean, it's very real. I don't hate the phrase. I'd want to see it happen, is where I'm coming to from Tribe, because we saw in the second game, the very last game Tribe played today, the old Tribe, the Tribe that can just win on mechanics, on confidence almost, in terms of the way they play the map. We know that they're a smart enough team to execute against the best teams in the world, let alone here in North America. We know that they're mechanically talented enough to take games off the best teams in the world, let alone here in North America. But it hadn't come together in this season until the very last game of today. So I think they could be a real threat going on in this tournament if they're able to keep that form.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly, at this point in the major, we have very exciting games left. So just looking at that bracket, super excited for what's going to happen. The Tribe Miracle Run, the continued strength of Sentinels and Immortals, and of course, No More Ego potentially stepping themselves into, we are now in the top 4, right? Kicking out C9. They'll at least qualify automatically for the major. So as far as seeding is concerned, they will be in the top 4 teams with no questions asked, not having to qualify again.
A shift in the power in North American Wild Rift, and although it's slow, we're starting to see the effects of it here at the first major. All right, time for our final segment of the day. TJ, I'm good. I'm assuming you know who this one is. Do you know this one? All right, here we go. TJ, I'll start with you. We're going to say a sentence. and we're going to do one word at a time to wrap up the day. It'll go me, TJ, pastry, then me,
Okay.
TJ, pastry. All right? You can do this. Here we go. All right. Here, the sentence is North,
America,
Loves.
playing,
not.
Slowly.
most,
Of.
The.
time. All right, cool. There we go. We did it, yo. We had no idea where we're going. It's a trust fall. You trust falled with me.
I
Yo.
know it's tanks. I was complaining because we don't draft any tanks.
Darius is a tank. That's what they've been playing. It's what it seems like. Darius, Jarvan.
Top lane is
Gragas.
good,
All right.
but until you're running Darius support, you're not running enough tanks.
All right. We did get to see the Garen. We got to see the Garen as well. All right, y'all. Hey, that does it for day number 1 of the Wild Rift North American Series first major. Tomorrow we'll crown our first season 1 winner here at twitch.tv/Wild Rift Esports, starting at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. For more information on how you can compete in the WNS and to stay connected, make sure to follow us at Wild Rift Esports over on Twitter. $15,000 on the line tomorrow. We'll catch you on the Rift tomorrow here at the Wild Rift North American Series. Have a great night, everybody.